So what's up guys, today we are going to see, what if Bella was Arrow's hidden hybrid daughter, so let's get started. BPOV. It was official. Some moron had gotten LD of an old diary of my mother's and made a movie about my parents' affair. Called it something stupid, something. Where it differs, my grandfather was the one who ended up dead, and my moth R gave birth to me while watching his ash fly around with the breeze, or so I was told. My father did not know that she had me, as he had been bitten himself and was in the middle of turning. The other difference was our species. My family are vampires, yes, and werewolves, but the vampires are cold ones. We can go out in the daytime, just not in the sunlight, as it would look weird. Maybe not so much in these times, with people covering themselves with shimmering body moisturizers, but it's still odd. My mother had sent me here, hoping my father and I could meet someday, and she hoped he would accept me. I was not as hopeful as she was. But I still longed to know the man who was my father. Mother had had this same wish since I was a child, yet I am still to meet the man my father. However hesitant I was about that. So instead, I convinced the police chief I was his niece. He took me in, and since no one could know who I was, this was who I pretended to be. So, who am I? My name is Isabella. I wasn't born with a surname. So I took on his. Now, I'm Bella Swan. I am a 2,600-year-old werewolf-vampire hybrid. My father was a werewolf, and my mother was a vampire-human mixture herself. That was how she managed to have me before she was turned fully by her mate. Her name was Sonia, but she changed it to get away from my grandfather, Victor, and his coven, the leaders of the original Romanian coven. Daddy Dearest wasn't aware of me from what Mom told me. He didn't even know she became pregnant for fear of our lives. Mother had found her mate in one of my father's companions before starting the coven. Being a hybrid, I didn't have as many problems with my skin as the rest of my family. I had been in America for a while now. My father and two others, one of which happens to be my stepfather, created a coven not long after somebody made my father into a hybrid himself. My stepfather's brother was hunting the werewolves and accidentally turned my father. My father was known as Lucian until he adopted a new identity, Arrow. My mother's name was Sonia. Now, she is Didim. She found her mate in my stepfather, Marcus. After Keys discovered me, he reluctantly stopped hunting werewolves. I find it rather curious why he would quit like that just because he discovered me. But that is a story for another time. I had never met my father. In all these years, my mother thought it would be best to wait until he adjusted to his new life of being a hybrid. Sitting in the parking lot of Forks High School, I wish I could share this with my family. On my first day of school, Charlie was already at work. I was sitting in the truck that Charlie had gotten for me, waiting for the time to pass. I texted my mother, letting her know what I was doing, having to endure her laughter at my return to school. Did you see that some idiot stole one of your journals and has made a movie about you and my father, B? Yes, I did see that. We have all seen that movie. To begin with, the person who stole the journal has been dealt with. M. How is Marcus? B. He is well, grumpy but masking it well. M. Why is he grumpy? B. His brothers are hounding him about some ruling concerning some criminals. Marcus thinks they should serve on the guard. Keys thinks they should be put to death. And your father thinks they should be let go, as it was not a severe crime. M. I'm sure that a decision will be made soon enough. Do you think that he will accept me? B. I asked her the same question I have had for the past 2,600 years. Your father will accept you with open arms, do not fret. I have discovered a coven in the town called the Cullen Coven. Seek Carlisle, the leader, and talk to him about your father. They were pretty close. M. Alright, well, I'm going to go and start my first day at high school. Wish me luck and give my love to everyone there. B. Good luck, my darling girl. Marcus also sends his love and wishes you well. M. I walked into the main office and waited for the plump, red-headed woman behind the desk to notice I was there. Good morning, dear. How can I help you? The woman asked. Hi, my name is Isabella Swan. I'm starting today, I replied. I knew that Charlie had signed me up under his name. Of course, my dear. We have been looking forward to seeing you. Here is a map of the school and your timetable. Also, here is a form that your teachers will have to sign. If you can bring that back after school, that would be super," the woman said with a smile. She was far too cheerful. I spent the day making the rounds. I met a few people who seemed overly friendly. And I knew it was because I was the new girl, and they wanted to get seen with me. Once lunch came about, I walked towards the cafeteria, not feeling hungry but thinking that I should appear regardless. "Bella, come sit with us," a girl with light brown hair and a fake smile called out. I smiled and sighed, remembering that Charlie had said to try to play nice with the local kids. Making my way over, I sat next to a shy girl with dark brown hair who seemed lovely. Well, more honest, anyway, than the rest of them. I spent the whole lunch listening to the girls' gossip. Asn't even 10 minutes before the entire cafeteria went silent. I looked around for why that could be when I saw them. It was clear to me that they were a coven of cold ones, but I knew they would not be able to tell me what I was. They would think of me as human. I watched as they all sat at one of the tables after collecting their food. I just waited and listened. I could hear that one of the GIRLs I was sitting with was talking about the group that had just walked in, and from that, I discovered that they were the Cullen family. Dr. and Mrs. Cullen adopted them all. This must be the coven my mother told me of. Led by Carlisle Cullen. What are they saying? Does the new girl think we are all huge weirdos yet? The biggest male asked. The blonde on his right just rolled her eyes and the man. I wondered if the two of them were mated. She doesn't think anything. Jessica and Lauren, telling the girl all the usual things, nothing original there, the copper top answered. I can't see anything that has to do with her. It's like she isn't even here, a petite child said. I could hear the sneer in her voice. I recognized the major from the stories I heard from the two he sired, Peter and Charlotte. And knew they felt he was getting manipulated and used for his reputation alone. It made me wonder if it was true, but I had come to trust Peter and his mate, Charlotte. I finished the day and made my way back to Charlie's. Feeling somewhat irritated once I finished the homework I had received, I texted my mother and let her know how the first day was. Then, knowing she would likely call when she could, I informed Charlie that I was going for a walk and headed out. I just wanted to clear my head. I attempted to spend the next 2 weeks trying to escape the obnoxious Cullen children. Well, only 2 of them, really. The 2 of them had latched onto me and decided that I would be a part of their family. So there were only 3 I didn't mind seeing. The 2 in particular just bugged me, Alice and Edward Cullen. After that, I started talking with Emmett, Rosalie, and the major, but he introduced himself to me as Jasper, and the 3 of us seemed to become close relatively quickly. Still, the dynamic duo always thought they knew best and tried to tell me that as Edward's mate, I should be wary of Jasper, as he was so new to the animal diet. And if possible, I should stay away from him. Of course, I laughed in their faces. One such day, when Rosalie invited me to hang out, the dynamic duo was on such a tangent. "Isabella, my love, please, it is not good for you to spend so much time around Jasper. It's not safe. He does not have the control that the rest of the family has." I had told him several times to stop calling me that, and I told him that I was sure that I was not his mate because I could not even stand to have him close to me. Both he and Alice laughed and told me that I wouldn't feel it due to me being human. But Edward tried to say to me he had yet to realize that the man in question was standing right behind him and was now in major mode, clearly having enough with the put-downs. "Is that right, Edward? Well, considering I have been carrying this family for the last 50 years. How about I stop helping everyone with their thirst and see how well my control is then?" Jasper said to this idiot. I felt it when Jasper took away his influence, and the family turned their eyes hungrily toward me. "Bella, if you can wait in Carlisle's office upstairs while I deal with this, that would be great, darling." "I won't be a minute." Jasper smiled at me. I took off upstairs as fast as a human and automatically knocked on the door. Just to be called in. "Hello, you must be Bella. I have heard much about you from Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper," the blonde man behind the desk said. Smiling at me, I had yet to meet this member of the family. I had to wonder how I had not yet managed that. "Yes, I am. I take it you are Dr. Cullen?" I asked as I looked around the room. Despite my time in his home, I had not gotten to meet this man whom I had heard many stories about from my mother. I was surprised when I saw Marcus's painting. My stepfather was standing there with two others. One I knew to be my father, and the other I assumed was Keys. Marcus, Arrow, and Keys, otherwise known as the Volturi. I spent time with them a few centuries ago, learning the laws. I became quite good friends with Arrow while I was there. Carlyle said as he came around the desk. Can you tell me about them? I asked. I wanted to know about my father and what the outside world thought about my parents. I would love to, but I am needed at the hospital for a consult. I'm sure Edward can let you know, as he knows my histories just as well as I do, Carlyle said, smiling at me. Does Jasper know them just as well? I would rather not spend more time than necessary with Edward or Alice, for that matter, I told him. Carlyle looked at me with confusion before shaking his head as if coming out of a trance. I had to wonder what the dynamic manipulators had told him, that he seemed confused. I'm not sure, but you could ask Jasper. I would love to ask you why you would rather not spend time with your mate. But I must leave for the hospital. Can we talk later on tomorrow, maybe? He asked me. I nodded my agreement and watched as he approached the door, just as a knock sounded. It now made more sense as to why he was confused. He thought that Edward was my mate. The poison duo had told him as such. Hi, Carlyle, just came to keep Bella company, Jasper said as he approached me. Right, well, I will leave you both to it. Bella, I look forward to our talk later on. Carlyle smiled at me as he left. I got a few new books. I thought you might be interested, Jasper asked me. I nodded and followed him to his office, where Rosalie and Emmett were waiting for us. So why don't you want to spend time with your perfect mate? Emmett asked, his voice taking on a mocking tone. I just laughed. Because he is not my mate. I'm sure that I know this because I can't stand to look at the ass, and if that is the case, then he can't be my mate, I said to the three of them. Yeah, Edward isn't your mate. All there is on his end is an obsession, and that is nothing like what mates feel, and all I get from you when I can get something from you, that is an annoyance and hatred, Jasper told me. I knew he would only get something sporadically from me, and that was only when I allowed him to feel my emotions. This was 6 months ago. The dynamic duo had IED and failed to convince me that I was Edward's mate and that it was my place to do everything I could to please my mate. Each time this was said, I just laughed and walked away. Each time either Ice or Edward tried to tell me that I was that child's mate, I would want to rip their heads clean from their bodies. I was starting to get rather sick and tired of their insistence. Carlyle had told me more about the Volturi and more about my father. During one of these visits and conversations, I had let my shield slip, and Jasper felt my longing. He looked at me curiously, and my phone rang before he could ask what was on his mind. Sorry, I have to get this. Can I get someone to run me far from the house, please? It's my mom, and she's been weird at the moment. I asked. Jasper nodded, picked me up, ran me out to the middle of the forest, and let me know that no one was around. I answered the phone but waited until I could no longer hear anyone in the immediate vicinity. Hello, I answered, just in case someone had gotten hold of my mother's cell phone. Hello, my darling daughter. How is school going? I take it you are in a safe place, so it is safe for you to talk. My mother asked me. Hi Mom, yeah, it's safe. How is everything there? How is my stepfather? I asked, not wanting to use any names if someone tried to sneak up on me. Everyone is well here. There is someone particular that has been asking about you. I felt that it would be good for you to be able to introduce yourself, though. Mother said this confused me. Who was she talking about? Was she talking about my father? Finally, after 2.5 millennia. Who? I asked. I felt my hopes start to climb that my father had finally found out about me and was inquiring about me. I sometimes resented my her for keeping my father and me apart after all these centuries. We could arrange for you to come and visit when you are on break from school, Mother asked me, completely ignoring my question. Okay, can you text me and let me know when would be a good time? Then, I can arrange with my uncle to organize the school, I said to her, still very dubious about this whole thing. But then, I heard a do or open and knew her tone would change to something more formal. Sounds like a good idea. Now I have to go, as I have a meeting with Marcus's brothers and Arrow's mate, Sulpicia. So I will organize the travel and send word to you. Mother said. I just sighed. This had become a regular occurrence as of late. She and I try to have a conversation but always seem to get interrupted by someone. I was starting to get very tired of it. We said our goodbyes and hung up. I missed being able to talk with my mother. However, I knew the Cullen house's general direction, so I just started walking back at a human pace. I knew it would take me about an hour thereabouts to walk back to the Cullens' home. Thankful for the time to think, I tried not to overthink the phone call and focused on what antics the El Den duo would get up to this time and how they would convince me that I was Edward's mate. I could see the pair overreacting to my mother's summoning. Once the sound of my steps registered with the house residents, they all looked in my direction, and I heard Jasper say that he would come and get me so that I would not have to walk far. Hey darlin', finished your call? How's your mom? He asked, as he picked me up and moved quickly towards the house. Hi, yeah, she's fine, working hard, working with my stepdad and his brothers, but I think it's starting to wear her out. She sounded tired. I said it wasn't like I was lying to them. My mother did work with my stepfather and his brothers, after all, and she did sound tired. Jasper placed me on the sofa and sat next to me. Esme came and sat on my other side. Sounds like she could use a holiday. She must miss you terribly. Esme said to me. I just nodded. I do miss her, I said, attempting to smile. At least you have your dad, though, Esme said, trying to inject something positive. But, little did she know, I was about to answer when Alice came running into the lounge in a panic. We will be summoned before the Volturi. They have found out about Bella. Alice sneered. I was rather tired of Alice and her arrogant attitude. Why don't you like me, Alice? Is it because I refuse to truly entertain the idea of being Edward's mate, or what is it? I asked, letting my power seep out so she would be forced to tell me the truth. It goes into effect when my shield touches them. I may be a hybrid myself, but I am still a vampire. Why? Oh, you have to be with Edward so that we can take over the Volturi. We already have the god of war, and you are going to be our shield to overthrow them. Alice quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Carlyle had walked in as I asked my question. You could see the shock descend into disgust once it registered what she had said. I was surprised to see him, considering he hadn't been gone for very long. You what? I asked. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Bella, you don't understand. You are meant to be the one I am destined to be with. I have been able to deny the call of your blood. You are my prize for being so controlled, Edward Said, coming further down the stairs. I could feel the fury coming off Jasper and knew that he was bound to snap soon. Jasper, you think that you can calm down a bit? You're projecting just a little, I asked him. He looked at me, the fury evident in his black eyes. I'm going huntin', Jasper said before running out the door. Carlyle asked I. F. Emmett could go and keep an eye on him. I watched as he ran out of the house, hoping he could calm down. But I wasn't hopeful. Alice, who do you think you are to assume that you can overthrow the Volturi? Keys, for one, would have you killed on the spot. He is not one to entertain fools. Arrow would read you and likely encourage him. So I ask, who do you think you are to assume that you can overthrow the Volturi? Carlyle yelled at her. I don't think they had heard him reprimand another before they were all looking at him and Alice. I couldn't help but wonder if my father was that much of a ass that he would do something like that. Dear, why exactly are you home? Should you not be at work? Not that I don't love to see you, but you only left 2 hours ago for your shift at the hospital. Esme asked Carlyle. I received a text from Peter, letting me know to make some excuse and get home. I will be going back to work as soon as I finish my call with Arrow, Carlyle said as he pulled his phone out of his pocket. I listened as the dial tone sounded, and my father answered the call. I decided that I didn't want to listen to the resulting calls. So I headed towards the door, making my way to my truck. I didn't make it far before I heard a growl behind me. I knew instantly that it was Alice. Before I could turn and face her, she lunged at me, tearing my shirt and drawing blood. He was able to leave large bleeding welts across my ribs before she was pulled away, and I ended up passing out. When I came to, I noticed I was in someone's bedroom, and Carlisle was standing over me. I have sent everyone out to hunt. Told them that your blood would not do them any favors. Now that we are alone, how about you tell me how you could heal faster than a human should be able to? Yo, you were fully healed within 15 minutes, Carlisle asked me. I sat up and sighed. You realize this cannot go further than you, only 3 others know about me. Can you agree to this? I asked him. He nodded curtly and waited for me to continue. I am a hybrid. I was born of both vampire and werewolf. My parents are Sonia and Lucian, but now they have different names, and my father doesn't know I exist. I am 2,600 years old. I am sorry for deceiving you. My mother told me about you and that you knew my father very well. Some moron found her diary and made their affair into a movie, but to me, it's real life. I said, not once looking up at Carlisle. I'm sorry, but I think your mother is mistaken. I have never met anyone by the name of Lucian, Carlisle said to me. I was just about to say that I was not mistaken and that he had when my phone rang. Reaching for it, I put it on speaker, knowing Carlisle would immediately recognize my mother's voice. I have you on speaker. Carlisle is here with me, and he knows. I said to my mother. Bella, what happened? Marcus is also here, Mom asked me. I was injured by Alice, I answered honestly. I looked at Carlisle then to see the absolute shock on his face. Carlisle, what happened? How bad was the injury? My mother asked. Marcus, hello. Alice received a vision that we would all be called before the Volterra as you had found out about Bella. Thinking that she was human, now it seems you have known about her all along. Alice was not too happy that Bella was not the mate of my first companion, Edward, and we discovered a plot to overtake the Volterra. I had called Arrow about this but had to end the call short due to Alice's attack. Bella was just outside her truck when I found her and brought her inside to try and give her medical attention. To find out that it was not needed, Carlisle answered, I will speak to Arrow shortly about what was said, Marcus sighed. Carlisle, you must understand that Bella's father has no idea she exists. And it must stay that way for the time. We had planned to bring her over and inform him while she was here. However, I think it would be best if Bella came home. I had informed her of your coven, thinking that if she chose, she could find out more about her father, as you spend most of your time with him while you stay with us. So, Bella, make the arrangements, and I will organize the flights for you, my mother told me. Considering my family and I are coming to Volterra anyway, if it pleases you, we could just bring her with us as we originally planned, Carlisle said, smiling at me. Thank you, Carlisle. And I will continue to make plans and send someone to pick you up from the airport. If our daughter can let us know the flight details, please, Marcus said, asking me. Sure, I can do that. We will see you soon, then, I said, a little happier about the situation. Once we all said our goodbyes, Carlisle sat down next to me. Arrow is your father? Carlisle asked me. Yeah, Arrow has no idea that he got my mom pregnant. No one knows how it even happened. Not long after I was born, she met Marcus, and Keys had that whole hunting down lichen thing going. Keys stole PPED killing werewolves and changed my father by accident. He has never met me. Of the 3, only Marcus has ever met me, and he keeps that to himself. I told him, I'm rather scared of how he will react. After all, I have been kept from him for 2,600 years. I continued, I'll let you in on a secret. Arrow knows that your mother and Marcus are hiding something from him, and he knows what it is. He is a very patient man and has been dying to meet you. Arrow found out years ago and only told me about it this afternoon. He does not know your name, but Arrow also knows he has a child. Arrow has been waiting for your mother to tell him or for you to show up. Carlisle told me I couldn't help it. I felt the tears falling, and I started sobbing. My father wanted me. Carlisle pulled me close to him and just let me cry. Carlisle, what happened? I heard Esme ask. She sounded worried. I'm sorry, my dear, but I cannot tell you. Can you please book 8 tickets for us all to Volterra? The Volterra want to see us all due to Alice's treason. Bella included, Carlisle said to his mate. I pulled back from Carlisle, apologizing for getting his shirt all wet. It's okay, my dear, and rather understandable, Carlisle said. Thank you, I whispered. I'll take you home so you can inform your father that you will be shopping with Esme and Rosalie this week. From what I have been informed, you are ahead in most classes. So it will not be an issue. Carlyle said to me. I was about to thank him again when Edward came barging in, looking furious. Bella will not be going to Volterra with us. They will kill her. You know this, Carlyle. Please, see reason, Edward Said. I sighed and slowly got up, making it look like I was still injured. Edward, there is no choice in this matter. Alice saw that when she planned treason against the Volturi. And now, with her attack on Bella, being her doctor, I will not leave her. So Bella will be coming with us, Carlyle said to his son. Informing Charlie was easy. The man knew and trusted Carlyle and his family and knew that I was far ahead with the schoolwork and would not fall behind. It did not take long until we were packed and ready, heading to the airport. I had already told my mother when they could expect us to arrive. A few guards would be waiting for us, some were there to take Alice into custody. Mom and Marcus were nervous about meeting with my father. But now that I knew he was aware of me and wanted me, I was not so worried. I was still anxious, but not worried about it. The flight felt longer than it was. I kept thinking about what it would be like to meet my father and finally meet everyone. I have been dreaming of this day for over 2.5 millennia. Once we landed, the Cullens and I were greeted by a contingent of guards, both confused and scared. Edward and Alice go to no end. They panic and try to escape from the airport, which is very suspect behavior. I made a mental note to inform my mother of this little development. The guards greeted us and seemed friendly enough, but I wondered if it was just an act, as their job was to be nice to the guests. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but feel excited about seeing my mother again after so long. I suddenly felt a sense of curiosity come over me, and then I stupidly remembered that Jasper was an empath and could tell I was excited to see my mother. I tried just to ignore everything around me and focus on why we were all here in the first place. Once inside the castle, Carlyle asked me to follow him, and he led me directly to a set of ornate-looking doors. Once he knocked, it took seconds before I faced my mother and Marcus standing before me. BPOV. My mother pulled me towards her, hugging me and welcoming me home. Then, I heard Marcus thank Carlyle for bringing me home. We need to move this to the throne room to deal with the treason you have discovered, Marcus said. I could hear the anger in his voice, knowing that someone wanted to overthrow the Volturi. I was glad to be with my mom again, happy about seeing Marcus, and nervous about meeting my father and Keys for the first time. We will leave them to deal with everything. Why don't you and I catch up? Tell me everything that has been going on with you. Mom asked me. CPOV. I knew we had guests coming, but I was somewhat suspicious about who they were. It did not escape my notice that Dime and Marcus were rather nervously excited. I noticed that they both tended to avoid Arrow, and when it came to those strange phone calls that our sister would get, she would avoid him altogether. I had to wonder what they were trying to hide. I had to wonder if they were as successful as they thought. I was called to consult with Arrow and Marcus about a matter of treason only yesterday afternoon. And I wondered why we had not been informed of anything. When will I be told what this is all about? I asked both of my brothers. I have recently discovered that there had been a plot to overthrow the Volturi by using the god of war himself and a newly found shield in the form of a young human girl. So Arrow informed both Marcus and myself. Who is attempting this? Attempting to use the god of war of all vampires. And using a human? I asked, demanding more details. The vampire plotting this is Alice Brandon of the Cullen Coven. I have instructed Carlyle to bring his coven in for questioning. However, Carlyle himself informed me of the attempt and the plot. He and his coven should arrive in a matter of hours, if not sooner. Arrow informed us. Is anything known about this human? Marcus asked. Does that matter? We will kill the human girl and be done with it, I said, getting up and starting to pace the room. The girl will be left alone until we determine what she knows. Arrow sneered. What was with these two? Marcus looked at Arrow curiously before getting up and leaving, letting us know he wanted to see Didymu. Masters, the Cullen Coven has arrived, Felix informed us. I left to go to my quarters to retrieve my robes. Before meeting Arrow in the throne room, taking my seat and noticed that Marcus and Carlyle were missing. Where is your coven leader? I demanded from the group before us. I have no idea. An entitled redhead sneered at me. Watch how you speak to me, child, I growled at him. Brothers, let us get this trial started, shall we? Marcus asked as he walked in with Carlyle himself. Yes, we shall. The vampire, Alice Brandon, will come forward so I can see for myself, Arrow said. I noticed that the god of war pushed her to move and held her in place for us. Thank you, Major. Now let us see, Arrow said as he took her hand. Marcus and I watched as he went to every coven member and took their hand, searching their memories. The last member he read was Carlyle. I just sat here waiting to see when it was. I was able to turn this coven to ash for the treason they had committed. We have not done anything. I demand you return my mate to me. I know you have her, the redhead shouted. I watched as he became more aggravated during Arrow's reading. We do not have your mate, child. If you have lost them, maybe they were not your mate after all, or if you even have a mate. I smirked. There are no bonds that indicate that you have found your mate yet, child, Marcus said to the redhead. We all noticed the fury the child tried to emit when he faced the truth of the matter. My mate was brought here with us. Where did you take Bella? The child yelled, venom dripping from his mouth. This Bella that you are speaking of, she is nothing but your singer, you know this. And you also know that she is not your mate. You simply crave her blood, Arrow said, his voice taking on a tone of anger that I had not heard from him before. He sounded like He man that I had turned 2 millennia back. Before anyone could question him about this, Arrow had torn the child's head clean off his shoulders and done the same with Alice Brandon before we could confer and pass judgment. Let this be a lesson. We do not offer second chances. Any caught plotting treason will be killed on sight, Arrow yelled. This was very unusual behavior for our brother. I wondered if he had been listening to me after all these years and not bothered to listen to the excuses that were put forth. I must say I was rather pleased with this new development. We all watched as Arrow turned and walked out of the room, leaving Marcus to deal with this coven. I think this needs to be settled at another time. Do you not agree? Do you bother? Felix, Dmitri, please show Carlyle in the remainder of his coven to the guest suite while Keyes and I retire and confer with our brother, Marcus said, brokering no argument. Well, there goes my hope that I would finally rid the world of this mysterious coven. I waited until the coven had left before turning on Marcus, wanting to know precisely what was happening. Marcus, I think you owe me an explanation about the strange behavior that you and Arrow are exhibiting at this time, I asked. She has come home. That is all, Marcus said. Who has come home? You're serious? I asked. Carlyle brought her home. I believe our brother has just discovered the truth, Marcus said, sounding worried. Marcus, Arrow has known about his daughter for many years. He has just waited for you both to tell him or for her to come home, I told him. When it came to the members of the Volterra, there was not much that Arrow did not know. Marcus stopped walking and turned to me, looking horrified. He knows about Isabella, he asked. I just nodded my head. Of course, he knows. Do you really think him that daft? I asked. Marcus turned and ran towards his quarters. I walked towards Arrow's study, where I knew he was talking with Sulpicia like he does about his daughter. Once I arrived, I heard the faint whispers of both of them talking, and I just knocked and waited. Come in, Keyes, Arrow called. As I entered, Sulpicia accosted me. Is it true? Is Isabella here finally? Sulpicia asked me. All I could see was hope in her eyes. I have not seen the child, so I would not know, I said honestly. We have to go and confront them and ask why they kept this from you for over 2 millennia, Sulpicia stated. No, Pisha, I can't, and neither will either of you, Arrow said, all of his regular excitement gone completely. We all heard a slow, faint heartbeat approaching the door and stopping outside. It was almost like whoever it was waiting for something. I rolled my eyes, went over to the door, and opened it. An angel stood before me, the most beautiful being I had ever seen. Hi, I'm looking for someone. I have been told he goes by Arrow, now. The beauty before me asked. Well, you have come to the right place, Sulpicia said from behind me. I'm Sulpicia, Arrow's mate and wife. Who might you be, a young lady? My sister asked. Sorry, I'm Isabella, Bella. The angel smiled. Her smile would let the devil in. Her skin was white as a fresh snowfall. Her frame delicate and thin, and I was her Romeo. Please come in. Keys, would you let the young lady enter, please? Sulpicia asked me. I stepped aside but was unable to take my eyes off her. Thank you, Bella said to me. You are very welcome. Please sit. You must be tired. I said to her. Keys, do you not have anything to do right now? Sulpicia asked me. Yes, I do. It was a pleasure meeting you, Isabella. I said, taking her hand and kissing it before taking my leave. I made my way to my quarters. I know I had paperwork to go through, but I had no interest in doing any of it at this time. BPOV. I managed to escape from my mother and stepfather for a while and explore the castle a little. I had been walking for a while before I heard people talking and decided to ask for directions to my father's office. I knocked on the door after a minute of talking to myself. Once the door was opened, I saw what could be the most handsome man I had ever met. There were no words to describe him. His white blonde hair and red eyes seemed to penetrate your soul. All I wanted was for him to pick me up and take me against any surface. Then, when my brain caught up, I remembered why I was there. Hi, I'm looking for someone. I have been told he goes by Arrow, now. Well, you have come to the right place, a woman said, smiling at me. I'm Sulpicia, Arrow's mate and wife. Who might you be, a young lady? The woman said to me. Sorry, I'm Isabella, Bella, I said, introducing myself. Please come in. Keys, would you let the young lady enter, please? The woman, Sulpicia, asked him. He stepped aside and let me pass. Thank you, I said to Keys. You are very welcome. Please sit. You must be tired. Keys said to me. Keys, do you not have anything to do right now? Sulpicia asked him. Yes, I do. It was a pleasure meeting you, Isabella. The handsome man said, smiling at me, taking my hand and kissing it before he left. Isabella, please come and sit. Both of us would love to learn about you. I am Arrow. Now, what can I do for you? Why are you looking for me? Arrow himself asked me. I was finally looking at my father. After all these years, I was finally in the same and could talk to him and introduce myself to him as his daughter. Just Bella, please. If that's okay with you, that is. I said this before I remembered who I was talking to. All right, Bella, what can we do for you today? Why have you come looking for me? My father asked me. I couldn't form any words and just sat there and stared at him. He looked at his wife. They must have thought I was stupid. I was finally here and couldn't even talk. Oh, darling, it's all right, there's no need to cry. We know who you are, and frankly, we have been waiting for you for many years, Sulpicia said to me. Coming to sit next to me and wiping away tears that I had no idea were falling. You really know about me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Yes, though I wish your mother had told me 2 millennia ago. It would have saved a lot of secrets. My father said, sitting beside me. Now, if you will, please tell me about your life. What have you done over your life? Why have you come now to find me? My father asked me. Mom never thought it was a good idea for me to come home. She didn't think it was a good time for us to meet, but with Alice's attack and treason. Carlisle discovered that I wasn't human when he tried to provide me with medical care and found that I was no longer needed because I had healed fully. So I told him the truth and why I was in America, and Mom told him to seek him out if I wanted to learn about you. As he had spent a lot of time with you. So that's what I did. I kept asking if she thought you would accept me. She always said you would. It felt like she was unsure if you would. Then Carlisle told me that you already knew about me and were waiting for me to come home or for my mom to tell you about me. With everything that went on in the last couple of days, I think she had to accept that I would have to be here and that you and I would end up meeting anyway. I'm sorry. I know now that you have a life that you probably don't want to have disturbed at all. I should go. Sorry that I interrupted you, I said quickly, standing up and hastily walking towards the door, feeling like an idiot for barging in and disrupting my father's life. As I reached for the handle, I was spun around and pulled into a hug. I felt a large hand become wrapped in my hair, holding me close to them. I have wanted to meet you since the second I discovered your existence. Pisha and I have dreamed of meeting you. We always wondered what you looked like, who you took after more, what things you were interested in, and what hobbies you had. We have had so many questions, but neither dared ask them. My father told me, holding me tight, I couldn't believe that I would know to miss something as simple as a father's hug. And now that I had that, I didn't know if I wanted ever not to be able to have that. And I had to wonder why it was that mother never let us meet each other. The real reason was that she kept us apart, as that is how I was starting to see this. He wanted to know me, and I wanted to know him, so what reason did she have? He could give me answers about my werewolf side that she could not answer. I had no idea how long it had been, but we all heard a gasp coming from beside us. My father and I looked over to see my mother standing at the door. Isabella, I was looking for you, I have an errand for you to go on. Marcus has the details, so if you can see him, you can leave for your assignment, my mother said. I just sighed. This was how she was. I nodded and moved away from my father, who pulled me back into his embrace as I was about to leave. They and see Marcus to see what she wanted. No, Didim, you will not keep us from Isabella any longer, you have kept us apart for long enough. I, for one, would like to have some answers as to why you would purposely keep a child from their father, Sulpicia said. I could easily hear the venom in her voice. What are you talking about? This girl is nothing but a slave girl that I send on errands, He has it in her head that she is Eros and my daughter. There is no way that she is my daughter. Or Eros, for that matter, my mother said to Sulpicia. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mother denied that I was even her daughter. I pulled myself away from my father and shoved my way past my mother, leaving the three in my father's office. I had no idea how long I ran, but I ended up in the forest in front of an old, run-down ruin of what looked like it could have been a church. I fell to my knees and cried. Had this been how my mother could keep me away from anyone knowing about me? By just saying I was some slave girl she sent out. Was I that worthless to her? Hours later, long after I had cried myself out, I was lying on the cold grass, looking up at the sky, when I heard footsteps coming close. I had long since given up caring who it was but knew I would leave if it were my mother. I did not want to be around her. I was hoping I would find you out here, this place just so happens to be one of my favorite places to come and think, to get away from everything back in the castle. Your father asked me to help find you, for some reason, I knew this is where you would be. I then heard a man say to me. The voice sounded familiar, but I didn't want to think about it too much. I was pulled up and placed back down on a lap, not that I wanted to pay any mind about who that lap belonged to. Do you want to talk about what happened? I could be a good listener for you, he said. I stayed silent, not wanting to talk. How about I tell you what I know? Your mother disc over that you met with your father and did not like that little bit and said a few wrong words that have hurt you considerably. So I would say that you have been questioning why she kept you from your father and even said what she said. Your father is ecstatic to be meeting you finally and is desperate to learn everything there is to know about you. So you are out here, questioning everything, and here I come, finding you out here. And wondering myself, what it is I can do to see that beautiful smile again, the man said. Keys. His name was Keys. I couldn't help. My tears started falling again. He was right. Shish, it's all right. It will be okay. He whispered to me while holding me as tight. She doesn't want me because I'm a hybrid. She hates that I have lichen blood like my father. Turn me, please, I said, looking at him through hazy vision. I do not think that is what she believes, Keys said to me, but not even he was sure about that. Now I said it was like a light had been turned on. She had turned into all that she feared that her father was. I pulled out my pocket knife and slit my throat. I wasn't going to give Keys a choice. Let me die or change me. I watched as Hi's face turned into one of horror and fear. I would make this easy, removing that part of myself that my mother was ashamed of. No, I heard a voice scream in the distance. The little hope that I had left me as I fell into blackness. APOV. I found her. She had come to me and seemed happy that we were finally talking with one another in the same place. Isabella, I was looking for you. I have an errand for you to go on. Marcus has the details, so if you can see him, you can leave for your assignment. Didim said to us, looking fearful of Isabella and I being in the same room. But I wondered Why she would send our daughter off on some errand. No, Didim, you will not keep us from Isabella any longer, you have kept us apart for long enough. I, for one, would like to have some answers as to why you would purposely keep a child from their father. Sulpicia said. I could easily hear the venom in her voice as she spoke to Didim. What are you talking about? This girl is nothing but a slave girl that I send on errands. She has it in her head that she is Eros and my daughter. There is no way that she is my daughter. Or Eros, for that matter. I felt Isabella falter, felt it as her shoulders dropped, watched as she left my embrace and ran from the room looking heartbroken. How dare you? I have known about her nearly as long as she has existed. And you and Marcus have both lied and kept my daughter away from me. Kept me from my daughter. And now you have the nerve to stand there and tell me in front of her that she is nothing but some slave girl you send on errands. No more will you both lie to me, lie to us. I grabbed her hand and took all I needed from her memories. I watched as she discovered her pregnancy and gave birth after running from Victor and later finding Marcus. I watched as she found Marcus, knowing that he was not her mate but that he would ensure her safety if she told him that she was. I watched as she saw Keys hunting the lichen and essentially turning me. I watched her hate-filled memories of knowing that her daughter, our daughter, was part lichen, was a hybrid. I watched as she told her daughter that it was best that I did not know of her just yet. And I watched as she told her this same line for the last 2,000 years. Then, finally, I heard my daughter's hope of meeting me vanish, and she stopped asking about me entirely. Until recently, Didim told her to find Carlisle and ask him about me. I watched as she discouraged Isabella from coming home altogether, not wanting her to know it was because she was a lichen. After all, she was like me. She hated her daughter as Victor hated me. You are just as bad as Victor, the father you despised because he hated that you fell in love with me. And now you have fooled Marcus into believing the lie of being mates so that you could stop a father and daughter from finding and getting to know each other. To what lengths will you go to stop Isabella and me from knowing each other? She is a hybrid, there is no way around it, and you cannot even love her because of what she is. I sneered at her. He will remain clueless about this, there is no reason he needs to know that I have used him. And I will make sure that he will not believe you or that what I tell him are lies. The child should have died, that thing should have never been conceived. Didim growled, not realizing that Marcus was behind her. If I knew that your death would not affect Isabella, I would turn you to ash. But I will banish you as that child would hurt if you die. Leave Volterra, never to return. I will ends. You're that Isabella is loved and cared for by her family. One that she should have always had that chance to get to know. I will make sure that she has the chance to get to know her mate, who is already falling in love with her. But you, I will make sure she never sees you again. Leave here, now, or face death, Marcus said, looking like the vampire he was. I left to find Keys and ask if he could help me find Isabella. Once I saw him, I was pleased to discover that he was more than willing to help me locate her. I searched for hours trying to find my daughter. I needed her to know that she was loved and that what her mother said had no merit over the being that she was. I needed to tell her that I would help her control the lichen within if that was what she wanted. I watched as the morning broke through the night, and still there was no sign of Isabella. Finally, I stopped briefly when I heard footsteps coming fast behind me. He found her. He's found her, Pisha said. I took off running after my mate. I smiled and was delighted to see my daughter safe, but that changed when I heard what she said. She doesn't want me because I'm a hybrid. She hates that I have lichen blood like my father. Turn me, please, Isabella said. She sounded so broken. I do not think that is what she believes, Keys said to her. I watched as she pulled out a pocket knife and slit her throat. No, I screamed. I ran as fast as I could over to them both. I looked at Keys as horror and loss fell upon his features seconds before determination overtook them. I watched as he sunk his teeth into my daughter's skin, apologizing to her and me as he bit into each pulse point, injecting as much venom as possible. I didn't know if this would even be successful. Once finished, Keys just looked at me. I couldn't let her die. Just as I could not let her father all those millennia ago, Keys whispered. She's a hybrid. I don't know if she can be turned, I said to him in a panic. She can be turned. Hybrids can be changed, just as a human can be turned. he said without taking his eyes off my daughter. Isabella is your mate, isn't she? Sulpicia asked him. Yes, she is. I could not lose her. I know she is your daughter. But I could not lose her. I could not let her take her life like this. I will deal with her mother when we get back, he said to the both of us. This was the first time someone acknowledged that Isabella was not only Didym's and my daughter but also Marcus and Sulpicia's daughter. Marcus has already. Didym lied when she told him she was his mate. Marcus has banished her. As it would cause Isabella pain for her mother to be killed, Sulpicia said, informing Keys of the new developments. Keys stood with Isabella, looked at Pisha and me, and left, running back to the castle. Taking off after him, we followed to ensure that she was all right. I had seen her neck wound, that should have been starting to heal. It was not. I prayed that the venom would take hold. Dee and my daughter would begin to transition through the change soon. I hoped beyond all reason that the daughter I had just found would pull through this. CPOV. I knew I had injected more venom than I should have to ensure she had enough to make the transition, but she was silent. Isabella did not make a sound. I placed her on my bed. I knew we had rooms that we used to change humans, but I did not want her in any of them. I needed to have her close. I knew that her parents, at least the ones who cared for her, still would want to be able to check on her progress. I wanted to be able to deal with her mother myself. To be able to let her know that she would never have to deal with the woman at all. But as it was, I still had to take care of Edward Cullen and Alice Brandon. Arrow had only decapitated the two vampires. I wanted them dead. I turned around and saw Arrow, Marcus, and Sulpicia standing behind me. We need to finish the hearing for the Cullens' treason. I sneered. I will stay here with Isabella, Sulpicia said, moving closer to my beauty. Once we made it to the throne room, I called for the entire Cullen coven to be brought before us. I needed to have this finished. I have called you all before us to finally deal with the issue of this coven's treason, I said. The shock and confusion were evident in 4 of the 7 in front of us. I knew Carlyle always hated what the Volturi were. He had always been determined to change how the Volturi worked and how we fed. The problem was there would never be any change. We would never switch to drinking from vermin and other animals. I have kept watch over you since you stayed with us centuries ago, Carlyle, and I know that you created vampires that would adhere to the change you wanted to make. I know that from the lack of shock on only 3 of your coven members' faces, 4 of you knew that the treason that we recently heard had been plotted against us. So you 4 already knew about the plot. But I am more interested in only one member of the 3 who was unaware of what was going on, and that tells me that you knew about him and what he could do long before he came into your coven and planned to bring him in. So, Major Whitlock, what say you? I asked. I could see the anger that was clear on Carlyle's face. He thought he would get away with this simply because he was the one to call Arrow and tell him about the plot from Alice Brandon. CPOV. I had no idea this was going on. I thought this coven had more respect for you as our leaders than I am hearing. I am now wondering if that was why Alice insisted that we move to Washington State. As that is where we found Bella. I will not ask what you have done with Bella, as that is your own business. After all, we brought a human in front of you, but I'll ask if I can see her before we leave if we are permitted to leave here. The Major asked, looking at my brothers. It was easy to see they were just as angry as I was. We could easily hear the Major's respect for us, and I was sure he was aware of our respect for him as a warrior. We will confer and discuss if that will be possible, but as I have already read all of you, I know who was a part of this coup to overthrow us. And all and their mates will face permanent death, Arrow said to the group in front of us. I wanted to laugh. They all looked perplexed as this was not the Arrow the vampire world was used to hearing. This was the Lycan I had turned vampire. They had no idea who they were fucking with right now. There is no way that Arrow is a Lycan as you claim, Keys. Again, the redhead laughed at me. This time, I was not the one who laughed but Arrow himself. The world is much bigger than you think, young Edward. I was a Lycan before my turn. I kept some of my more deadly traits, Arrow said, his eyes glowing with the rage he felt as he again beheaded the child and all those who were treasonous against us before setting them all alight, turning them to ash. You were speared as you 3 had no idea what was happening. And none of you were mated to any of the rest. You may stay to say your goodbyes to Isabella once she awakens from her turning. Arrow said, not giving away that his daughter was turning. Your Majesties, when can we see Bella? Can I ask if she is okay? A blonde woman asked, genuinely concerned. Isabella is currently changing. You are welcome to stay and see her when she wakes. I told the three before getting up and leaving to go and be with my mate. RPOV. I couldn't believe what we had just heard. Carlisle, Esme, Edward, and Alice are all guilty of treason. And then we find out Bella is turning. I never wanted that for her. I felt she was too good to be one of us and told her that a couple of weeks ago. She smiled at the time and told me she wished she had known me as a human. I honestly felt the same. Emmett, Jasper, and I were escorted back to our suites and informed that we could come and go as we pleased but should wait until nightfall to roam the town. Something isn't right. Bella didn't even come to the throne room with us to meet the kings, now she's turning. And the way Arrow and Keyes talked about Bella, it sounded like they already knew about her. I don't know about you guys, but something seems rather fishy to me, Emmett said to Jasper and me. Yeah, all three of them were concerned about her. It was similar to what I felt Fro. Charlie back in Forks when anything happened with Bella. While sitting on the sofa, Jasper said, I want to know what is going on, but at the same time, they would have their reasons for whatever it is. They are our leaders, after all. Jasper continued. Emmett and I spent most of the time wandering around, waiting until after dark before hunting and exploring the Volterra township. It was a rather lovely place to be, after all. From what we had discovered, the town was also open a few hours after dark, so we could at least do a little shopping. Once we made it back to the castle, we returned to Jasper on the phone. From what we could hear, it was his brother, Peter. Thanks, Pete. Say hi to Char for me, Jasper said over the line before hanging up. He looked more tired after this one phone call than any other time I had seen him. So, Pete got one of his vibes. He told me not to dig too much into what was happening with Bella. There is more going on than we realized, Jasper said. As he leaned forward on the chair and ran his hands down his face, a very human move. What does he mean there is more going on than we realized? Emmett asked. I had the same question. I don't know but Pete was adamant that we do not dig into this and wait it out. Even make our way back stateside, Jasper told us. I wanted to go and find Arrow and ask what was going on and why we could not see Bella before someone changed her. APOV. I sat in my office, head in my hands, waiting for any news. I was beyond angry with her mother. She was the catalyst, the reason my daughter killed herself and was going through the change. I wanted to have Dimitri find her so I could turn her to ash for the pain she put Isabella in. Then, finally, I heard Pisha as she walked into my office, no doubt wanting tea. Oh, give me an update on the status of our daughter's change. Isabella's change is going faster than we thought it would. She will wake within the next few hours, Pisha told me. I just nodded. I couldn't even look at her. I was worried beyond reason and furious to no end. I asked Dimitri to keep tabs on her mother. I wanted to know where she was at all times. In case she decided to go to the Romanians. If she does, I have ordered her death, with Keyes and Marcus's approval, so Dimitri will take a team and carry it out. I have instructed him to do so if she gets anywhere in the vicinity, ensuring that his team will get to her first. Dimitri was worried, but I explained that she came between mates, so her life was forfeit. Pisha told me. Sonia did not come between mates, though, I said quietly, calling her by her birth name. She did, though, with Isabella doing what she did to force the change. Didym came between Isabella and Keyes. If she had been honest the entire time, Isabella would not have tried to kill herself and take herself away from her mate. Do you not want her dead? Pisha asked me. That vampire has ruined many lives. She deserved to be ash centuries ago. I shouted at my mate. Getting up, I left. I had no idea where I would go, but I just left. I ran for what felt like hours, suddenly stopping. I was faced with a vampire I wished I had never seen again. I wondered how long it would take for someone to come for me. I did not expect it to be you, though. But maybe I should have known. Didym said. Maybe I should refer to her by her actual name. Not that the would be many now that would know who she was. I killed them all once Keys turned me. You did irreparable damage, but before I kill you, I want you to answer some questions I have. First, why keep Isabella from me? And second, if you hate her like in nature, why did you not just terminate the pregnancy while you were still with child? I asked her, and she just laughed. I kept her from you to use her against you. I have people waiting in the wings now to end that little bitch's life because I know it will destroy you, Arrow. I have waited 2,600 years to get my revenge. You killed my father, I will kill your child. Didim said to me, laughing. I reminded her that she had asked me to do so. I stormed up to her, tearing her head off and setting her alight, ensuring that she was ash before pea. Ulling out my phone and trying to get hold of Keys or anyone. No one answered. I ran faster than I had ever run. I returned to the castle and saw that vampire remains were littering the floors. I watched the elite guard piling the remains into the burning bonfire in the middle of the courtyard. Dimitri, where are Sulpicia and my brothers? I asked, pulling him over to me. Master, they are all in Master Keys' wing, Dimitri answered. I sighed in relief before helping the guard dispose of the remains. I asked if we had lost any in the battle and was proud to hear that we had no casualties. Once all the bodies had turned to ash, I went to find my family. Once I knocked and walked into Keys's quarters, my Pisha accosted me. Arrow, we didn't know where you were. I feared the worst. Someone attacked the Volturi. We still do not know why or what they were after. Pisha said to me, I just helped some with the disposal of the bodies. Didim is dead, she orchestrated the attack, she was going to kill Isabella to hurt me because I killed Victor. It seems Isabella was nothing but a pawn in her plan to hurt me. So I said to them all. The moment I said registered with Keys, we were all party to the roar of his anger and pain. Someone dared to take his mate, someone he knew and had trusted dared to take his mate from him. We all heard Isabella whimper as his roar registered with her. Shish. He knew on a fundamental level that her mate was in pain. We all seem to know that when our mates are hurting and in pain, it is instinctual that we want to give them comfort. Keys ran over to be by her side. As much as I wanted to be next to her and do something to help her as my daughter went through this, I knew that I could not do it right now. But I would try to help her with her newborn year. We waited for what sounded like the last few hours of her change. I wanted to talk to Keys about her final moments but was honestly worried about how my asking would sound, asking the mate of a doe. I had only just met about her last moments being alive. What led to her taking her own life? Keys, I'm sorry to ask this, but I am curious. What was the reason that led to her taking her life as she did? Pisha asked our brother. She didn't understand why her mother hated her and asked me if it was because she was a hybrid or because of her lichen blood, Keys told us. He sounded so heartbroken for her. I was oddly glad that Pisha asked. I was rather annoyed that I didn't make Didim's death more tortuous and painful. I kept thinking back to the past. She wanted me to pay for killing her father. A father that she asked me to kill. I was so smitten with her then that I would have done anything for her. Even kill my pack, who ended up dead anyway due to Craven's vendetta against Lycans and his desire to get into Victor's good graces. With the last Lycan that Craven killed, I killed Craven. The previous of Didim's old coven died with my killing Craven. Then I stumbled upon Keys killing more Lycans. I had given up then. I had no idea that my life only began with meeting my sire and now brother. We sat waiting and listened to her heart speed up and finally stop. We wait. For Isabella to open her eyes to this new world and her new life. BPOV. I burnt. The pain was unbearable, yet it was nothing compared to the hurt I felt from my mother's words. I stayed silent through the entire ordeal. If she was around, I didn't want her to hear me in pain. She didn't deserve to see me hurt. I didn't know if I wanted to have anything to do with her anymore because of this. My mother, the woman who saw all of my pain, helped me through my insecurities surrounding my father. She denied me and said I was nothing but a slave girl she sent on errands. I was going to be stronger than that. I was going to be stronger than her. I was going to be better. I had hoped that when all the burning started, Keys was the one to change me. But I knew I would leave when I woke, make my way in this world, and try to carve out my own life. I knew it was nearing the end when my heart started to speed up. Once it stopped, I took a breath and opened my eyes. I did not care about who was around me. I would deny all memory of anyone before I left. I sat up and looked around at Keys, my father, stepmother, and stepfather. Who are all of you? Where am I? Why do you all have red eyes? I asked them all. Even though it hurt to do this, I ensured that my shield was up so that Marcus could not read any bonds. I am Arrow. These are Keys and Marcus, and this is my wife, Sulpicia. I am your father. You are in Volterra, Italy. And we have red eyes because we are vampires. Can you tell us what you remember? My father asked me. I was home with my dad. Charlie and my boyfriend asked me to go with them. I must get back to my dad. He will worry. I said. I watched as hurt crossed my father's face as I got up and left towards the door. You cannot leave. You are new to this life, and you must refrain from being around humans for at least the first year, Marcus said. I wanted to ask where my mother was, but I did not. I can't, sorry, I have to leave, I said before I ran out the door and out of the castle. I was leaving to start my new life. I ran as far as possible before the pain in my chest forced me to stop. I knew what that pain was from. I had met my mate. The distance between us was hurting both of us. I forced myself to run further. I had to make it at least back to America. I knew I had hurt them. I had broken my father. What else could I do? If it were so easy for my mother to deny me as she did, it would not be long before my father and the rest of them did. I came upon a pile of ash not long after I left the castle. The smell was one I knew immediately. The ash belonged to my mother. Someone had killed my mother. I took a deep breath and could only smell one other here. It was faint like hers was. They were here simultaneously, and the scent was recognizable. My father killed her. My legs became weak, and I just stared at the ash. I can't be here. I have to leave, I whispered. Then, forcing myself to get up, I heard faint footsteps coming toward me. I grabbed the ash and covered myself in it before I took off, running away from Volterra. I hoped the ash I coated myself in would help hide my scent. I ran as far as the ocean and swam until I reached the American coastline. I quickly returned to Forks, Washington. On the way, I picked up several pairs of contacts and put them in before greeting Charlie. Uncle Charlie, I'm home, I called out. I knew that he was here. I also learned that Billy and Jacob had been here until very recently. They must have only just left. Hey, Bells, how was the trip? Charlie asked me. It was great. I saw so much, and I didn't want to buy anything, so I just looked, and it was seriously a lot of fun, I told him. We talked briefly before I told him I was tired, so I headed to bed. Charlie told me he would go fishing with Billy and Harry the next day, so he would try to bring back some fish. It wasn't like there was not an abundance of fish as it was in the deep freeze. Even though I no longer needed to sleep, I still curled up in my bed and tried to will the pain to go away. This separation from my mate was excruciating. I listened to Charlie as he checked on me before he went to bed. Once I heard him fall into a deep sleep. I got out of bed and ran to Seattle. I knew I could not feed in the Olympic Peninsula. I found some homeless, and I decided to make my meal for them for now and try to feed off them and the hardened criminals. Once I became satisfied and made my way home, I got confronted by 3 vampires I didn't think I would see again. I'm sorry, is this your area? I asked, mocking them believe I had lost all my memories. I guess it is, in a way. But, Bella, do you remember us? Rosalie asked me. How do you know my name? I asked. She's lying. She recognized us the second she saw us. Jasper told them. Damn, empath. Fine, I know who you all are. What are you doing here? Were you followed? I asked, throwing my shield out to see if I could sense anyone else. I was glad that there was no one else around. Why are you pretending not to remember anyone? Emmett asked me. I wanted a clean break, so I tried to get away from everything, I said as I shrugged my shoulders. Marcus asked me not to repeat something before we left. I overheard something before you ran out the door. I watched you run out of Keys' quarters. Why would that something be said when your home and family are here? Rosalie asked me. I just sighed and looked at Emmett and Jasper. I was wondering if they knew anything. When one of our leaders asks you not to say anything to anyone, you don't. Not even to your mate. Rosalie said. I couldn't help but laugh a little at that one. When that leader is your stepfather, it doesn't count. How about you guys come up? Charlie is still sleeping, so you will be safe. I said to them all before I jumped up to the window and made my way inside, waiting for them. So, which one is your stepfather? Jasper asked me. Marcus. Didymu was my mother. Arrow is my father. They are my biological parents. I'm 2,600 years old, even if I am only a few hours old in this life. I told them I didn't know anything and didn't remember anything, including who any of them were. I said, as much as I wanted to return to my mate, I knew I couldn't leave. I wanted to have a fresh start. I wanted to be able to forget all about them. Are you serious right now? Emmett asked me. He was looking surprised yet dubious. My father was born a lichen. My mother was a hybrid herself. She was a human-vampire hybrid. After she had me, she completed the change. She had me without his knowledge. Then I found out that he had known about me all along, and I didn't even get the chance to get to know him before my mother denied me as her child. According to her, I was not hing but a slave girl that she sends on errands. I told them. Rosalie came and pulled me into a hug, telling me that she was sorry. And that no parent should say that to their child. It's fine. She is Ash now. She can't hurt me anymore. I said, trying to smile. So all this time you spent at the house, you were the oldest. Oh man, it would have been so cool to fight a lichen. Do you go all wolfy? Emmett asked me. His smile was so huge, and the curiosity on his face was so childlike that I couldn't help but smile at him. No, being a hybrid made me more like the shifters down at La Push. I wasn't a full lichen like my father was. He was the first to be able to control the change. I wish I had that, but now I'm just a vampire. I smiled at him. Who changed you? Jasper asked me. I'm sure it was Keys. He was the only one around when I slit my throat. I told them like it was nothing. You what? They shouted above what a human could hear. Quiet down. Guys, seriously. I had just discovered that my mother hated lichens and that I was nothing but some slave to her, that I had deluded myself into thinking I was her daughter. Even though I knew for a fact that she was the one who gave birth to me. I have memories from my time in the womb. I said as I ran my hands down my face. I still didn't understand why she disliked me so much. There was a possibility that this wasn't personal on her behalf. But it felt personal. I'm sure it had nothing to do with you. Your mom loves you, Jasper told me. I had to smile. My mother's family had deep-seated hate for the lichen species. To wonder why she didn't just terminate me when she found out she was pregnant. I'm starting to doubt that. She kept me away from my dad for so long that I have to wonder if she wanted to use me for something. I just hadn't figured out what. I said. I was rubbing my chest to try and relieve some of the pain. Do you know who it is? Rosalie asked me. I knew what she was talking about. I nodded. I thought it might be Keys. But I was unsure. Don't you want to go to them? She asked me. I can't go to him, I whispered. Why not? He's your mate, isn't he? Rose asked me as she pulled my hair away from my face. Yet out of the two other people who meant to love you unconditionally, one had no idea I existed, and the other hated that I am a hybrid. Who is to say he won't end up hating me also? I said to her. We had spent so much time talking with each other that I was surprised when I heard Charlie getting up and ready to go fishing. Emmett and Jasper jumped out the window, and Rose hid in my little closet while I jumped into bed and pretended to sleep. I heard Charlie coming in and checking on me as he left. I listened as one of the guys came back through the window. But I stayed where I was until I heard Charlie drive off. Once I did, I sat up and looked to where I thought Emmett or Jasper would be standing to see my father standing there. I am glad to see that you are all right, got back safely. And remember everything. Miss Cullen, if you would please leave us. I want to talk with Miss Swan. My father said, never once looking away from me. Yes, of course, Bella, I'll see you later. Come over if you want to, Rose said. I just nodded and said goodbye. You may as well sit down, Dad, I said, making myself comfortable. Once he did, we just sat there in silence for a while. So, this is your room? Dad asked me. Yay, I convinced the town police chief that I was his long-lost niece. That way, I would be able to stay somewhere for free. He can't cook, so I cook for him and help around the place. He's a nice guy, I said as I rested my head on my knees. And you like living like this? Have you always done this? Dad asked me, but it did not sound like he was judging me. Pretty much, ever since I was 12 years old, but then, as you know, at that time, I had been classed an adult, so I had to fend for myself. Mother was always too busy, and it was never the right time to come and see her. I was married for a time, had a child, and a family line I still keep track of, and the Swan line are my descendants. Well, your descendants, I told my father. Is that why you chose the Swan name? Dad asked me. I have been a Swan since I got married. My husband was Edgar Swan. He was a good man. There was a fight in the town center, and he tried to break it up and ended up getting killed. One of the men who fought killed him while I was pregnant with our son. I said quietly. I had never talked about that time. My mother didn't even know I was married or pregnant. Did your mother know about any of this? Dad asked. No, I never told her. I never wanted to tell her. Funnily enough, this was something that I wanted to share with you. But I was never allowed to come anywhere near Volterra. If I did, Mother would find out and shoo me away, telling me it was not the right time and that you wouldn't accept me. So I would leave and travel some. The invention of the mobile telephone was a godsend. I heard you a few times over the years, but she would become distant and speak to me like an errand girl, so I knew our talks would be cut short. The last time you asked me my name, my mother had hung up before anything got said. I tried to ask her about you after that call, but she walked away and claimed she had to deal with some vital work. I knew she never did anything of the sort. Dad said I had to giggle at that. He was right. My mother did not like to work at all. She would instead get someone else to do all the hard work, usually me. Why did you kill her? I asked him. To put it simply, she hurt you. Then, to expand on that, she was going to use you to hurt me. She sends mercenaries to the castle to kill you. All of them are now dead at the hand of the Volturi. Dad told me, watching me closely. Okay, I came across my mother's ashes and could only smell two vampires, my mother and you. I knew that she would likely have done something to cause her death. She was not very well liked by anyone at all. I told him, I would like you to come home to Volterra. Someone is missing you very much, and from the number of times I have seen you rub your chest. You also miss him. Dad said to me. I shook my head. I couldn't go back. Tell me why. Dad asked me. As I told Rosalie, out of the two other people who meant to love me unconditionally, one had no idea I existed. And the other hated that I am a hybrid. So who is to say he won't end up hating me also? I told him, well, I can tell you, Keys will never give up on you. Keys is extremely stubborn, but he already loves you. He instantly knew where to find you when you ran. I am sure that on some level, Keys knew his mate would be a werewolf, as you are the reason he stopped hunting our species. Dad told me, and I knew in my heart that he was telling me the truth. And just because I did not know about you did not mean I loved you less. I learned about you when our mother begged for her life to stop her father from killing her. I broke free of the shackles I was bound in and killed him. She later asked me to kill him for her, and I did. I was there when you were reborn but got informed that you did not make it through the birth. I left. I did not discover until I walked through a village one day and they were celebrating a wedding that you had survived. I knew who you were at that very moment. I saw your mother's eyes looking back at me as I congratulated you on your marriage. I knew she had lied to me, and I was furious. Keys found me a few months later and changed me. I changed my name to Arrow, met Sulpicia when we found Marcus and formed the Volturi. Marcus found the town of Volterra in his travels just before he met Keys and me. We helped him eradicate the vampire problem and decided to stay. Your mother found us years later and made Marcus believe she was his mate. Didum was not. I believe that your mother was many things, but I chose to believe that she did love you. Just as I do. Dad told me. BPOV. I couldn't believe it. My father was at my wedding, and I had no idea. But then, I remembered a man coming up to me and asking me to dance with him. And he congratulated me on my marriage. He looked vaguely familiar as if I knew him from somewhere, but I could never place where I had seen him before. I always wondered who that man was. I had always felt that I knew him from somewhere but could never pinpoint exactly where. Finally, I said, I could hear the emotion coming through in my voice. I felt the venom sting in my eyes and wanted to cry. I had wanted my father at my wedding, and now I discovered he was there with me. I had not realized that Dad and I had talked for so long. We both heard Charlie pulling into the driveway. I grabbed some clothes and ran to the bathroom to get dressed at vampire speed, amazed with myself when I did not tear a single item of clothing. Once dressed, I grabbed my dad and pulled him toward the kitchen, asking him to say he was a European cousin who discovered I had moved here. He laughed but agreed. "Bella, you home?" Charlie called out. "Yeah, we have a guest," I called out. I was suddenly unsure what to call both men, as one was my father, but the other was playing my father's role. I had thrown Dad some contacts as I placed them in my own. "Oh, hi, I'm Charlie Swan, Bella's uncle," Charlie said, holding his hand for Dad, who took the proffered hand eagerly. "Hello, I am Lucian, a cousin of yours from Europe," Dad said, introducing himself using his real name. "Nice to meet you, Lucian. I had an ancestor named Lucian. I never thought I would meet someone else with the name. Funny how the world works." Charlie smiled. "Sorry, I just returned from a fishing trip with a few friends. I'll freshen up and be right back with you." "Bella, can I see you for a minute, please?" Charlie asked me. "Sure, I'll be back in a minute," I told my dad. I followed Charlie down the hall to where he usually made his first stop to put away his fishing gear. After Charlie had put everything away, he turned and looked at me. "Who is this guy really, Bella? Is this your new boyfriend?" Charlie asked. I felt physically sick to my stomach thinking about that. "Okay, that's good to know, but seriously, who is this guy?" Charlie asked. "He is family," I said with nothing but honesty. Charlie nodded, and that was the end of it. After that, Charlie, Dad, and I talked as I made dinner. Charlie invited Dad to stay and have dinner with us, and even though I knew that vampires didn't eat, he accepted the invitation. For my life, I could not figure out why he accepted the invite. By the night's end, I told Charlie I would take Lucian back to where he was staying since he didn't know the area. And not to wait up for me. I was going to go and see Rosalie as she asked for a sleepover. "It seems that the two of you share a sense of humor. Funny," I said. I couldn't help but giggle, though, as it was rather humorous to sit and watch. He is a good man. I cannot help but be proud of him, even if I don't know him. But if he comes from you, then he is good, Dad said to me. I couldn't help but smile. Tonight seemed to be full of emotional firsts for me. I can't help but feel like they are all good, none of them felt wrong. He told me that he was staying in one of the Volterra homes here in the state. I was surprised. I didn't know they had those. I didn't know the Volterra had homes in the States, I said, sounding more like I was asking a question. "Yes, Marcus suggested it against your mother's wishes. She put up quite the fuss about it. None of us could find out why she did," Dad said. Once we arrived, he invited me in, and several vampires accosted me. "You were able to talk to her. What happened? You were gone a while. Is everything okay? Did you encounter any problems?" These all came from Sulpicia. "Mom, it's okay. I lied. I remember everything. I just freaked out and ran." Dad met one of his descendants, and we had dinner with him, I said, not thinking much of what I was telling her. I looked up, and she looked like she was going to cry. I looked over at Dad, and he had a similar look. "You accepted her as your mother." Sulpicia is a little overwhelmed. I heard a voice tell me from behind me. I turned around and saw both Marcus and Keys standing there. Marcus looked pleased to see me. Keys, on the other hand, looked angry. "Well, glad to see you all. I have somewhere I have to be," I said as I walked out the door. I can only assume his anger was because he has me for a mate. I left them all to talk and headed towards the Cullen house. "Do you despise me that much that you would rather be anywhere else than in my presence?" Keys asked me. I couldn't answer him. "Keys, brother, please calm down. Let us talk in the office," Dad said, looking at me. He knew now how I felt about Keys. Well, he knew my fears about what could be. So I walked away, leaving him to think whatever he wanted. I knew that if I accepted him and was happy for a while, and then he hurt me as my mother did, I would not be able to come back from that, so I would walk away and let him live how he wanted. You can't get hurt if there is nothing to hurt, leaving him and my family to do what they have always done. Rule the vampire world. APOV. I pulled keys into the office, watching as my daughter became more hurt by what he had said. I knew he was also hurt when he saw her leaving, as Isabella rejected their mating bond. I had to get him to see that it was not the case. Didym did more damage than we realized. If she wants to reject me, then she should have the nerve to face me and tell me directly instead of walking away from me. Keys shouted, "She has not rejected you, Keys." Didym caused more damage than we realized she had. Isabella cares for you, she only fears you will reject her as she sees her parents did to her. Isabella is scared that if she shows you she cares, you will do what Didym and I did. And you shouting at her like that likely solidified that thinking in her mind. I got a glimpse inside her mind tonight, thou not with my gift. She lives with one of her descendants and cares for him. Isabella says it's so she can live somewhere for free, but she cares about what happens to her family. I discovered she married, had a son, and still carries her husband's name. Isabella is scared to love again. Each time she has, it has been taken from her. You are proving to her that you will reject her. I told him, letting him also know what I had learned that night. I watched as Pisha, Keys, and Marcus all looked shocked at this discovery. We all watched as Keys ran out the door, probably hoping to catch up with Isabella. She thinks we didn't want her with us, didn't she? Marcus asked me. Of that, I am sure. Of course, Isabella has not said so outright, but it is easy to read between the lines with her. She has been on her own since she was roughly 12 years old. At my calculations, Didym came into the Volterra 12 years after I broke free from their coven. I told them my thoughts on the matter. Yes, I discovered Dime had a 12-year-old daughter when she found me. I am still trying to discover how she tricked my gift. That should not have happened. So Marcus said to Pisha and me, did she have a gift that none knew she had? Like perhaps the gift of persuasion? Pisha asked. It made sense. I heard many guards saying they found themselves doing something for Didym that they had no memory of being asked to do. CPOV. I ran after her, knowing that I had fucked up. I didn't know the entire story, but I wanted to be able to tell her that I would never reject her at all. I felt that it was her rejecting me. I saw her sitting beside a tree in the rain, beside a subpar dwelling. So I stopped and just waited. I waited to see what she was doing and if she would stay sitting in the rain. As I watched her, the rain became heavy. But she did not move to find shelter. I looked around and saw that the window to the dwelling was open. I ran over, picked her up, and made my way up. I placed her inside before entering the room as well. Looking around to try and find something to dry her, I discovered that this was her bedroom. I went through the house and tried to find a towel. Once I had acquired two, I went back and proceeded to dry off my mate. Not that she would ever become sick, but wearing soaking wet clothes was not the most comfortable. Why are you here? Isabella asked me, her voice but a whisper. To take care of you. I answered. You don't have to do that. I can take care of myself. I have done so for a long time. You can go back to your family, it's okay. Thank you, but your help is not needed. Isabella said, her voice sounding dead. I will not leave you. I did not understand earlier, but your father informed me of some facts I was unaware of. I came to apologize to you and ask what I can do to make this up to you. I asked her as I removed her wet clothes before drying her. I ensured I was not distracted by the fact that I was stripping my mate of her clothes. Isabella looked at me with her dead gaze. And I broke inside. I wanted her to be all right. Please believe me when I tell you I was wrong before. I was wrong for talking to you like I had. I was under the impression on that you were rejecting me as your mate, and I was hurt. I told her. Isabella looked like she was looking right through me. I finished drying her and looked for some dry clothes to put her in. You will leave me, so why should I start to love you when you are just going to leave? I heard her ask. I will never leave you, I told her. You already mean more than you know to me. I would gladly give my own life to ensure your happiness. I told her, holding her head in my hands. Don't say that. You don't know what the future holds. You could have anyone. I mean, look at you. You're perfect, and I am nothing, less than nothing. My parents didn't want me enough to fight for me or fight to keep me safe. My mother put her own life and happiness before that of her child. I can't go through that again. So please don't make me go through that again. I'm too broken for you to love. Isabella said to me, yes, you may feel broken, but I will help you by picking up the pieces and helping you put them back together. And by doing that, we will make you whole again, and you will be better, and you will be as I see you are now, perfect for me. You make me feel alive again, and I know out of everyone. You are the one that I know will not cast me aside. I told her. When she looked at me, I knew she saw me at that moment. Isabella just stared at me for the longest time. Then, she took me by surprise, jumped up, hooked her ankles behind my back, and kissed me. Being able to feel her lips on mine was heavenly. Isabella encompassed me completely. My fingers ran through her hair and pulled her closer, wanting to feel every inch of her. Then, moving us both towards the bed, I wanted to lay us both down and feel every inch of her beneath me. I wanted to feel every single cell of her skin on my lips as I went down her body. I didn't want to rush her, though if she asked me to stop right now, I knew it would kill me if I had to, but for her, I would. RPOV. How could we have not seen it? I mean, Carlisle had that painting in his office, and she would go in there and look at it when she first started to come over, and she resembles Arrow. She has similar features, Emmett said once we returned from hunting. And that is the part you're hung up about, not that 4 members of our coven have gotten killed for treason, and we got off lucky due to being blind to it all. Jasper asked him, sounding a little pissed. Do you blame him? We all knew that something shady was going on with those 4, but Bella was the one who blindsided us all. Someone that we all thought was human until very recently. Or is it that you're pissed because you, the famed major of the Southern Wars, didn't see what was right under his nose? I asked. Jasper just growled at me, getting right in my face. Back up, Major, she has a point there. Maybe you are getting rusty there, sucking down Bambi, turning your brain to rot. I heard Peter say from behind me. Before I could even say hi, Jasper was rushing him. And Charlotte only had enough time to get out of the way. Hi there, guys, Pete just told me we had to get here and fast as there was going to be some shit going down. So what's been happening? Where is everyone else? Charlotte asked. Eddie's human girlfriend turned out to be a hybrid, vampire and lichen. Oh, and the kicker is she 2,600 years old and the daughter of Arrow and Didymu. Emmett said. I just shook my head. Are you serious? Issy is Arrow's long-lost daughter. Char asked. So she knows about Bella. You know, Bella? I asked her. Yeah, I met her about 10 years ago. Helped her out when she got into a bit of a mess. Someone thought she would be a nice little snack and kicked Pete in the balls, never letting Pete forget it either. Char said, snickering. I couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Little Bella was kicking that smart ass in the treasured jewels. How did she manage to get herself into that situation? Emmett asked her. I have no idea. I don't even know how Pete found her. She wasn't exactly in Pete's usual hunting spot, Char told us. JPOV. I was furious. The coven I had associated with only used me for my reputation, and the human I was starting to see. As my little sister turned out to be older than the total sum of us combined living in this house. She was the hybrid daughter of one of our leaders and the stepdaughter of another one of our leaders. Then, my so-called brother tells me not to dig into it. Peter was standing right in front of me and waiting for me. I could feel it. I could feel his anticipation. I could feel his dread. The fucker knew something. And he didn't want to tell me, but I was going to make the fucker. I sent him enough of my little emotional truth serum to make the whole of Maria's army want to come out and confess to their deepest, darkest secrets. Major, please don't make me do this. You know I don't beg, but I'm going to right now. Please, Major, don't make me do this, Peter said. He was begging me to stop. Yet he never considered that maybe I needed the information he had, to keep the people I cared for safe. Tell me what I need to know, I told him. The Major had yet to be released. I had kept him locked away. But he was rattling his cage increasingly, angered by what we both saw as deception. I watched Peter drop to his knees but did not say a word. Major Whitlock, I would stop if I were you, I heard from behind me. I turned, and before me were two of our leaders and one of the wives. Your captain has kept you in the dark for a while, we understand. We also know you do not like being kept in the dark about matters concerning your coven, but consider this major. The things the captain has kept from you were to keep my daughter safe from harm at the hands of those who wish me dead. Arrow said to me, Major Whitlock, we knew what the captain knew and asked him to keep the information quiet. Though he did not want to keep it from you, his sire, we asked him to do just that. Marcus said to me, I have got made to look a fool, and the only reasoning for that is to keep your damn fucking secret daughter a secret. No, I will not accept that. You fucked with my coven, my family, and you, what? What me to keep your dirty little secret for you? No, I will not. You're meant to go through the coven leader if something is needed or if the information is required. I don't remember you coming to me. I shouted. I did not care that the leaders of our race stood before me. Before I knew it, I didn't even feel it when the major took over. I suddenly found myself in the cage he usually was in, looking out and watching as he tried to take apart the leaders of the vampire world. And for the first time, he was failing. Hours later, I came back into possession of our mind and found myself on the forest floor without any of my limbs. I never wanted to resort to this with you, Major Whitlock, but you left me no choice. I will not risk my daughter's life. I have only just found her, her mate has only found her. And I will not risk your wrath. I have heard stories about your strength and sheer brutality, which came only equal to Keys. I will tell you this for free, Major. Not a vampire alive can best me in a fight as I retained my lichen strength and abilities even through my change. If I find that the vampire world hears about that or even hears about a lichen that was turned vampire, I will hunt you down and turn you to ash. Do I make myself clear? Arrow said in my ear. I had the sense of mind to nod my acceptance. I had only ever heard that Keys was the most lethal of all our leaders. But now I have discovered that Arrow was supremely more deadly than either Keys or myself. I will leave your captain to help put you together once more, Arrow told me before he rose and left. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you exactly what was happening, but I couldn't. I did tell you not to dig into shit, though, Major. Peter told me. I know he did. I know that you feel somewhat betrayed about all of this. But tell me, Major, how does this affect you directly? I get it, you were starting to see the girl as your human sister, but she's not human. It doesn't mean you can't still see her as your sister. She's just a lot more durable now. That's all. So I think you gotta get the fuck over yourself. So Peter told me while he put me back together. At least I didn't have to put myself back together as I did back in the army. Once I had been able to fuse back together fully, I kept lying where I was and thought about everything Arrow and Pete told me, and as much as I didn't want to admit it, Pete was correct. There was no reason that Bella couldn't still be the sister that I was starting to see her as. APOV. After I dealt with the major, I made my way to see my daughter, wanting to talk to her and to make sure that she was all right after what happened earlier. As I made my way closer to her home, what I heard was not something a father ever wanted to hear coming from his daughter. So I ran as fast as possible to remove myself from being within earshot of Isabella and Keys. Marcus, Pisha, we are leaving. Pack everything and head to the cars, I called out, making my way to the bedroom to pack my belongings. My love, why are you in such a rush to leave? What about Keys and Isabella? Pisha asked me. They can make their way home, I told her. I was able to pack faster than I thought I could. Pisha took too long to pack her bags, so I helped her make the task shorter. The three of us were on the plane heading home within the hour. I sent Keys a text message letting him know that we were making our way back to Volterra and would see him back there when he finished violating my daughter. Pisha and Marcus tried to find out why we left our brother and daughter behind. I did not once tell them the reason why. Hours later, we started the descent onto the Volturi private airstrip. Minutes after I walked back into my quarters, I received a message from Keys. CPOV. Bella and I spent the night exploring each other. I thought I heard someone approaching the house, but I did not care. I was a proficient fighter. If the fool chose to interrupt my mate and I, they would feel my wrath. There was no way that I could remove myself from her at this stage. I heard my phone alert me to a message but ignored it. By the time morning came, Bella was riding me with little abandon, twisting her hips, bringing us higher and closer to our release. Just when we both hit our release, I felt her milk me for everything that I was worth. Her door opened, and we faced a human man standing there, looking at the both of us. "Charlie," Bella said, looking at him. His face started to turn purple. He closed the door again but did not walk away. "Isabella Swan, you best get dressed, young lady. I want to see you and that boy downstairs in 5 minutes, and you better have a damn good explanation, young lady," the man shouted. It was then that we heard him walking down the stairs. Who the hell was that human? I asked her. "Charlie Swan, one of my grandchildren." I didn't hear his alarm sound. "I would have warned you," Bella told me. She sighed and removed herself from me. I missed her warmth surrounding me already. We got out of bed and got dressed. I noticed I had a message from Arrow telling me that they had gone home to Italy and that I could find my way home after I finished violating his daughter. I laughed and showed Bella the message. I didn't bother answering him just yet. I thought I would let him stew for a while. It was him who had come close to the house last night. I had other things to deal with at the moment. Once we made our way down the stairs, we were faced with the human, pacing back and forth, still looking like the odd purple shade I saw a few minutes ago. "Uncle Charlie, I'm sorry you walked in on that," Bella said. I looked at her, confused. Arrow was her father. "Your uncle?" I asked her clearly, loud enough for the human to hear. "Yes, uncle. Who the hell are you anyway?" he asked me. "I would watch how you talk to me, human," I growled at him. "Uncle Charlie, this is Keys. We have been seeing each other for a while now. I just haven't had the chance to introduce you to each other yet," Bella said, standing in front of me. "I don't care who you think you are. You are in my house, violating my niece." The human shouted at me. "I will not put up with this. I will be leaving. You can find back in Italy when you can be honest about who you are," I said to Bella. I walked out the door and headed to the house to pack my belongings. I booked a flight to Pisa International. My brothers and sister would have taken the private plane home. I was about to walk out the house door when I looked up and saw the human standing in front of me, a gun pointed at me. I just laughed at him. "What do you think you are going to do with that?" I asked him. "I'm going to kill you. That's what I'm going to do," the human said to me. I logged head and walked past him to see Bella standing at the end of the driveway. "Have you decided to be honest about who you are yet? Considering that your father is currently on his way back to Italy, I don't care who this human thinks he is. He is nothing. You have family, and yet you stand there and play with the lives of humans, just as your mother did to you. The apple did not fall from the tree, now does it?" I said to my mate. She sped over to the human, looking him in the eyes. I watched as she convinced him that he had never had a niece but felt it was time for him to settle down again and have a family of his own. I watched as the human looked at his weapon, apologized to us, and walked to his car. "I knew that you would leave. Everyone in my life does. So, nice fucking you, have a pleasant existence. I would suggest that you learn how to please a woman, though, and learn how to tell when one is faking it," Bella told me. I stood there. I couldn't believe she had the nerve to say that to me. Stepping off the plane in Pisa, I was furious that my so-called mate had the nerve to accuse me of being unable to please a woman. Several times, I had fought with myself about going back and proving to her that she was wrong. That I knew exactly how to please a woman very well and leave her thoroughly fucked. Once I made my way into the city of Volterra, I entered the castle and approached my quarters. Placing my things away. "So you made it home then? Did you bring my daughter with you?" Arrow said to me. "Do not speak to me about that woman. If I am lucky, I will never look at her again within my existence. And if you know what is good for you, you will never say her name around me or any variation of it, within my hearing," I growled at my brother. His daughter was nothing but a menace and one that I never wished to see again. "Watch what you say about my daughter Keys. You should be lucky to have her as your mate." Arrow sneered at me. "If that is what you consider lucky, and maybe I no longer have a place within the Volturi, I will leave this coven." "Goodbye, Arrow," I said, pushing him out of my quarters. I started to pack everything I owned. It did not take me long to have the entire room packed and ready. I just had to wait for the moving company to come and remove everything, taking them to my new residence. I did not have to wait long after booking the removal service. Nor did I stay long for all of my belongings to be placed into the truck. Passing the driver the address to which everything would be going, I told him I would make my way there. I did not bother saying goodbye to anyone. I just got into my car and left. I had not been alone without a coven for nearly 3 millennia. Like Arrow and Marcus, I had personal accounts separate from the Volterra accounts. It was nearly a month before I went out to find a meal, and even then, I ran into Heidi gathering tourists for the Volterra. "Master Keys, I'm sorry I didn't realize you wanted to find your meal at this time," she said. "Please do not call me master any longer, Heidi. I am no longer your master. I'm just Keys," I told her before leaving to find another suitable meal. I had not realized that she had gone to get us food so far. I did not want to admit it, but I had started to miss my mate. I had regretted the things that I had said to her, but I knew that there was no chance of being able to find any form of redemption. Once I found and drained my meal, I returned home and into my bedroom, where I spent all my time. I still had not bothered to unpack any of my belongings. I had found myself wanting to throw everything out, as no matter what I looked at, it seemed to remind me of my shortcomings, as not just a man but as a mate. Another month passed before I forced myself to leave the house to feed again. As I opened the door, I faced another vampire standing before me. "What can I do for the Volterra today? I have kept to myself and upheld the law. What is it that you want from me?" I asked the vampire in front of me. "CPOV. May I come in?" Arrow asked. "No. What do you want?" I was heading out. "You're lucky to have caught me. I am not home much these days. Being on my own seems to suit me rather well," I said to my former brother. He looked at me and sighed. "I just came from seeing a particular young lady. Seeing how she was faring, I felt that I should check to see how you were also. Now I know that you are faring similarly. So, Keys, come back to Volterra, come back to the Volterra. Marcus and I never seem to be able to decide on any of the outcomes of the trials coming before us," Arrow said to me. I wanted to laugh. The obvious choice was to get Dimitri to take the third seat. He would be ruthless enough to be the deciding vote. But they could not think of that. I didn't know if I could be bothered taking the bait that he was not so subtlety saying about my mate. I was more than ready for him to leave me alone now. "I don't care who you saw, and no, I will not come back. Get one of the guards to take the third seat to help with the deciding vote," I said before I closed the door in his face. The desire to feed no longer mattered. Making my way back to my bedroom, I lay on the floor, on the pile of clothes I had accumulated, and stared at the ceiling. The pain in my chest was a constant that I was slowly learning to live with, but I knew that she was also living with it. I debated walking into a pyre but decided against it, as that would give the bitch a sense of relief to have me dead. I would rather have her suffer. I felt something touch my hand but could not be bothered enough to move away. It was probably some rodent that made its way inside. I knew Arrow had not left. I could still hear him but did not care. Arrow could go and find Somio. Nay, more suited for his whore of a daughter. She was more like her mother than he wanted to admit. APOV. After seeing Isabella and helping her settle in the castle, I felt I needed to go and see Keys. I had been asking Dimitri to keep tabs on him, and from what he could tell me, Keys does not move much from his chosen residence. From what I was able to garner from Heidi, he looked terrible. The separation from each other did not do them any favors, but they were both as stubborn as each other. "Marcus, I am leaving to bring our brother home by force if necessary." I let my brother know. "Good. I worry over what I see. The bond between Isabella and Keys seems to be directly linked to their well-being, and they are both dying. Arrow, they may hate each other right now, but they will die without each other," Marcus told me. I had no idea what happened between the two mates, but I did not want either to perish for it. I thanked him and left, taking Felix, Alec, and Dimitri with me. I was n.o.t. above using Alec's gift to get Keys back to the castle and close to his mate. I discovered from Dimitri that Keys had taken up residence in France, so that is where we went. It would be faster to run the distance as all other means of transport would still be slower than what we could all run. Not long after our departure, I stood in my brother's home. I thought it funny that he had come here, from what I had learned about Keys. This was where his mother was from. His father was a different story. I could never find out much about his father, but I discovered that he was turned by one of the first of our kind. But again, not much is known about the original vampires of our species. I did know that Keyes knew more about them than what he liked people to discover that he knew. So I had to wonder. Did his knowledge of hybrid transformation stem from him being a hybrid himself? There were so many questions, so few answers. I had not had the chance to knock when Keyes opened the door. What can I do for the Volturi today? I have kept to myself and upheld the law, so what do you want from me? Keyes asked once he registered that I was at the door. He looked worse than Isabella. Honestly, he had started to petrify. This was not good. May I come in? I asked. No. What do you want? I was heading out. You're lucky to have caught me. I am not home often. Being alone suits me rather well. Keyes told me I could see that it was a blatant lie, but I did not call him on it. I knew I needed to get him back to the castle right then. I told him that I had just come from seeing Isabella, and as much as he wanted me to believe that he did not care, the hurt was obvious. Asking him to return to the castle was also a dead end. He told me that he would not come back, but that would be a different opinion, as he would return regardless. I stayed where I was for a while as I listened to him returning to what I presumed to be his quarters when I could no longer hear movement. Finally, I whispered just loud enough for the guards to hear me. Alec, your only job right now is to use your ability and cut off his senses. Dimitri, you will organize the hire of a moving truck and have it here within 30 minutes. Sooner if possible. Felix, I will need you to go and purchase a car and get Keyes into the car. Please make sure that it is the fastest on the market. I will compensate you both for any costs. Then, I will attempt to see what has brought this all on and pack up his belongings. I dismissed them to get started on the tasks and made my way into the house. I was surprised. Said that nothing had gotten unpacked all the time he had been here, but the place was still a mess. This was very unlike Keyes. Following his scent, I found him in the worst area of the house. He was lying on top of a pile of clothes, none of which I recognized. Pulling out the gloves I had brought, I asked Alec to cut off his senses, and I went to work. Once Alec told me his gift was successful, I touched his hand. I saw what had transpired between the two and what was going through his mind. He thought I was still outside the front door. My daughter had insulted him and essentially questioned his manhood. I didn't blame him for leaving and his reaction regarding her. As much as I wanted to get involved, as she was my daughter, I knew that the two of them needed to sort this out and get through this. I asked Alec if he could keep him cut off until we returned to Volterra. Thankfully, he could use his gift constantly for that long. 10 minutes later, I heard a large truck approaching the house and a car coming up behind it. I was thankful that both of my guards could procure these vehicles for the trip home. Once Felix came up to get Keyes, I asked Alec to follow and ask them to Saint. I with my stubborn brother while Dimitri and I packed Keyes' belongings into the truck. It did not take long for everything to get done and for the property to be locked up. Felix, if you can stay with Dimitri, please. I will drive Alec and Keyes home. Once you arrive, you can unpack the truck and return all of his belongings to his quarters, just as everything was before he left. After that, I will deal with the aftermath. I thanked them, and we got underway. Not that it took longer to get to Volterra from the south of France. Hours after our return, I heard Dimitri and Felix coming down T. Hall with several guards from the sounds of things. I had stayed with Keyes while Alec kept him under his gift. It seemed Isabella took this time to discover new ways to annoy us all. She was blasting music that caused Marcus and me to grind our teeth. Pisha appeared to enjoy the music. Isabella also seemed to find new ways to piss me off. But strange enough, I wouldn't have it any other way. Once, the guards put Keyes' belongings back into the room as they had always been, and he never left. So you brought him home, I see, Marcus asked me from the doorway. Yes. Not that he is aware of being brought here at all. I am hoping that his presence here will at least temper Isabella, I told him. Did you discover what led to this? Marcus asked me. Isabella insulted him and essentially questioned his manhood. Keyes asked her to be honest with herself, and she had the nerve to insult his entire being, including insulting how he was intimate with a woman. I informed Marcus, and yet, one of the women we have heard with him have had any complaints. If anything, his appetites were too many for them. I often talk with our daughter and discover what was lacking for her. Pisha said, coming out from behind Marcus. She did not stay long before she left again to find Isabella. I did not want to be privy to that conversation. I do not want to be privy to that conversation, Marcus said. I just had to laugh. I thought the same thing just now, I told him. I let Alec know he could remove his influence from Keys and leave. I watched as Marcus sat down and waited for Keys to do or say something. We knew Alec's influence did not take long to leave your consciousness. I did say that I was not going to come back here, and what is that infernal racket sounding? Keys asked. That would be your mate. She has found some new music to listen to, Marcus told him. Well, tell the bitch to turn it off, Keys said. We did. This was the result, I informed him. We watched as he got up and sped off. Seconds later, there was blissful silence before we heard screaming from them. BPOV. I watched as he walked away from me. I compelled my grandson to forget me, and my mate still walked away. Saying I needed to be honest with myself, I know who I am. I knew what I said to him was overly harsh, but I didn't care. I traveled a few days before I made my way to Italy, and my father. I knew that Keys was not there when I arrived. I walked into Volterra and the castle and went to find an empty room that I liked the aesthetic of. I made my way to the receptionist after I made a tea of what I wanted her to pick up for me, right down to the sets of linen I wanted, letting her know that I wanted it all delivered before the end of the day today. A few hours before my father, stepfather, and stepmother found me. I had just started bringing my belongings into my quarters. I had already stripped everything back and repainted the walls in the bathroom, as that was the only room I didn't seem to like the look of. I saw the three of them standing outside the door to my quarters, looking somewhat confused. Isabella, you realize that Keys is not here, don't you? Sulpicia asked me. Why do you think I'm here? And please, I would rather not hear that bastard's name again. I smiled at her before entering my room and setting up the new stereo. I already had an iPod, so once I set it up, I played some music while I set up everything else, including my bed. After all, I had seen some of the guards in my father's employ, and I just knew that they could fuck better than my mate. I might as well get laid while I was here, see who I could land first. Was I acting like a spoiled little brat? Sure. After all, I had to be honest with myself. I had thought I would start with the big one. Felix, I think his name was. My father had asked me to turn my music down several times last month. I didn't want to admit that the separation from my mate started wearing me down. I was becoming short-tempered and noticed that I tended to snap at everyone quickly. Each time they pissed me off, I found a new way to annoy them. Father had tried to get me to feed a few times, but I couldn't. Finally, the idea of feeding started to repulse me. It took me nearly 2 months since I saw my mate last before the thought of forcing myself to feed surfaced in my mind. But even then, I didn't want to. I knew that something was going on in the castle. My father had left for a few days, and Sulpicia tried to tell me that she loved my latest music selection, but it was clear that she, like the rest of them, couldn't stand it. I had several degrees in psychology, so I knew exactly what she was doing. I knew that he was back in the castle, so I decided to move on. Before I could start packing, my music stopped, and I heard metal shavings falling to the floor. Turning around, I saw my mate standing there, looking furious, arm raised, and dropping what remained of my iPod on the ground. Do you mind? I was listening to that, I said, trying to talk calmly. Yes, I do. It was shit for one. If you insist on playing that shit here, you can leave and play it elsewhere, he said. Why can't you leave? No, I want you to leave. I want to be able to get ready. I have a date tonight, after all. I said, and I watched as a look of hurt crossed his face. A date? What other lives have you ruined? Let me guess. You thought you would through Daddy's guard. How very original of you. He said, his voice starting to get louder. Well, at least they know how to fuck. I screamed at him. Out of the hundreds of thousands of women I have fucked, never once have I had any complaints. You come along and are the only one, so maybe it's you that doesn't know how to please a man, he shouted back. Seriously, that's your defense? That I don't know how to fuck a guy? Wow, I said. I wanted to stand there and tell him I was sorry for everything, but each time I looked at him, I wanted to yell at him, scream at him, fight him. Before I knew it, I was charging toward him, and all I wanted to do was fight him. I was able to connect a few punches with his jaw. I just wanted him out of my sight. You want to fight, little girl? Maybe you need to learn how, he shouted at me. He kept making me mad. I know how to fight, you poor excuse for a man. I have to wonder, though, do you know how? Does Whittle Keys need to learn how to fight with the big boys? I asked, knowing that it would anger him. I proceeded to show him how to make a fist. I noticed he was outside the door, so I approached him and slammed the door in his face. I changed my clothes, making sure I was wearing the most slutty outfit I owned, and grabbed my purse, ensuring that I had my wallet inside before I opened the door and walked out. I knew that I was not coming back to the castle, so I texted my parents, letting them know that I had decided to move on and that it was great to spend time with them all. Where do you think you're going, Isabella? I heard Keys ask me. Somewhere you are not, to find someone to fuck me till I forget who you are, I told him, moving faster so I could get away from him. You want to be away from me so much, fine, I will make it so, Keys said before he grabbed me. You will believe that your mate willingly walked into a pyre and killed himself, but you will not be able to bring yourself to do the same. He told me. CPOV. I had a little trick no one knew about. I could compel vampires or humans to believe whatever I wished. I just never used this gift at all. The fact that I had to do this to my mate was killing me. I made her believe that I had walked into a pyre. I made her think that I had killed myself. At least now, she would be able to move on. I watched her become increasingly devastated. She should have become an actress. I watched as she fell to the ground, screaming, sounding heartbroken. I walked away. Isabella wanted to be away from me so badly. I would give her what she wished. I was not enough for her, even though she was always perfect for me. Another woman I had loved died because of me. I killed my mother while she birthed me, my mate. As she destroyed our love and bond, I would not give her the satisfaction of being able to die. I still didn't want her to die, no matter what. I could not give her that release. I wanted to leave Italy again but could not seem to cross the border once I reached it. So I sat down and looked over the ocean. I felt like I could still hear my mate scream. I could feel her devastation. I knew when Arrow and Marcus found me. They were not exactly quiet. What have you done to my daughter? Arrow screamed at me. Gave her what she wanted, I said with a shrug. She wanted to move on. She wanted to be away from me. So I made her believe that I had killed myself and that she would never get the satisfaction of being able to die, I told him. I sounded just as I felt. Dead. How did you do this? Marcus asked me. I have a little trick I never told anyone I could do. I can compel anyone I wish, but it must stem from an honest desire to give that person what they want. So I gave her what she wanted, a life without her mate. But in doing so, she took mine with her. I was not the right one for her, but she was perfect for me. So you got your wish, Lycan, I told Arrow. Can this be undone? Marcus asked. Only if the compelled party comes to terms with their desire and is truly honest with themselves about who they are, I said. But, of course, knowing that Isabella will never honestly want me. She will never be honest about who she is. If she does that, she will be able to remove the compulsion, but I already know it will be too late by then, I said, feeling venom tears falling down my cheeks for the first time in my existence. So, I made sure that I was always honest about who I was, brutally so. I heard Arrow run from where I was. Marcus just sat beside me. You deserve to know love, brother. Just as all beings do. Marcus said to me. No, I do not. I have always known my life is cursed not to know love. I killed my mother, and I have killed whatever bond I had with my mate. The two women that are meant to love you, and I have killed them both. I was born a hybrid. My mother was human, and my father was the first of our kind. I killed her as I ripped my way from her body. I found my father and killed him. I have always known that I would be unworthy of being loved, especially when I find the perfect woman, and she hates my very being. I said I heard more beings coming closer. I knew one of them was Sulpicia. You know you are wrong. Many love you, your sister, for one, Pisha loves you very much. You have known love, brother. Keys, thank the gods you are alive. Isabella told me you walked into a pyre, Pisha said, pulling me up to stand. She checked me for injuries, then slapped me. You heartless man, how could you do that to your mate? She is devastated. Arrow tried to bring her out here to see that you are alive, and she ripped him apart. Before, she regretted her actions and put him back together, but still. She cannot live without you, you fool. Pisha told me, standing there lecturing me. Marcus, pick this fool up right this minute and take him back to the castle. I do not want to hear any excuses as to why you will not comply. You do this, or I will drag you back to the castle by your hair. Do you understand me? Pisha shouted. I cannot go near her until she comes to terms with what she desires and is honest with herself, I told her. What is he talking about, Marcus? Pisha asked. Our brother has a gift for compulsion that he kept secret, it seems. Isabella wished to be away from him. Our brother gave her what she wanted, Marcus answered. Oh no, what will happen when one that can already compel gets compelled? Pisha asked. It means I cannot go near her until she comes to terms with what she desires and until Isabella is honest about who she is. I knew she could do this. I watched her compel the human she was residing with before I returned to Italy. I told them, will she ever come to terms with what she has done? Pisha asked, but I was sure that it was more to herself. That is why I know it will be too late before she does, I said before I sat back down and looked over the ocean again. I heard Pisha leave again and Marcus sit down with me again. I am well enough to be on my own. There are things that I need to come to terms with myself, I said, smiling at him, letting him know that he could leave me alone, that I would be all right. But, once he left, it was only a matter of time before I felt the cliff give way, and I fell into the ocean below. Finally, I closed my eyes and accepted my fate. I'd that my mate discovered and accepted the things she needed. APOV. I heard my mate return once I had fused. Isabella believed she had lost her keys for good. She was too stubborn to realize that she could still feel him. That there was no void, that the pull was still there. Isabella, sweetheart, can you hear me? Pisha asked our daughter. He's gone, Mommy, everyone I love leaves me, Isabella said as she started to cry again. Hearing her break down tore me apart, and knowing this was for not angered me. However, hearing my daughter call my mate's mommy erased my anger towards Keys. Oh sweetheart, your father and I are still here for you. We will do all we can to help ease that void in your feelings. Just tell us honestly what you want us to do for you, Pisha said to Isabella. What was my mate doing? I want him back. I was so mean to him. I didn't want him to hurt me as mother did, so I pushed him away. I want him back, Isabella said. What do you want to tell him? What would you do if you could get him back? Sweetheart, Pisha asked her. I would tell him I need him. I can't be away from him. It hurt too much to be away from him. What else can I do? I knew that he wanted me to be honest with myself. But I didn't want to be hurt anymore. So Isabella told us, and I knew she believed what she was saying. So I walked out and left the two of them to talk. Saint hoped that Pisha would get Isabella to see what she needed to and be honest with herself. Was there something that Isabella was hiding? Something that she didn't want to acknowledge? I asked myself. I saw Marcus come up to me, looking worried. What has happened? I asked him, other than discovering that our brother is older than we even realized. He has resigned himself to exist without love, just as I fear young Isabella has. I feel that they both need to understand that they are worthy of giving and receiving the love of another. Marcus said. That was it. What she needed, to be honest, over. Isabella, I am tired of this behavior. I want you to leave. If you cannot accept what we have tried to give you, then you can leave, I told my daughter, but I could not look at her while I said it. You don't love me, Isabella asked. I have tried to give you what you need without much luck, I answered her. No. You have to love me. You can't give up on me, please. You can't stop loving me, too. Don't I deserve to be loved? Isabella asked me. You deserve everything, Marcus said from behind me. We all knew it when the compulsion broke. Isabella stopped and ran. I followed her, hoping to see her find what she deserved to get. I followed her to where I had last left Keys, but he was no longer there. and part of the cliff face was missing. I watched as she didn't stop, just dove straight into the water. I waited to see if they had surfaced but could not see them. SPOV, Sulpicia. What in the God's name is my mate telling Isabella to leave? She needed to stay here and heal from this. I watched as he could not even look Isabella in the eye while he broke her heart. We all saw it as she must have concluded. I wanted to throttle Arrow for hurting Isabella like he was. I chased after both of them just as Marcus did. I watched as Isabella dove off the cliff. I looked around for Keys, but he was nowhere to be found. Where is Keys? I asked, almost to myself. I do not know. He was here when I left a few minutes ago, Marcus said. What the hell do you think you were doing? My daughter is not going anywhere. Do you understand me, Arrow? I told him I couldn't help but slap him for what he did to my baby girl. Calm down, Pisha. I was trying to get her to see that she is worthy of love like we all are. Arrow smiled down at me. I couldn't help but slap him again for not telling me what he would do. Isabella must have been so heartbroken. First, she lost her mother's love, then thought that Keys had died, and then you go and pull a trick like that. If you ever do something like that again, I will remove your balls and put them in a blender humans use to make crushed ice. Do you understand me? I asked. He nodded his head in complete understanding. I did not threaten lightly, and he knew this. I made my way back to the castle. I watched as I reached the town gates, and Isabella helped Keys through the reception doors. I could have gone and informed my mate and brother, they were home. But I felt that Arrow could stew for a while. Making my way into the castle, I made my way towards my quarters and made sure to pass by Keys' quarters to make sure that all was well. I knocked and waited to see if they would answer the door. When Isabella answered, I just smiled. Are you both all right? I asked my daughter. Yes, we are. Well, we will be. Thank you for helping me come to terms with what I needed. Keys needed it, too. We might go away for a bit and try and work on our issues together. Isabella told me, as long as you keep in touch. I smiled at her. I had hoped they would stay here. But I knew they both needed this. I knew that Arrow and I did during the beginning of our relationship. I remember he and I initially had quite a few fights, neither of us thinking we would last as mates. Regardless of us being mates. Where are Dad and Marcus? Isabella asked me. I would think they are still looking over the cliff to see if they can see you both. I smiled. Right, sorry, but I'm going to try and spend some time with Keys, decide what we are going to do, try and see if we can mend what we broke, Isabella told me. You will both be fine, as long as you talk calmly with each other and come to a compromise perhaps, I said, giving a little motherly advice. Then, I walked away, knowing my daughter and her mate would be all right. CPOV. I didn't feel like I sat long at the base of this cliff, sitting on the ocean floor, waiting for my mate to break her compulsion. I felt she would, but I also felt that it could take minutes to decades. Neither of us could go far from the other. Sitting here, thinking over what Marcus told me, that I deserved to have love, is that something I needed to be honest with myself about. I knew that I received love emotionally and physically. But did I ever feel like it was an emotion I deserved to receive? No, I did not. Maybe I was not as honest with myself as I thought I was. Isabella and I seemed to be constantly at loggerheads over the slightest of things. I had assumed we had only ever agreed once when we first came together as mates when we marked each other. So much for it being impossible to hurt your mate, as that is all she and I have done. I was confident that I had given and received love many times. Was I wrong about that? I had much to ponder while sitting here. I was thankful when I felt fingers wrap around my arm. Looking through the rough sea water to see my mate, I stopped her for a moment from pulling me to the surface and dragged her to me, kissing her. Maybe I should not have taken such liberties. But I was happy that she came for me, that she broke the compulsion. I knew there would be a high chance she would be angry with me for compelling her, but I didn't care. Even under the sea, I loved how her lips felt against my own. Once we made our way back to the castle, my mate helped me all the way, even though I did not need it. I was still a vampire, after all. Once we made it back inside, she helped me to my quarters. I heard my sister stop outside the door as the shower turned on. Sulpicia is here, I told Isabella. She nodded and left to answer the door. I was getting in the shower, washing off the salt sticking to my skin. The downside of swimming in the ocean as a vampire, trying not to listen to what my sister and mate were talking about, but it was something that was not very easy to ignore. Are you both all right? Sulpicia asked her, sounding worried. Yes, we are. Well, we will be. Thank you for helping me come to terms with what I needed. He's needed it, too. We might go away for a bit and try to work on our issues together, Isabella told her. As long as you keep in touch, Sulpicia said. Where are Dad and Marcus? Isabella asked. I'd think they are still looking over the cliff to see if they can see you both. I smiled at Sulpicia's answer. Not that they will see anything. Right, sorry, but I'm going to try and spend some time with Keys. Decide what we are going to do, and see if we can mend what we broke, Isabella answered. I sighed, knowing that this would be a hard road to mend, but I was sure we could. You will be fine as long as you talk calmly with each other and come to a compromise, perhaps, Sulpicia said. I could hear the smile in her voice. I was reminded of her and Arrow's early days as a mated couple. Maybe it was a case of, like father, like daughter. Both tended to argue with those they cared for. I wondered if she ever argued with her mother. I would have to ask Marcus, as he would be the only one to know if that was the case. My mate was lucky to have 2 fathers and 2 mothers, even if only one mother genuinely loved her. I waited for my mate to return to the bathroom. She likely had nearly as much salt stuck to her. I stood under the spray for a while, warming my skin with the hot water. When I heard the door open, I was unsure if Isabella wanted to share the shower with me, so I started to get out. You don't have to get out if you don't want to. I can't wait for you to finish. Isabella said this was going to be a very long road to healing. You can join me if you would like. I know that you must have a lot of salt sticking to your skin right now also, I said, looking at her through the glass panels. I do, but I didn't know if I should join you. I don't know what we should do. We have done nothing but fight since we marked each other, Isabella said, her voice nearly a whisper. I pulled her into the shower, not giving her a choice. If we are going to make this work, then we need not to think so much. It's just a shower. We have seen each other naked before, and we need to get that sea salt off you. It will start to get very uncomfortable. And I have an ulterior motive. I wish to see you naked again, and I want to kiss you again, but I am willing to wait until I have finished with the shower, so it's all yours. I smiled as I moved her under the spray of the shower head. I grabbed a towel and moved into my bedroom to dry and dress. Once I finished doing what I needed to, I thought about what I had overheard. Did I want to go away with my mate for a time, to get to know her better? Was that something we could do right here? Do I take her to my home in France? We could live there if she were willing, that is. I lay on my bed and waited, thinking about what she wanted to do, in any case. What I wanted never came into the situation. I just wanted her to be happy, and I would give her whatever she wanted. I want you to be happy, too, but why can't we talk without starting an argument? Isabella asked. I do not know, but I do know that there will be times that we are bound to fight. Any relationship is not without strong opinions, I told her as I looked at the ceiling. I know that you heard what I told Sulpicia. I didn't know what you wanted to do, if you wanted to stay here and continue ruling with your brothers or if you wanted to leave here, Isabella asked. I no longer rule with them. They have not named my successor, I told her honestly. So why are we in this room then? She asked me. Because this is my room. You don't have to stay here if you don't like it. I told her, not thinking anything of it. Seriously, I'm starting to think that I was better off under that compulsion. You were an ass. You know that. I thought there would be a chance we could move forward, but it doesn't look like that will happen. Isabella said to me. She moved before me. I recognized what she would do and begged her not to. BPOV. You never had a mate. You are still king. You have never heard the name Isabella before, and you have never met me. You were angry because Arrow recruited a new guard without your knowledge. Goodbye, Keys. I compelled my mate before kissing him goodbye. I did the same for Marcus, Sulpicia, and my father, which was most challenging. Telling them various versions of the same thing. They never met me, they never had a daughter. I went and packed up my room and made my way to the guard's wing, compelling them all to accept me as the new guard Arrow recruited. There would be no way to break this compulsion, to be. It meant there was an intent to be broken. I intended for it to stay in place while I stayed close to my family, watching them live their lives afar. Going on that first mission was hard. I felt the separation from my mate. When we all returned, Dad asked us to report our findings to all three of them, and I couldn't even look at them. Things went on like this for a while. I was sent on 20 missions. I felt the pain of being separated from Shoss 20 times. The guards all thought I had something wrong with me, but I never talked to anyone, never bothered. I had been in my room for a few hours after we returned from our latest mission. I did not want to feed with the others, I just wanted to get away. I heard some commotion in the hallways on this wing, but something was always causing a stir. Finally, there was a knock on my door, and I called whoever it was to enter. I heard the door open and then close again, not bothering to look around at who it could be. You know, I can read bonds. It's a funny thing to be able to read the bonds of beings that you see every day. Then, one day, you see such a bond, but it looks muted, so you mention it to your brothers to ask them why this would be the case and if they have any idea, and only one of them has an answer, and for that one person, it's like everything has opened up. It is rather strange, do you not think? Marcus asked me. Sounds weird. Do you think that it's something one of your guards can help you figure out? Is that why you are here? I asked, not bothering to look at him. You know I have only seen one other sit the way you do, again. This is rather peculiar. Do you not think? Marcus asked. I guess, but many people sit in many different ways. Not that strange, I answered, still looking out the window. I cannot for the life of me remember your name, child. Can you tell me what it is? Marcus asked. Julie, I answered with the first name that came to mind. Ah, Julie, funny, you do not take me for a Julie, for some reason. You look more like an Isabella, Marcus said. I just wanted to cry. I get that a lot, but I'm sorry, I'm just Julie, I answered. My heart broke like it did when I had to compel my family. What is your gift again, child? Marcus asked. I'm a shield. That is why Master Arrow recruited me, I said. I wasn't lying. I was a shield. Is there a reason why you have sought me out, Master? I asked again. This didn't feel right. He was my dad and had been for nearly as long as I had been alive. Yes, I wanted to let you know. I have seen that you have a mate here in the castle, Marcus said. Thank you for informing me of this joyous news, I answered him, just like I had heard him say to many people over the centuries. I almost told him that I knew I did. You sound like Marcus here, it is rather funny. Do you not think so? I heard my father ask. I did not realize he had come in. I just looked at the ceiling. I could feel my tears wanting to fall. Really, I must have picked it up over my time here, I said, still not wanting to turn around. I knew they couldn't understand the compulsion. I made it without intent. Do you have any other gifts, Julie? Marcus asked me. No, I do not, I answered. I knew what was going to come. I was going to get tried for treason. I heard the door open again and listened as my father called for Felix. I was going to be to the dungeons while they discussed what to do with me. I was not in the cell for long before I was brought up to face them. Young lady, do you understand why you are before us today? Dad asked me. Yes, you believe I have committed treason, I answered. Each member of the Volturi has had memories that have been altered, and each of them involves you. Can you tell us why that is? Dad asked me. No, I can't, sorry, I answered. I knew they would likely sentence me to death. But I had stopped caring. I missed fighting with Keys, missed being able to hug my parents. Can you tell us your real name, young lady? Keys asked me. He sounded so angry, but that is what I made sure he was. My name is Julie. Master Keys, I answered. I knew I sounded as bitchy as I had when we had fought. Arrow, stop, I heard Mom say. When she spoke, all of the guards stood up a little straighter. Then, she came up, and I felt Felix hold me tighter. I heard my dad growl, but I just wanted to hug my mom. Look at me, child, she asked me. There you are, Felix, let her go, she said. Dad growled louder. Marcus told her that it was a bad idea, and Keys told Dad he should kill me before I got the opportunity to do anything untoward. I have seen those eyes before. Just as I have seen a similar mark before, she said as she ran her fingers over my mating mark. I knew she referred to the one on Keys' neck. I had my father's eyes so that she would have seen them before. I am my father's daughter. You compelled us all to forget you, why? She asked me. It would never have worked out. We fought too much. Dad caught us having sex. That has a scar. A father. My dad killed my mom, but my other mom was amazing, which was terrific, but all that is beside the point. I am getting tried for treason. Sorry that I am being so bold, mistress, I said as I tried to smile at her. What is your name, your real name? Mom asked me. Isabella, I whispered loud enough that only she could hear me. I want to be able to talk with the girl. Arrow, grant me this, Mom said as I went back to look at the floor. No, the child is a traitor. We must put her to death, Keys said. I will force your hand if I must, I whispered. I grabbed her and knew their reactions would be swift. I'm sorry, Mom. Tell him I love him. Please, tell Keys the first loved him and both my dads, too. I whispered as I looked at my mate. I was torn from her and felt each limb torn from my body. APOV. I watched as Pisha talked to the child on trial. I watched as the child answered all her questions. I looked at the child for the RST time and recognized some of her features. She could almost be my daughter. I watched as Keys demanded her death and then the resulting actions. We all watched as the child grabbed Pisha, threatening to tear her head off. I watched as Felix grabbed the child and tore her limb from limb, but just as she was about to be set aflame, Pisha covered her with her own body. What are you doing? I shouted at my mate. Saving her, Pisha said. Why save the traitor? Keys asked. Because she is your mate, brother, Pisha said, showing us all the corresponding marks on the girl's neck, identical to the one that Keys wore. The one he swore of which he knew nothing. Impossible. I do not have a mate, Keys said, getting angry. Guards leave us, Pisha demanded. Once they all left, she started to place the girl back together. I walked over and attempted to read her, but I knew it would be impossible as she was a shield. What did she say to you, Pisha? Marcus asked. She said, I'm sorry, Mom, tell him I loved him. Please, tell Keys the first loved him and my dad's too. But before that, she told me, it would never have worked out. We fought too much. Dad caught us having sex. That has a scar. A father. My dad killed my mom. But my other mom was amazing, which was terrific, but all that is beside the point. I am getting tried for treason. The girl is our family, Pisha said, as she put the girl back together. We all attempted to make sense of her words to my mate. No, it cannot be. She is using a gift of some sort, an attempt to try and fool us all, Keys said. Then get the torch and turn her to ash yourself, Pisha said. Marcus and I watched as Keys struggled to move after picking up the torch. Do it, I can't live like this, the girl answered. She could not even look at us, just at the ceiling. Arrow, Marcus, look at her, really, look at her. You recognize her features, Arrow, she has your eyes, Marcus. Look and see Didim's cheekbones and chin, Arrow, she has your hair. She is your daughter, my love. Keys, she is your mate. For whatever reason she did this, she has to be hurting too. She has been here as a guard for what? 6 months now. She was watching as her mate slept with other women. Hearing them scream his name, knowing that she would never again do so, watching as her fathers were happy without being a part of that. She had to watch from the sidelines while her heart broke. And you were going to kill her for treason. I see this as she was trying to live without family while remaining close to them. Pisha said to us all. I could not remember the last time I felt genuinely sick. I looked at the child lying on the floor, and yes, I could see the similarities, but I had many relations with similar features. We watched as she started to move, even without being given blood. She must have been in much discomfort. Mistress, there is no need to defend me. I am a traitor, after all. Please let my master pass judgment, the child said. Isabella, this does not need to happen. You are our family, Pisha told the girl. Isabella. The child's name is Isabella. Mistress, please. It is okay. I have been discovered, the child said. She walked over to see. Ayus and took the lit torch from his hand. What are you doing? Keys asked. She just smiled. I have removed my shield if you would instead read me before judgment, the child said. I took her hand. I am sorry that you had to find out like this, but I know that you loved me once upon a time, just like I know that you loved my mother also. You killed her just for hurting me. I will always love you for that. I don't want to die, Dad. But it seems like Keys and I will never fully accept each other, and it's not okay. For some reason, we are perfect for each other, but sometimes we are unsuitable. Yes, I compelled you all to forget me, but it was better than what Keys did. He compelled me to believe that he was dead and that he willingly walked into a pyre. I made it, so he never had a mate, and you never had a daughter. I know you still do not believe it. Know that I do love you all. I heard her tell me. I don't know what happened, but I remembered everything, even Isabella coming in. Oh, the office and compelling me to forget. I remember you. I know that you may think I don't, but I do, I told her. I noticed that Sulpicia had the torch in her hand and put out the flame. Let us go and try to help you fix this. I told her. I heard Keys growl, and I knew he was furious with me again. No, the vampire is going to get tried for treason, that is all there is to it, she is just icking you all into believing whatever the child wants so that she can get away with it, then go and report back to whoever it is she is truly working for, Keys shouted. He's right, kill me, then. I'm sick of fighting with you about stupid shit without the pleasure of fucking you afterwards. It is tiring, or is it that you aren't man enough to fucking kill me yourself, you fucking dickless wonder? After hearing all those women in your bed, I have to wonder, were they all virgins? I'll bet they were. After all, it would have been the only way they would scream out your name. They must have had zero experience with someone with any talent in bed whatsoever. Isabella shouted at Keys. I stood there in shock. Did she accuse him of what I think she did? Pisha whispered to me. I just nodded my head. I highly doubt you would know what real talent was when it came to fucking a man, but after all, look at you, you're nothing but the spawn of a dog, Keys shouted right back. But he looked like he was enjoying it. Hey, I resent that, I shouted at him. Stay out of this, they both shouted at me. At least I know my father, you washed up hybrid. Isabella shouted at him. Oh, I know who he was, after all, I killed him too. And look at what I get for my troubles, you as a mate. I know that I must be cursed. Keys shouted. I felt myself getting pulled back by both Pisha and Marcus. Seconds later, Isabella launches herself at Keys, and they start physically attacking each other, screaming at each other. I am pulled out of the throne room and into Marcus's office. So she is your daughter then? Fights like you do and all. Marcus said. Do you remember Marcus? Pisha asked. Yes, as soon as I saw their bond, it was like a door opened, and I knew who she was. I had watched for months as she struggled with watching Keys with all those women. I tried to warn him against sleeping with so many. He even told me he wanted to eliminate the constant pain he felt. I just laughed at him, of course. He got angry with me for laughing at his pain. If only he paid more attention to who it was leading him to, Marcus laughed. I have to wonder if fighting each other is their version of foreplay. Pisha asked. I do not want to think about that at all, I answered. Oh fuck, Keys, we all heard Isabella shout out. I wanted to throw up my lunch. Okay, fighting is foreplay, Pisha said. Marcus started laughing. She questions his manhood, and he calls her a bitch. They certainly are a pair. Marcus said just as we heard the unmistakable sounds of our thrones smashing. Just as well, we have more thrones in storage, Pisha said, smiling. I will never be far enough away not to hear that, I said more to myself than anything. CPOV. Bitch, you dared to compel me to forget I had a mate, I said to her. We had not stopped insulting each other the entire time. If anything, it made fucking her somewhat angrier. Finally, she compelled me to forget her. We fought, screamed, and fucked. We broke everything in the throne room, turning it all to dust. But I remembered her. I finally remember her, remembered everything that we went through. You compelled me first. You made me be. Believe that you walked into a fucking pyre. You were a fucking asshole. Ah, fuck. God Keys, harder. God, please, harder. Isabella screamed. You fucking compelled me to forget about you altogether. But, Oh God, you feel so good, my mate. I said as I kissed down her neck. The feeling of her sliding over my cock felt better than any of those women, she felt so very tight around me. I felt her as she came closer to her release. As her walls started to flutter around my cock, as she pushed me over onto my back and started to ride me. I watched as she arched her back, grabbed my thighs, and rolled her hips to get closer still. Putting my hands on her hips, I helped pull her down hard onto me. Still can't fuck. Oh God, right there. Oh fuck, yes, keys. I felt her come on my cock, as we both screamed out our release. Feeling her walls squeeze me as I felt it as she flowed all over me, I roared out her name as I came, filling her with my seed. Then, feeling the sensation of our combined release flowing from her body down my balls as she collapsed on me. You didn't fake that. I smiled at her. Hearing her breathy laugh was heavenly. Are you sure about that? She taunted me. Oh, I am very sure about that, I said. I was still inside her and did not want to leave. You're still as cocky as you were. Nothing has changed much then, has it? Isabella said. My attitude has never been cocky. Your attitude, though, well. You need to work on being more submissive. You're far too mouthy, I said, but I could see the sparkle in her eyes. She liked fighting with me, it was almost like it was foreplay for us. I could be a lot more mouthy, but I doubt you would know what to do with my mouth. Besides, I refuse to be submissive to any man, but you're not really a man now, are you? Isabella said. I couldn't help the growl that exited my mouth. But watching her smile was worth it. Well, at least I am not a dog, but I always wanted a puppy. I could name you Fido, I said to her. She growled at me, but she still smiled. Before either of us could do anything, the throne room door opened, and we watched as the elite guard walked in with the next prisoner on the schedule for sentencing. It wasn't until then that I noticed that both Isabella and I were lying on the floor, legs entwined together, buck naked, with me still inside her. Our clothes are in ruins on the floor surrounding us. Reschedule this for later. I need you to fuck me right now, my love, she whispered. I looked at her, and she just smiled at me. Reschedule everything for later this afternoon, I told them. Once the guard left, I picked Isabella up and ran with her to my quarters. I threw her down on the bed, attaching my mouth to hers before entering her, desperately wishing to hear her scream my name again. It was not long before I got my wish. We both lay on my bed, catching our breath, which we no longer needed. I looked over at Isabella and admired how beautiful she looked, as she was thoroughly fucked. Her hair was an absolute mess. And she had not stopped smiling. I never knew I needed you so much, I told her. I never knew that all that time we spent fighting, we could have just been fucking at the same time. Nice way to multitask, by the way, Isabella said. I just laughed at her. You will need to go and deal with the rest of the prisoners, and I need to see if I still have a job, Isabella told me. I would rather you not be one of the guards. I wouldn't be able to fight with you as much if you were always on assignment. I said, not honestly knowing how Isabella would receive it. I know that according to the schedule, Dad had the other elite guard and me going away to sort out some newborn army in the southern states of the USA within the next few days. So I could talk to him and see what he wants to do. Isabella suggested. But since I was getting tried for treason, I wasn't sure what would happen. I had given up on ever being with you again. I hated watching you with those women. Listening to them boss me around, having to clean up in here after you had finished with them. Isabella continued. I'm so sorry that you had to go through with that. But why didn't you break the compulsion? I asked her. I couldn't. I did it without intention. It never meant to be broken, she said. I had to wonder what catalyst caused it to break. You need to restart the sentencing. The guards hate it when a trial gets resentenced for any reason. It means they can't chill out until everything finishes, she told me. Come with me then, I asked her. I can't. I'm just a guard, remember? Well, I think so anyway, Isabella said to me. We both got out of bed dressed. I watched as she ran to her quarters and got a robe for the coming trial. BPOV. The other guards confronted me once I returned to my room. How could you do that? You shouldn't even be here. The masters should have turned you to ash. Was getting tried for treason just a ploy to fuck our master. I trusted you. You're nothing but a traitor. Jane said to me. You need to leave. Tell our masters that you made a mistake, and accept your fate. I don't know how you convinced them to spare you, but I will find out. And I will have you turned to ash for it, Dmitri growled at me. They all walked out but shut the door behind them. I watched what smelled like petrol pour under my door and set a light. Finally, I could reach the window before the guard blew up my room. I heard footsteps rushing towards the guard's wing as I walked along the castle's outside wall and listened to my parents' pained cry. I prayed that Keys did not see the fire. Finally, I got to Keys' bathroom in his quarters, thankful he was still in the shower. I pulled myself up and through the window. Keys, please tell me you're in here, I can hear the shower. I called out. Isabella, what are you doing? I thought you went back to your quarters. Why are you covered in smoke? Keys asked me. They can't know I'm alive yet. The guard just tried to kill me. Jane and Dmitri made no secret of their disdain for me as a traitor. Then, finally, I heard the bedroom door open. Keys, I heard my father's pained and panicked voice call out. Keys walked out, towel wrapped around his waist. Please tell me that Isabella is still with you. She had not gone back to her quarters. Dad asked. I could hear the panic in his voice. She left to prepare for the upcoming trial, Keys said. I listened to my mother and both of my father's pained cries. What happened? Keys continued. There was an accident, my father said. I saw my mate come back in and grab his robe. I will be back soon, Keys whispered. I just nodded. I heard him run from the room and listened to his pained cry seconds later. Then, finally, I heard him scream out for the ones responsible. I heard him demand all the guards in the castle go to the throne room, that he demanded to know who killed his mate. He came back shortly after, getting dressed. He looked so angry, so very pained. There is a small room behind the thrones we use to converse before passing judgment. I want you in that room. Your parents must know you are alive. We will play T.S. as needing to find a real traitor within the Volterra. Little did he know that there was an actual traitor within the guard. There is a traitor within the guard. They have been reporting back to the Romanians. I informed Keys. Who is it? Keys asked me. Jane. She is pissed that Dad doesn't treat her like his daughter, 'cause she sees him as daddy, so she went out and found someone that will spoil her rotten and let her call them daddy, I told him. I showed him all the video footage of her interactions with Stefan and his brother with Jane. My shield was convenient sometimes. Once he finished watching, he guided me to their small room and told me to stay there. I could hear everything, but I was to remain hidden. CPOV. I had to convince them all that I had just lost my mate, Arrow, Pisha. And Marcus could persuade them that they all lost a daughter, but I lost my mate. I should be more distraught. APOV. I was still coming to terms with everything, putting memories in place and thanking the gods that I could no longer hear Keys and Isabella. We were all still sitting in Marcus's office when we heard an explosion. I looked at Pisha, and Marcus and I prayed it was not in the guard's wing. Then, we all ran, following the still-sounding rumble of the fire burning. When we all got to the explosion scene, we all cried to find that it was Isabella's room. Master, we took care of the traitor. One of the new guards told me. I felt Pisha grab my arm as she collapsed. Keys, please tell me she is still with him. I ran as fast as my legs would take me. I heavily knocked on my brother's door, before I entered the room. No one was in the main area, but I could hear the shower. Keys, I said as I watched him come out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. Please tell me that Isabella is still with you. She had not gone back to her quarters, I asked him. She left to prepare for the upcoming trial. What happened? Keys asked. I heard Pisha and Marcus's distraught cries. Knowing what we all did now, Isabella was in that fire. We had lost our daughter. There was an accident. I told him I could not say the words. But then, I saw the denial on his face. He ran back to the bathroom to fetch his robe and ran to her quarters, the three of us following him. Once he reached her quarters, we watched as he tried to enter the still furiously burning quarters. I grabbed him, listening to his cries of anguish as he shouted for the one responsible for killing his mate. I watched as the guard looked panicked. I demanded that someone put this fire out before it destroyed us all. Then, I heard Keys cry for the entire guard to get tried for murdering his mate. I suggested that we read them all first. He was sending them all to the throne room. Pisha guided him back to his quarters, listening as he told her he wanted to be alone. Pisha returned to me seconds later. I held her in my arms as she cried. Looking over at Marcus, I sent him my most heartfelt condolences. After all, he had also lost his daughter. After overseeing the fire extinguishing, the three of us made our way to the throne room, where all the guards waited anxiously. I honestly did not expect to see Keys whatsoever. When he walked into the throne room, the three of us were surprised, but we also understood. Read them all, and lower guard, come forward, now. Keys growled through clenched teeth. It took some time, but we got through the lower guards. Any that were a part of this plot to kill my daughter. Keys turned to ash. Middle guard. Keys growled once the lower guard was complete. We all understood his grief. Elite guard. Marcus shouted. This was most disturbing. All but a couple knew about the plot to kill Isabella. Felix seemed to be honestly grieving. Yet, he truly cared for my daughter. He considered her a true friend. I found Jane conspiring with the Romanians because she was jealous that I did not see her as a daughter. So, after reading the entire guard, I asked Felix to guard the door and ensure that no one had ever left. Brothers, sister, a word, please, Keys asked as he walked away. We all followed him. We entered the little room behind the throne room, where we convened to discuss our judgment decision. We all took a seat except for Keys. Once Pisha closed the door, she rushed over to me. She was taking our daughter's death hard. I need your understanding, brothers, sister. We have a traitor in the guard, Jane, to be precise. Keys said. I had only just discovered this, so how could he know this? Keys had not stopped looking between Marcus and me since we came in. Why do you need our understanding? How did you discover this traitor? Marcus asked. This is where I need your understanding and, more importantly, your silence, Keys asked, looking directly at me. She is alive, isn't she? Marcus asked. Yeah, I am. I was able to jump out the window in time, Isabella said as she stepped out from behind Keys. Pisha got up and ran over to our daughter. I could not help but notice that smoke still covered her clothing and skin in stains. It was too close. She was in the room immediately before the explosion. I returned to Keys' bathroom outside the castle. I couldn't have them knowing I survived. I do feel bad for Felix though, Isabella continued. What? Why? Keys asked. I wanted to laugh at the jealousy that Keys showed over her friend. He was a true friend to me. Even with all the bitchiness from the other guards, he was a true friend, Isabella answered. We can let him know, as he is genuinely grieving your loss. He tried to stop their plan. If he had time, he would come and alert us to it. But the guard planned and executed the plan too fast for him to alert us. He could only ensure the window was unlocked and pray that you go out. I told her. Isabella looked like the gesture touched her. Marcus got up, put on a look of heavy grief, and left the room. Felix, Arrow has requested you escort your mistress back to her quarters. She is extremely distraught over the loss of her daughter, we heard Marcus say. I stood and left Pisha and Isabella in the room and joined Marcus in the throne room. CPOV. I watched my brothers leave the room, kissed my still smoke-covered mate, and left my sister to wait for Felix. I was making my way to the stairs of the dais. We still had not replaced the thrones. As you are now only just understanding, we have lost an important family member. Isabella was not only the maid of Master Keys but also the daughter of Master Arrow and my Didim, so those we find guilty of her death will be guilty of killing the princess of the Volterra and your queen also. So I would step forward now and confess before we inform your pairs of your guilt. So Marcus said to them all. The severity of their actions is only now becoming apparent. BPOV. Keys and I eloped. We took the first plane to Vegas and married. I felt bad for not including my family, but I didn't want my M and Dad to make a huge fuss over everything. While we were there, Keys heard about the creation of a newborn army. Some woman wanted to recreate a version of a soldier she once had. Keys knew who she was immediately. Keys didn't like it and asked if it was alright if we found the camp's location and saw a woman trying to get her brother to leave it. I found another woman standing around watching the show and asked who she was. She was a friend of the sister. I suggest you tell your friend to go to Italy, a town named Volterra, and ask to see the kings and tell them about this. They would be able to help her get her brother back. After all, that's what they do. They help vampires like this. So I told the vampire before me, just as her friend was returning. I didn't want Dad to see me in the girl's memories. So I returned to Keys. We both heard the friend tell the young woman where to go, but that she would not be coming with her as she thought of another person she could go to and get some help. What do you want to do? We haven't had much of a honeymoon, but we could help and eliminate her. Keys asked me. I looked over to the camp and thought for a second. I think you head to the airport and catch the same flight as that vampire that tried to get her brother. I will go and find Jasper, Emmett, and Rose, I told him. I had a funny feeling that this was where Jasper was created. Well then, I will be back with our family and a contingent of guards as soon as possible. You realize that this means you will have to come back to life. We could orchestrate that you had gone undercover to find the traitor. We could also see if your father will see if someone in the guard is willing to come forward and compel the entire guard or say that they have a gift that they do not. He said to me, I would rather know one lie about having a gift. It could be something that we can think over. I told him that it was something that we could discuss later. I kissed my new husband goodbye, and we parted ways. I found an Apple store, bought a phone, and called Rose. Thank God for eidetic memory. Thank God she had not changed her number. Hello, who is this? Rose answered. Rose, hi, it's Bella. How are you? I asked. After not seeing her for a long time, I couldn't just ask her for help outright. Bella, hi, how are you? What have you been doing? Where are you? Rose asked me. I'm good. I'm at the Texas-Mexico border right now, just looking around for some real estate. I told her. Bullshit you are. You want help with that bitch, Maria. I heard Peter yell. I sighed. Hello, Peter. Have you eaten any other hybrids lately? I asked him. I heard his mate, Charlotte, laughing loudly. Bitch, you know I haven't. I learned my lesson with you. Peter said with a little more clarity. He must have grabbed Rose's phone. What you after, lil bit? Are you still wanting Daddy's guard to believe you dead? Peter asked me. You and that know-it-all bullshit of yours. They will know I'm alive soon enough. Yes. Keys and I would like to help with your grandmother, I said to him. He just laughed. What do we get out of it? Peter asked me. Before I could answer, I heard a slap. Peter cursed. And the phone changed hands. Hey, doll, sorry, it's musical chairs right now. So what do you guys want help with exactly? Char asked me. Well, I am going to try and get hold of Jasper soon. But I have a weird feeling that he is angry at me for some reason, and I would like to try and find out why, I said. I don't know why I have that feeling, but I do. I'll tell him to call ya soon, doll. Now, what ya need from us? Char said to me. Well, Maria has caused quite the fuss and has once again got onto the Volturi radar, and they need to try and end this shit and fast. I found out recently that she seems to evade them each time they try, so I thought I would call Rose first and see if I could ask for her help after catching up a little. I also have a question too. Ask you and Rose because once my father finds out, we will need to get married again. So, will you and Rose be my bridesmaids? I asked. I was hoping that they would say yes. But instead, I heard a F.A. int screaming down the line that they were on their way, and then she hung up on me. I was about to call Rose back when my phone rang. Hello, I answered. Hey, darlin', it's Jasper. I heard my brother's voice down the line. Could I even call him my brother anymore? Hi, I answered. I didn't know what to say. I think we need to talk. I'm going to come and help with Maria, but I thought I would give you a quick call and let you know I'm a help ya. But we gonna talk, Jasper said. I told him thank you, and I look forward to seeing him. I also told him I was a few miles outside her camp. I had to wait 2 hours before I heard several vampires approaching my location, and they were coming up fast. So I looked around for the tallest tree and quickly climbed it. I made sure that I was covered as much as I could. I waited, and the vampires ran right by the tree as I knew they would. I was so relieved to see that it was my friends. I jumped down, and they turned around as soon as I landed. They relaxed as soon as they saw me. Bella, "Oh my God, you scared us," Rose said as she ran up to me and hugged me. "It's good to see you too, Rose," I hugged her back. It was nice to see someone else that was friendly. "So, what's the plan for the Mexi bitch from hell?" Peter asked. "Keys has gone to get a contingent of guards so that they can finally put an end to Maria and her army," I told him. "So when is the boyfriend getting back?" Peter asked. I just had to laugh. These people would be the first to know. "My husband will be returning in a day or two," I said, smiling. I still not fully accepted the fact that I now had a husband. "You got married?" Char asked. "Yeah, we eloped a couple of days ago," I said, still smiling. "And you couldn't keep this from your father?" Rose asked me. "It's not that hard to keep things from Dad. Mom, on the other hand, is a different story. She is going to kill me when she finds out," I told them. I had a feeling that my mom could be a terrifying woman. "Your mom?" Char asked. "Yeah, Dad's mate, she can be terrifying," I told her. They all laughed at me. "I get that about Sulpicia," Jasper said, smiling. We sat around talking for a while and catching up. Jasper and I were able to speak, finally, and I found out that he was hurt about discovering I wasn't human, that I was an old hybrid. And that my father was his king. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't help who my parents were. After what felt like a lot of explaining and apologies, we finally got past all of the hurt and returned to being friends. "I started to see you as my little sister. I guess you're more the big sister now," Jasper said. I couldn't help but laugh. I was so happy to be able to be with these people again. I just wished that Felix was here, too. I laid my head on my new brother's shoulder, and we just sat together and waited for Keys to return. The six of us devised a decent plan to remove Maria and her army. But a lot of it relied on Jasper and Peter. They would go back in and convince her they had come home. "I'm telling you guys, we don't even need the Volturi, we can do this ourselves. Pete and Jazz are way too devious and badass to need them. Jazz man can use his super feels and get them all to pile up and fall asleep, then we walk in and light him up," Emmett said. I had to admit that Emmett's plan was fantastic. We could sit around then and roast marshmallows while we wait. It could be the perfect wedding surprise for my family. I laughed, but they all looked at me like a light bulb had just turned on. But then, Jasper and Peter finally looked at each other, smiled, and got up. They were letting us know that they would be back soon. JPOV. It was rather genius. The girls could sort out the details, and Pete and I had some serious fun. We walked towards the camp, and I started the super feels, making the entire camp compliant, making them all happy to come outside and see me. I was making them feel like they were about to see God. The God of war, maybe. But still, Major, we gonna have company in a second by the queen bitch herself, Pete told me. I wonder if she felt me. We waited a little bit before we saw the evil bitch. I just smiled at her. I saw the moment she registered who was interrupting her evening meal. "M.I. Amor, you have returned to me," Maria said as she came strolling up to Peter and me. I Ted to feed her some confusion before leading it into compliance and relief, getting her to trust me. I could feel Peter's humor. He was not helping this situation. He knew how much I despised this bitch. I got the bitch to concentrate on me while I got all her little minions to lay in a pile on top of each other, and Peter went over once there was not a single one left and struck the match. That was when I allowed her to notice her army in ruins. Peter also went around and doused all the buildings in gasoline and set those alight. Once the decimation of her army registered with her, Maria tried to flee but didn't get far. I had her, throat in hand, smiling at her. Ares, the Major, and I merged once again like we had been when I was still under this bitch's thumb. I am not going to allow my sister's husband the satisfaction of killing you. I'm going to do that myself, I told her, grabbing and tearing her apart. Each limb I tore into little pieces before throwing them all onto the burning bonfire. Letting the purple smoke filter into the air, I heard what sounded like Emmett and the girls coming closer. I wanted to get this finished. Wow, that's much bigger than I thought it would be. Nice one, man, but couldn't you leave one for me? Emmett asked. I turned around and saw him looking at the fire. It's awesome, ain't it, Pete said. I just shrugged and found a seat. The girls came up closer and saw the fire. Bella asked if we had finished everything. I heard Peter confirm that it was. I just sat and watched the flames. I felt it when they all looked at me, all of their fear hit me at once. All of them felt fear, but one. She was curious. Bella was a special one. I looked over at her and sent her my curiosity. Just wondering why your eyes are completely black. There is no white at all in them. Bella said to me. She started to walk closer to me, just to be pulled back by Emmett. Let go, Emmett, he isn't going to hurt me. If he were, we all would be dead by now. I trust my brother, Bella said, pulling her arm away from Emmett's hold. I smiled and just kept watching. So when did this happen? Bella asked me. Bit ago, I answered. Bella just nodded her head and sat with me. The rest of them relaxed a little but stayed wary. Bella tried to tell them there was nothing to worry about, but I knew what it was. They saw the eyes of Ares, and that scared them. I would be lying if I said it didn't hurt to know that my first friend in this life was afraid of me, even after all we had been through in our time with the evil bitch. It took a day before they all felt comfortable enough to know that I wouldn't attack them or their mates to be comfortable and relaxed. They joke around like they always did. The fire was still burning when I felt them entering the new range for my gift. Since merging, my capacity has increased. We all heard a small army coming this way. We all looked in that direction. Bella wasn't worried. She quietly told me it was Keys. She placed her head back on my shoulder, and we continued chatting. I could tell her things even though Pete didn't know about me, and Bella never judged me the whole time. Bella smiled and said it didn't matter what I had done. She would always be proud to call me brother and proud that I could come out the other side and find her. While we sat around the fire, Bella told me that she had disco. Varied that her father had attended her wedding long before she hit triple digits. So I found out that Charlie was a descendant of hers. She loved to be able to watch how her family grew over the years. I thought it was rather funny. Everyone else was wary, but she was the only one who didn't care. She sat down and just started talking to me like I was still the Jasper who thought she was human. Anna, fuck with your family just a little. I asked her as an idea popped into my head. I watched her smile. I patted my lap, and she jumped on immediately. Play along. It's not gonna be anything bad. You just gonna introduce me as your brother, and I'm just gonna grin at them. I told her the basic plan. Bella just giggled, and we waited. Hi, Daddy, I found my brother. He and Petty got rid of the army for us, Bella said. I felt Pete's immediate shock hearing her call him Petty. I turned and looked at them, and their reaction was instant. They felt threatened by me by the growling and the crouching. And they were petrified for Bella's safety. Bella just stayed on my lap and hugged me. Sulpicia was the one to start to move forward. Arrow stopped her immediately. Hi, Dad, I smiled. Arrow's shock was instant. I could feel that Bella wanted to laugh, but she kept it well. Keys was getting increasingly concerned and scared for her safety. Hubby is getting increasingly concerned and scared for you, I whispered in her ear. Low enough that only she would hear me. We both looked at him. Bella got off my lap and stepped towards Keys, and everyone's reaction was instant. Keys grabbed her, and guards surrounded me. None of which could get to me. Curious. I'm not going to let you hurt my brother, so quit trying to, Bella said to them all. Keys growled at her, and we all watched as she slapped him. Stop growling at me, Bella said. Stop acting like a fucking dog protecting your bone, Keys growled. Seriously, do you want to play that game? Fine, at least I got a stiff bone to play with. Nothing about you is stiff. Limp dick bastard, Bella told him. Rose, Emmett, Peter, Char, and I all stood and took a few steps back. Your mother should have swallowed you, at least then. I would not have to waste a good boner on you, Keys replied. We stepped back again. This time, the guards also did. At least she got laid. All you get is a pity fuck, much like your mother gave your father, but unfortunately. She ended up with you. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, now does it, Bella told him. I would slap you for that, but that would be considered animal abuse, Keys told her. Then, finally, I heard Sulpicia say that we all had to leave and to do so soon. I wonder if you could speak more clearly if your parents were second cousins instead of first. Bella told him, stepping closer to Keys. You know your father should have wiped you on the sheets, Keys told her. We left after that. We all made it back to the hotel. Peter yelled that he had booked. Once we entered the room, Sulpicia started. What was confusing for me, though, was that the words she said didn't match what she felt. Arrow, I can't believe she's alive. Did you know about this? How did she get out of the fire? Sulpicia asked. Guards, please give us a moment, Arrow asked. Pete told them they had a room booked at the end of the hall, and he gave them their keys. Considering only 6 guards came with Arrow, Marcus, and Sulpicia, it wasn't like it would be a tight fit. Once they had left, we turned and just looked at our leaders. Why do they always have to bring me into this? Arrow whined. He was raising his hands in exasperation. They haven't seen each other for what? 2 days. At least it's a good warning system. Sulpicia said to Arrow and Marcus. Insulting each other as Isabella and Keys. Idea of foreplay, it seems. Marcus told us. Emmett and Peter just pissed themselves laughing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. CPOV. Fuck, I missed you, I told my beautiful wife. Missed you too. Isabella smiled at me. So where did that camp go? Or is that part of the fire we saw coming up? I asked her. Yeah, Jasper and Peter just walked in. Jasper used his super feels as Emmett called them and got everyone to lay in a pile while Peter set them on fire. They left Maria till last, and Jasper ripped her apart. It was cool to watch how powerful he is, but very anticlimactic. Isabella said, I didn't know if I liked her spending time with the Major. I don't like you spending time with the Major. He seems very unstable, I said quietly, as I didn't know how she would react. He only looks like that because he has fully merged with all his demons. For example, Jasper merged with the Major and merged with Ares. But he is not unstable. He may be quieter, but he's still the same man. Isabella told me. I helped her, not that she needed it, and we dressed and returned to our family. When we decided to come up for air, she had gotten a text message from the Major letting her know where they were. We arrived at the hotel and met up with my brothers and the Whitlock coven. Both Isabella and I received very amused looks when we walked in. Hi, Mom and Dads, Isabella said, going up to her parents and hugging them. Next, I sat down with the Major and asked why he merged with his demons. It was time. We all were tired of feeling fractured. We needed to be one. And when the opportunity came up to destroy Maria, I thought it was rather poetic justice. She created us, after all. So why should we not all end? Maria, the Major told me. I had to admit that it was a fair point. I watched as Isabella talked with her parents, but I was restless and wanted time alone with my new wife. I am getting rather thirsty, Isabella. Would you care to join me? I asked her. Seeing her smile was breathtaking. We said goodbye to the room and walked out to find someone to drink. APOV. I waited for Isabella to tell us about her marriage. We could all see that both she and Keys now wore the symbols of their union. So why could they not just tell us? Master Arrow, I can't help but offer some insight. I can tell you're hurt over what I can assume. It's over, Bella. Major Whitlock asked me. I nodded. Have you heard anything from her? Pisha asked him. Not that I can say, but I'm sure she has her reasoning for keeping whatever it is from you. Maybe she and Keys WOU.LD like to surprise you regarding something that has happened over the last couple of days, the Major told us. I looked at my wife. I had to admit, mind you, as much as I did not want to admit it. The Major had a point. Should we set up a reception for them? Miss Hale asked. Honestly, sorry for saying this, Your Majesties, but if we throw them a party, they would likely get pissed that you knew and didn't tell them. I mean, Bella told us already, Miss Whitlock said to us. She had a point also. I sighed and conceded to the points made. I would like to be able to throw her and Keys a party, regardless if they told us or not. It is not like we did not know what they were doing. They did make it rather obvious. We would have to be rather thick not to figure it out. Marcus said. That was all the go-ahead any of us needed. Next, we set up a reception part for the happy couple. I called the guards to help us set it up once we found the perfect location. The guards wanted to know how Isabella was still alive. Marcus, Pisha, and I told them all that there was an issue with a traitor in the guard. Isabella offered to go undercover for us as one of our guards to find out who the traitor was. It was just sad that her life was threatened in the manner that it was. Master, if you please, why not ask us to help you find the traitor? Dmitri asked us. We knew that the traitor was Pa, RT of the elite guard, and did not want to put any of you in a position to feel like you had to betray a friend. We did not want to set off anyone's defenses. This was a sensitive matter. As this person, who we later found was Jane, was passing information to the Romanians, we thought it better to go about things this way. As no one knew who Isabella was, it seemed the perfect opportunity, Marcus told the guard. Looking over at Alec, he was still hurt over what he saw as his twin's betrayal. Alec knew of her jealousy and her desire to become my daughter. The party was all set up. Now, we just had to wait for the arrival of the happy couple. We got word that Keys and Isabella were on their way. They sounded anything but happy once we heard them. The two were not even insulting each other. Instead, when the two came in, both looked furious. What the hell is this? Keys shouted. Since you are married now, we thought we would throw you both a wedding reception, Marcus told them. Well then, it should do well for your brat of a daughter. Enjoy your party. I refuse to have anything to do with this sham. Expect the annulment papers in the mail. Marrying you was the worst thing I have ever done. I would rather face the pain of separation at this point than be with you. Never set foot in Volterra, or I will kill you. Death for myself be damned. Keys walked out one way, and Isabella walked the other way. Marcus, Arrow, Sulpicia, go home, everyone, just go back home, Isabella told us. We heard the growl of the major before he ran in Keys' direction. Marcus sent the guard after Keys to stop the major from killing our brother. I ran after Isabella, needing to comfort my daughter. But she turned on me before I could get close to her. Leave me alone. Since I met you, my life has been nothing but shit. Since I met you in person, I have been better off on my own for the last 2,600 years than the previous year. So maybe mother was right, lichens are shit. Even ones that had gotten turned. Never contact me again, not even if that cunt you call a brother dies. I don't care. I wish I had never met you. I wish I were never born. Isabella said to me. She ran, and I just stood there, staring after her. My dead heart broke. Brother, where is Isabella? Arrow, where is she? I heard Marcus ask, but I didn't feel the need to answer him. We should leave and go back to Volterra, I said. My voice nothing but a whisper. Once we arrived back in Italy, I made my way to my quarters. I heard the commotion that Keys had created. I knew that Marcus was hurting, just like my mate was. The two of them made a point of touching me to keep me apprised of what was happening. I felt at the moment my daughter's life was no more. I heard Keys' anguished cry of pain and Marcus and Sulpicia's similar outcries. I listened to my door turn to splinters as Keys entered. Leave, now, Keys told me. Why? So you don't have to get reminded of being a failure to your mate. The mate, who is now dead. My daughter that you killed. I shouted at him. Keys stepped closer to me. She was nothing but a dog, like the one that spawned her. Both she and you were my biggest mistakes. I should never have turned either of you, Keys said. I may have been a lot of things, and frankly, I don't care what you think of me. Isabella was never a mistake. My daughter was nothing but a prize that you threw away. However, I will not leave so your conscience can be clear. I growled. Keys tried to attack me but failed. He was becoming weaker. I called Chelsea. I needed to have her bind Keys to Marcus. I waited while I had Keys held down, hearing his pained cries and listening to Keys cry out for Isabella. I felt like crying out for her, but I did not, dear. I no longer thought it was my right as a father to do so. I listened as I heard both Sulpicia and Marcus's pained crying for the loss of their daughter. Once Chelsea had bound Keys to Marcus, I took him to his quarters and went to find Marcus and Sulpicia. I saw Sulpicia in the tower. She refused to talk to me. Marcus was much the same. Heading back to my quarters, I went to the window and looked over the city. I'm sorry, Daddy, I heard Isabella's voice over the wind. I looked towards the city's gates and swore she was standing there. I jumped out of the window and ran to the gates where I had seen her. I took a breath, and it hit me. She talked to Chelsea. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I called Chelsea to come to the city's front gate. BPOV. Why don't you come back to the castle? I know what he said. I was there. But there is no way that he would kill you. Keys misses you, Bella. Felix told me. I can't. The only reason I'm even here is I can't be further away, I told him. Finally, I found someone that would break all of my bonds. Felix and his mate were with me when I met the woman. Felix told me what he knew about the process, so I knew it would be painful. The woman refused to give me her name. She said to me that they would feel my death, but if anyone I had bonded with could read the bonds, there was a chance that it would not work. I paid the woman, and she broke the bonds that I had. I was close enough to Volterra to hear the pained cries as soon as they all felt it. I was with Felix and his mate when they were on assignment last month. He had let me know what was happening at the castle and that Keys was falling apart. I looked over at Felix, knowing he was feeling my death. He is going to turn everyone to ash, Felix said after we watched the woman leave. I nodded. You should leave and head back. I don't want Dad to see me in your memories, I told them. We love you, Bells. If you need anything, just text us, Felix told me. Both he and mate left. I went up to the city walls. Looking where I knew everyone I loved would be. I could see into my father's quarters. I watched as Keys barged into his room and watched the fight that Keys tried to start to get stopped before it could begin. I didn't want to do this. I knew I hurt my father, and I was sorry for that, but my coming to Volterra with the Cullen family seemed to be the catalyst for everything that had gone wrong. I'm sorry, Daddy, I whispered when I saw him come back to the window. I thought that he had heard me for a second. APOV. I called Marcus shortly after I hung up from calling Chelsea to me. I was praying that he would answer the phone. What do you want, Arrow? Marcus asked. I have Chelsea coming to me at the front gate. I request that you please join me. I need to know what you smell, I asked my brother. I waited for them both to arrive. Chelsea arrived a little before Marcus did. She knew immediately what I called her here for, and I watched as she attempted to run. I pinned her to the wall and waited for Marcus. Arrow, what have you? Arrow, what is the meaning of this? Marcus asked me. What do you smell, Marcus? I asked him, watching him cautiously take in a breath. The second he smelled it, he pushed me away and picked Chelsea up by her neck. What have you done? You never received permission to destroy any bonds, especially the bonds of a mated pair. Marcus shouted. He was loud enough that it called the attention of both Pisha, Keys and half the guard. I knew that Chelsea was able to talk, so she could very well answer any of us. What is the meaning of this? Pisha asked. Keys looked worse than dead. Isabella is alive, and Chelsea destroyed all of her bonds. Chelsea is the reason we believed her dead. Marcus growled. I don't believe you. Let the woman go. It is a Ms. You're mistaken. Marcus. Keys said. He walked away, but not towards the castle. He started to walk towards the forest. Deal with her as you see fit, Pisha told us. She was glaring at Chelsea. Masters, please do not kill my mate, Afton begged. Your mate interfered with and destroyed the bond of another mated pair, the bond between your king and his mate, to be precise. Which is punishable by death. Marcus said. He had still to stop growling at Chelsea. We all watched as his grip tightened. I looked over to where Keys was headed and could no longer see him. I knew that killing Chelsea would remove the binding of Keys to Marcus. She asked me to, Chelsea said. I refused to believe my daughter would willingly do that to her family. She knew what would happen to Keys if she did so. What would happen to us all if she asked to have her bonds removed? Before hearing Marcus roar as he tore her apart. CPOV. I heard what they said. They said that Chelsea manipulated the bonds that Isabella held. That would be ridiculous and mean that she is alive, but I know what I felt. I felt her death. Isabella is too kind of a person to do that to someone. She is too kind to do that to me. But she must know she would do that. I know they want to believe that she is alive, but I know she is not. I am not returning to the castle. I cannot be there with her father. Each time I look at Arrow, I see Isabella. I see her dark hair and her eyes. I cannot face him. I wondered why Isabella and I fought so much. Was it because we were too stubborn? Were we too alike? Nate, her of us wants to concede anything at all. I don't know how far I walked into the forest, but I could no longer hear the traffic or chattering of Volterra. Instead, I listened to a woman's quiet sobbing. It sounded like she was in immeasurable pain. It was funny how the world seemed to work. I was in despair myself, and here I passed someone also in pain. I asked myself if I should go over to the woman and offer some solace to her. Maybe we could comfort each other. Talk to each other about the ones that we have lost. I walked past and did not stop. She would no doubt find my brothers if she was a vampire and ask for death. They all do. If she were human, she would move on and find another to be happy with and, in time, forget her lost love. I could not seem to move. I stood there and listened to the woman, her pain, her cries. I wanted to keep going, but I found myself moving toward her. I needed to help her. Maybe in helping her, I would also help myself. I walked closer. The cries became louder, and she sounded tortured. Was this woman getting tortured? I walked closer, looking around, seeing if there were any other vampires, but not being able to sense anyone. The closer to this woman I got, the more worried I felt. I came upon a field, and at the far edge, I saw her. My fury took over. Chelsea. I understood now. I ran to her, and I watched her pass out. I picked her up and held this beautiful woman as tight as I would give her anything she asked for as long as I lived there. APOV. Chelsea and Afton were no longer. Marcus tore them both apart and set them alight. All of her created bonds or nullified bonds would be no longer. I was thankful that we never used her to bind the guards to us then, that they all stayed with us of their own free will. Why did she do this? I heard one of the guards ask. Isabella asked for this, and Chelsea agreed. She no longer wanted to be with the Volturi but did not want to inform us that she wanted to leave. She wanted to hurt us. And this was the way that she chose to do so. I answered. I turned to face Marcus and Pisha to find both gone. Then, turning to the forest, I saw their cloaks disappearing into the trees. Let this be a lesson. If you no longer wish to serve the Volturi, you have only to come to us and inform us, and we will happily let you go on your next journey. We will not force your service. Let us hope that Isabella will come back to us. I told them all. Walking past everyone gathered, I made my way back into the castle. Once there, I found myself in the throne room. I just sat on my chair, looking around at what the Volturi had amassed, wondering if it was all worth it. Was all this power that we had worth the pain of losing family? I had to admit to myself that, no, it was not worth a single thing. A single cent of my amassed fortune. I would give everything I owned to have my daughter and made happy in my life. Over the last few days, I have thought that maybe I should just let Marcus and Keys take over all of this. Leave with my mate, and live a life that is just our own. Instead of having to make the rules and hand down punishments, we just lived by them, and that was all. We travel and live as nomads. Maybe I will go back to using my birth name, Lucian. My love, what has you so sad? Pisha asked me. I didn't realize that she had returned. What if we left here? I resign my throne, and we leave and live as nomads. We change our names. What do you think? I asked her. She looked torn. I knew that she loved it here. Forget I said anything. It was a silly errand thought. I smiled at her. Once again, everything was right in her world, and all I could feel was miserable. Marcus came to see me a few days later, worried that Keys had yet to return to us. I couldn't help but be pleased with him. If Isabella was still alive and he had found her, I hoped that they were happy, finally, and all the heartbreak I had caused my daughter was over, even though I knew that would not be the case. I hope that wherever they are, the pair will finally be happy, I told him. Marcus, have you ever thought about disbanding our coven? I asked. Yes, I have, but then I think about the good we are doing and the crimes we punish by keeping our existence a secret. And I know we are doing all this for the right reasons. So why do you ask, brother? Marcus said, sitting down across from me. I have thought lately that maybe it would be a good idea. There seems to be so much hurt within our family that I have to question if we are doing the right thing by not only our race but, more importantly, our family. They should be the ones that come first. I told him honestly. Ah, I see. But, Arrow, I will let you in on a secret that not even you have been able to garner from me. Isabella is very strong-willed. As you are aware, But she and I constantly fought, all because I was not you. Isabella and I fought over the silliest things, always walking away saying she wished she was never born. But she always returns and apologizes. Since finding her mate, Isabella has become so much more stubborn than she has ever been in the past. But so has Keys. They seem to have brought out the worst and best in each other. They need to give each other time, to find that happy medium, where they can tolerate each other for longer than an hour. Marcus told me, Isabella's relationship with Keys reminds me very much of you and Sulpicia not long after you met. Constantly fighting, and do you remember when she left you for a spell? Marcus said to me as he got up to leave, I have never been that stubborn. I said to him. I watched as Marcus walked out the door, laughing heartily. It was very out of character for him, considering he had been in mourning just hours ago. I still had not heard from either my wife or Keys, and I was concerned about not hearing from them at this time. BPOV. It hurt so much to be away from him. No matter how much we fought, I still loved him. I knew what I was doing when I asked Felix to put me in touch with Chelsea. I knew what I was doing when I asked her to remove all bonds connected to me. I knew it would hurt like a mother when she removed the bonds. I knew that everyone I held those bonds with would feel like I had just died, just as I would feel their death. They would hurt for a while as they coped with my loss, but they would move on. Even my mate would move on and find another. Eventually, I found myself in the forest surrounding Volterra, holding my chest, trying to stop the pain from pulling me apart. I could not let the pain take over. I cried and pleaded, trying to get the pain to subside. I felt it was justified. I should not even be alive. No matter how far I tried to get away from everything, I could only take a few steps before the pain became too much for me to handle. I had to be able to bear this not only for myself but also for them. They needed to be able to have a fresh start. Chelsea told me that each person would forget me by removing the bonds. She knew a vampire who would remove the memories that everyone had of me. I had no reason not to believe her. With each passing moment, I felt myself becoming weaker. I heard movement around me, but the pain made it too hard to focus on anything else. It wasn't long before I saw a shadow from the corner of my eye. I could not turn my head to look before. I passed out from the pain of losing my mate and family. I could register the sounds of my surroundings slowly. I could hear so much, but the main thing I could hear was a voice humming close by. Someone was close to me. I was no longer in the forest but lying on a bed. The humming was so close. I couldn't fathom why someone would want to care for me. I was nothing. I drove everyone I cared for away. But this time, I did it all on purpose. I pushed my mate away, knowing he was too good for me and deserved better. I did the same with my father, stepmother, and stepfather. My mother never wanted me, so it was not so hard to let her go. But the others were the hardest. I wanted to have parents who loved me. I wanted to have my mate with me. But most of all, I want to be worthy of being loved. I have never felt worthy of anything. I knew all of this from the beginning. All of this I had known since I was a child. My mother had seen fit to tell me I would never find true love with either a vampire or a lichen because I was neither. I was only half of what I could have been. I would not even find true love with a human as they would be too scared of me to be able to fall in love. So either way, I was doomed to be forever alone. I was constantly feeling destined to be alone. Then I met Keys. My world made sense, but my mother reminded me of a secret. Being a hybrid meant he would not share a true mate bond with me. So I pushed him away to save myself the heartbreak I would inevitably face. I was fighting with him to keep him from falling in love with me, so he could find his true mate. Why did you get her to break our bond? Do you despise me that much? I know we have had our problems. I had hoped that we would be able to sort things out, come to terms with what we are to each other, and stop all the fighting. I don't want to fight with you, but I will give you your leave if you no longer want to be with me. I heard Keys say to me, I thought it best so you can find your true mate. I already know that I'm not her because I'm just a half-breed. So essentially, I wasn't doing you a favor. I told the man I loved. Maybe we should have been honest with each other from the beginning. For centuries I felt just like that because, as you know, I am a half-breed myself. Then I found you and I knew that was all a lie, once you are made a vampire, the blood that brought you into this world no longer matters. You are now a vampire and a full-blooded vampire, so the laws surrounding true mates will apply to us now. So in all reality, the fact that you are now the aforementioned full vampire means that you can have a true mate, and I am sorry to say, but I'm it for you, and you're it for me, darling, he's told me. I didn't know if I should believe him, but I wanted to. How can I believe you? We hate each other, we did nothing but fight and fuck. How can I be it for you? You can't be that unlucky, can you? I asked. Who said anything about being unlucky? I think myself to be extremely lucky. Especially being able to call someone like you my mate. The fact that you have the unfortunate pleasure of your parents aside. You are the one that I am lucky to call my mate. He's told me as his hands framed my face. I couldn't take it. How could he not want to find his real mate? She must be out there somewhere. But he wanted to be stuck with me. I do not wish to be stuck with anyone. You are my real and true mate. Whatever you have been told is nothing but a falsehood. I can only imagine who told you this, and she was wrong. You only need to ask your father, that he has the most experience. Next to myself. He's told me. I don't know how he knew I had thought that, but he did somehow. What would Lucian know? I asked. He spent your entire life finding out and trying to discover if you would be able to have a mate at all. He wanted you to be happy. I spent years wondering why he asked endless questions when pursuing your future. It was all see you happy with a mate that he was not sure you had out there. When it was me all along. I blamed him for many things regarding you, and I am sorry. It will be a subject that I will need to talk to him about. But please, Bella, I beg you to forgive my wrongs against you, and please give us a chance to try to forget all your mother told you. He said it almost felt like he was asking the impossible, asking me to forget my mother's teachings. I had spent so long learning everything I knew from her in one way or another. I doubted that my father was so worried about me that he wanted to know if I would have a mate. But then I heard from people that he knew about me already, and that also I doubted. I just scoffed at the thought. But then, who would have thought that my mother would end up being the one who could betray me as she had done? I knew I needed answers, but I felt that Marcus could only give me the desired answers. Getting up, I went in search of my stepfather, went in search of my answers. I could only hope that what Keys told me was the truth. I prayed that it was, but I couldn't hope that it was. Too many of my mother's lies were ingrained into me. When I found Marcus, he was too happy to give me the answers I sought. My darling daughter, I knew your mother very well, and for many years, I was blind to her faults, and for many years, I chose to turn a blind eye to the lies that she told you, regardless of being able to see the truth with my gift. Once you turned, you became a hybrid no more, and instead, you truly became a true vampire, just as your father and mate are. He likes to believe that no one knows that he was a hybrid before, but I knew only because I knew his parents. They were both enemies of your grandfather. He also grew up in a time of war just as you have. He was looked down upon, like you, for being a hybrid, and his mother, like yours, told him lies about ever finding love. You both have more in common than either of you realize. There is a bond there, Isabella. And he loves you with his entire being, just as you love him as well. I know that you more than likely are having trouble accepting the bond, but my dear, your her was jealous that you could have the chance at finding true love. Marcus told me as I sat huddled on the floor before the fireplace. Your mother was very much in love with your father, just as he was with her, but in the end, she used him as a pawn to get what she wanted. She was jealous that a hybrid could find love and was very resentful towards you. She never knew of Keys but was always rather scared of him. My advice to you, my daughter, is to stop your fighting with Keys and accept the love he is desperate to give you, Marcus told me. I didn't realize she was so resentful towards me. It's almost like she hated me for being born. I said quietly. In a way, I think she did. When her affair with your father was discovered, and she was removed from the coven, she no longer had the luxuries that she was used to. I know that this was not the conversation that you wanted to hear, but I felt it important to at least inform you of the truth, as it was with your mother, Marcus told me. I was thankful that he was being honest with me, at least. Thank you for that, but why did she not want me? Why did she keep me away from my father if she loved him as she claimed? I asked. Because you are exactly like Victor. I heard from behind me. You even look like him to a degree. Your mother was an image of her mother, and that killed Victor. Then we were found out, and you came along. He saw himself in you the minute that you were born. He also saw me in your eyes and knew that he would have to kill you to keep your mother's loyalty. Your mother running with you was her one saving grace. She at least wanted to keep you alive. I have told you that I knew about you from the moment that I could hear your heartbeat in your mother's womb. It was no secret that Victor hated me. I was nothing but the help. I was just a werewolf, a way for him to keep himself and his coven safe during daylight hours. Isabella, if I am, to be honest with you, there is no reason that you show. LD taking any of this out on your mate. Keyes has done nothing wrong. Yes, he may have said some stupid things, but he is not to blame for the things that your mother has put you through. It is also not the fault of Marcus or Sulpicia. None of them knew what your mother was really like, nor did they know the type of person she was and had been for millennia before they even met. If you feel like you need someone to blame, you can blame me. I was the one that was having the affair with your mother and was found out. Dad told me, you know someone found Mom's diary and made a movie about your affair, don't you? I asked him, trying to make things right. After all, I had been rather harsh to them all. You can't be serious. Dad and Marcus both said simultaneously. Yeah, I watched it before I met the Cullens. I have to admit it's not something that a daughter wants to see. It was very descriptive, but the actor they got to play you looks like you. Scary, really, I said with a small smile. I watched as both of my fathers pulled out their cell phones and searched for the movie after asking for its name. Sadly enough, I would like to see it, to see what she thought during that time, Dad said. I think that the director took a lot of creative liberties, I said. He seemed to wave me off and call for Felix. I talked some more with Marcus about what I was feeling and what was going through my head, hoping that I could make sense of some things. It is all natural to be thinking like this. Your mother told you many things throughout your life. A lot of those things, you believed without reason to doubt. Have you talked about this to Keyes? He would be able to help you possibly get past all your fears. Marcus told me. I sighed and shook my head. He told me that it would be best to do so that we can at least start to heal our bond. It was showing signs of being strained, and that can't be good for either of us. I agreed and went to find Keyes. I found him easy enough, and I asked him if we could talk when he was finished on the phone. He smiled at me and ended his call. But before we could even speak, my father barged in and told us that we were all going to the movies. I groaned. I didn't want to watch my parents do it on the screen. Keyes thought it was a wonderful idea and took my hand so we could both go and get ready. I don't want to go and see a movie about my parents' affair, I told Keyes. Is that what Arrow wants to go and see? He asked me. I nodded. It was rather cringeworthy if you ask me. It was two actors playing my parents. Keyes told my after that he would not go with them and that he and I would stay as there were a few things he needed to finish up. My father didn't seem too happy about it, but let it go. Keyes asked me if I had seen this movie, and I told him I had but did not wish to see it again. He did not realize that when I said that I didn't want to see a movie about my parents' affair, it was because I had already seen it. We had moved to Keyes' suite, sitting in the lounge and staring at each other. I didn't know what to say to him, and it seemed he didn't know what to say either. I missed you. I thought I had truly lost you when the bond broke. I demanded that your father leave Volterra. I didn't want to see him and be reminded of you, of what a failure I had been as your mate, and not to tell you how much you meant to me from the beginning. I wish that I had known all that your mother had told you so that I would have been able to tell you the truth about what you could be and what you can have. I told you that I was a hybrid myself. I had many of the same thoughts that your mother filled you with until you came and I discovered that I could have it all. I could have the happiness that I saw in all other mates. I just wanted you to be happy, and if fighting with me made you happy, then I would give you that. I would have given you anything. Given you the stars that hung in the sky. I love you still, Isabella. If you want our bond no longer, I will give you what you want. If you want to leave, I will give you that. I will not beg you to stay if you no longer wish to. I didn't realize that this was what I needed to hear from him. Not realizing that he loved me enough to let me go. I knew that I needed him just as much as he needed me, but I had not realized that I was not the only one my mother had ruined. When did she tell you that you would never find love? Never find a mate? I asked Keys. He looked at me, surprised. When she found out what I was before I turned. I had not realized that she even knew about a hybrid species. But when she saw that your father was also here and that he had found a mate himself in Sulpicia, she was furious. She took her anger out on everyone, but never in the presence of Marcus. It was like she wanted your father to be miserable without her and wanted to flaunt her newfound mate in front of him and purposely hurt him. I had heard your and Marcus talking about you one night and confronted him about you. Marcus ended up telling me everything but swearing me to secrecy. The very next day, it was at this time that I gave up on my hunt for the werewolves. Just in case I came across you and killed you. I cared too much for your father to kill his daughter, but that did not stop your mother from continuing to inform me that I would be forever alone because of what I was. I still do not know how she discovered the truth of my parentage. He's told me he still seemed to be holding a grudge about it. Not that I blamed him at all. I know that I indeed held on against her. I learned to ignore the little jabs about my parents, as I knew she was nothing but insecure, which was just solidified every time she was around Arrow and Sulpicia. She was furiously jealous. He's told me. I had to laugh at that. I had never seen mother jealous of anyone. We talked for the next few hours until my father entered Keys' room looking for us. Brother, what is the cause of this? Keys asked, irritated. Sorry for the interruption, but may I please speak to my daughter? Dear old dad asked. I just nodded but stayed where I was. If I won, Ted whatever this was between Keys and me to work, then we needed to have no secrets. You can talk to me with Keys here, I told him. Neither of us missed the hint of a smile on his face. As you know, some of us went to see that farce of a film. Have you had the chance to see this film? Dad asked me. Unfortunately, before I came here to Italy and before I met the Cullen coven, I was a victim of trauma. I'm sorry, but once was enough to traumatize me for life, I said with a visible shudder. Was it not what you expected, Arrow? Keys asked. It was filled with her fantastical ideals of what our relationship was. They got some of the facts correct. I was that the coven blacksmith and the Lycans were created to be essentially the bodyguards for the coven during the day. I did lead the rebellion. But where it diverged from the truth was Didym never was burned for being pregnant with you, Isabella. Victor ended up dead for the treason of the coven, and they were all prepared to follow your mother and vote her to be the leader of the coven, something that she desperately craved. And she used me to get under her father's skin, but this was something that I already knew about. We never went sneaking off to have sex. The vampires regularly had sex with Lycans as they liked the danger, and came to get one of us right before the full moon and on the verge of the change. My father said to us both. I almost didn't want to tell him that there had been 2 other movies. Master Arrow, sorry for the interruption, but we have just discovered that there are 2 other movies linked to the one we went to see. Felix came and told my father. I wanted to laugh. Felix couldn't even look at my father at all. You cannot be serious. There are more of those monstrous films. Father asked. Yes, Master, Felix said. Not looking at him at all. I could have sworn that the vampire could blush then Felix would be 50 shades of red right now. CPOV. Once Arrow left, Bella and I spent the rest of the night talking. We talked calmly. We shouted at each other, and we fought, but not once did we lay a hand on each other. That was the agreement that we had come to. Not until we had worked everything out would we finally be able to touch each other. Not until then would we be able to kiss each other and make love to each other. This was getting rather tiresome, and I could see she was getting just as tired of the fact that we had come full circle several times, and yet neither of us had worked anything out. I'm tired of this all, Kai. I don't know how much more I can take, Bella whispered. She looked as exhausted as she sounded. Both of us were at a loss for what to do and how to fix what we had. I had started to worry that the only decision we would be able to make was to separate. The idea of separating from you hurts too much, but Kai, I can't think of any other option that we have. It seems like we are too volatile together. We have gone around in circles, yet there is nothing more we can do. Nothing that either of us has suggested works for the other. Maybe we have to separate despite the hurt. Bella said finally after a long silence. I can't be away from you, even though I know that we have tried that already, and gotten nowhere, but if this is what you want, I will give it to you. I could never honestly tell you no to anything. But where would you go? I asked her. I found out recently that a witch had resurrected my grandfather and he is back at the head of the coven. I was going to go and attempt to talk to him, maybe even try and find out why my mother was the way she was. Bella told me. I immediately wanted to convince her not to go. I had heard all about Victor, and what kind of vampire he was like. I wanted my mate nowhere near that kind of vampire. I don't want you near him, I said, meaning for it to come out more forcefully than the whisper that escaped me. Please, I have already heard enough about that vampire, more than enough to know exactly the type of vampire that he is and to know that he would more than likely kill you for being what you are, I told her, knowing that Arrow would be vehemently against her going to see Victor as well. I have heard a lot about him as well, but I want to see for myself and find out what kind of vampire raised and turned my mother and created the person that she turned out to be. I feel like I have to go. I will return to you. But I need to do this, she told me. Getting up, she kissed my lips and walked out, not giving me the chance to stop her or convince her not to go. I could not, in good conscience, let her go without protection. I attempted to run after her, but I was too late before she could get far. I quickly made my way to Arrow's office. I needed to have him on board with me. I knew he would remember Victor Coven's location. And with luck, he would approve a contingent of guards to follow after Bella to keep her safe. Arrow, do you remember the location of Victor Coven? I asked, even though I was sure that he did. Of course, why? He asked. She found out, didn't she? I heard my sister, Sulpicia, ask. Yes, and she has gone to talk to him, I told her. She ran out of the room yelling for Dimitri and Felix, screaming for them to assemble a large army immediately, and they found her immediately. What is going on, Keys? Arrow worriedly asked. Bella has gone to find and talk to Victor. She discovered that a witch resurrected him, and he is now back in charge of his coven, I informed him. I watched his eyes turn a yellow I had not seen in centuries. I watched as he seemed to run from his office, calling for Bella, even though he had just been informed that she had gone to face Victor. I had never seen either Arrow or Sulpicia work as quickly as they had to get a small army in place to keep my mate safe. I was thankful for sure. I needed to know that she was going to be safe and that she would be able to come back to me at the end of the day. We are coming, my love, I whispered. BPOV. I ran as fast as possible, pushing myself to the limit. I knew that as soon as I told Keys about my plan, he would inform my father, and they would try to stop me. They didn't understand that I needed to do this. I needed to know why my mother hated me so much, why she even slept with my father if she hated his species that much. She must have known that this was going to happen and that there was a chance that she could have gotten pregnant. The fact that she did must have been a massive kick in the teeth. I had made it to the edge of the territory that I had been told belonged to my grandfather. And I was immediately confronted by a vampire who asked me what I wanted. I want to speak to Victor. I know he has been brought back, and I want to speak to him, I said to the vampire before me. There is no Victor here. Now leave. The man in front of me said. I know that Victor is here in the head of this coven. Now, I ask again, take me to Victor. I demanded. He argued for a while that Victor was not at this location, but I knew that there was and that he had been resurrected and was now back as the head of the coven. Bring the child forward. IHEA, wrote a heavily croaky male voice say from behind the vampire in front of me. He grabbed me by the arm and pulled me toward the voice that called, dragging me into a large room. Chairs surrounded nearly half of the room. All but two were empty. I couldn't help but feel dread coming over me. You demanded to see me, child. The old vampire in the middle chair asked me. I asked to see Victor, and if that is you, then yes. I asked to see you, I said, looking around. I could hear shuffling around the top of the room. Looking up I saw beasts that were chained. He had werewolves chained to the walls. Did he think that this was still acceptable? Did he not realize my father would find out and more than likely free these beasts, or if my mate found out, he would more than likely kill them all? I was not sure right now, but then I would have to get out of this place to be able to inform them. Well, I am here. What do you wish to see me about? The man I now knew to be Victor asked me. He sat there looking at me. And I got the feeling that he was looking at me like I was familiar to him. I had heard about a woman named Sonia and wanted to know why she was an outcast from your coven, I asked him. Where did you hear that name? Victor shouted at me, getting up and coming straight at me, grabbing my throat and demanding who told me that name. Let her go, Victor. I heard my father shout. Victor dropped me, the fear on his face going to war with a look of absolute hatred. Lucian, I thought you to be dead after all this time. Victor spat out towards my father. Yes, well, not many can kill me. Especially now that I have been turned, my father said, coming towards me. I turned to look towards him, seeing that he had brought a small army with him, my maid included, as well as my stepmother and stepfather. Victor just scoffed, turning his head this way and that. The look of disbelief that crossed this vampire's face when my father told him that was almost comical. If I want you dead, Lucian, I will have you dead. I gave you life, you are nothing but a beast that fought for the scraps that I chose to throw down, and you threw my generosity back at me by defiling my beloved Sonia. I should have you killed right here, forever daring to show yourself in my presence again. Victor sneered. And yet I am still standing, and I am here with my coven, the same coven that you now have to answer to. As we are the ones that rule over all vampires that roam this earth. My father said to Victor. I felt a hand touching my shoulder. I looked up and saw my mate, seeing my Kai, slowly pulling me back towards him. While never looking away from all the vampires that surrounded me and surrounded the Volterra. Why are you here, Lucian, and save me that fanciful rubbish about being the rulers? There are no other rulers other than myself, Marcus, and Amelia. Whatever you think you have is nothing but a fool's dream, Victor said, scoffing at what my father, stepfather and mate had built. Marcus Corvinus did become free. I found him in the middle of killing my family. Once I turned, I killed him as an act of revenge. He spoke for the first time, addressing my grandfather directly. And I had Amelia killed not long after I became a vampire myself. My father said. Victor growled, demanding that all vampires loyal to his coven kill my father and his coven of fools. Wait, I shouted. I still needed answers. Please, wait, I need to know, I need answers. I said, going up to my father, almost pleading with him. Please, I need to know, I asked him. Very well, my father sighed. Victor, why did you condemn Sonia? I asked. That is not of your concern, child. Remove yourself. Victor said, his sight never left my father. It does concern me. I am the daughter of Lucian and Sonia. Your granddaughter. I want to know why you condemned my mother. I want to know why she hated me so much. I asked, walking right up to him. Lies. Victor again scoffed. I would not lie about my parentage. What I know is that she gave birth to me as she watched your ashes fly with the breeze. I growled. You were misinformed. I was never killed. Sonia was never with child. Victor told me, but I could see the lie for what it was, as not even Victor believed that my mother was pregnant, and had convinced himself that she never was. That is where you were wrong. I remember being born. I know that Sonia is my mother. Just as I know that Lucian is my father. I told him. I watched a smirk befall his face, which made me angry, so I did the only thing I could think of, something that my mother didn't realize that I knew about. I jumped up and around, latching myself to Victor's back and biting him, gaining access to his memories. I watched as his memories showed that he did KN. How that Sonia was pregnant and that Lucian was the father of her child, but where it differed, was that he did know that she gave birth. I recognized the scene from his memories. He never died. I was lied to about that. Victor sent her off to be a spy. He didn't realize that she has since died. He knew about me, knew exactly who I was, and he had been keeping tabs on me all of these centuries. It was Victor who never wanted me to be around my father, and my mother did as he wished. I let go of my hold once I had what I needed. All of her prejudice was his dislike for my father's species, therefore my species, was ingrained. And all he saw them as were slaves to keep him safe from other vampires that wished him and his coven dead. He knew all about my father's coven and the Volterra rule. And because he once had owned my father, Victor thought himself above Volterra rule. Got what you wanted, beast. Victor said to me, telling me all I needed. He, too, saw me as a lesser being. No matter if I were now a vampire like my father, he would see us as nothing but beasts and slaves. I knew then that I needed to end him once and for all. But I would play this to his detriment. Yes, master, I said to him, falling to my knees. And looking down at the ground, I knew what his next move would be. I knew that he would throw this in my father's face. And in doing so would be his end. I knew now that my Kai had been right. Nothing anyone said made any difference to how we felt towards each other. The only thing that mattered was how we felt about each other. I realized then that when faced with the family I wanted acceptance from, I had the family that accepted me with nothing but love. I heard the growling of my mate from behind me, as well as the growling of the family that loved me, but never wanted to see me like this. See, Lucian, even your spawn knows her true place at my feet, acknowledging her true master, not some fool's play. Victor again scoffed, like I knew that he would. That was the end for my grandfather. I felt it in my bones. I looked around me as best I could without drawing too much attention. The Volturi were outnumbered, but we had 3 hybrids on our side: my father, my mate, and myself. All 3 of us kept our strength. We were stronger than a newborn vampire. Isabella will never be a slave, Victor, not to you or anyone. She is free to do as she wishes. I heard my father say. Isabella, Victor whispered. I thought I heard the sadness in his voice, as if my name brought forth a sad memory. I didn't want to feel sorry for this man. He caused more harm than good. This man was whom my mother learned everything from. The more I thought about the damage that had been done, the angrier I became. I could hear my father and grandfather arguing, and I couldn't stand it any longer. I made my move and took the head of Victor before I tore his entire body to shreds. The vampires loyal to him still made a move to attack me. I dismantled as as I could before nothing caught my eye to my left. Looking, I saw that my family, who cared for me, were all fighting. All of them were tearing apart Victor's coven when not a single member of the coven was left. They all got placed into a large pile before I set Victor's head on fire, using it to light the rest of the pile. I stayed glued to where I stood, watching to ensure no single piece was left. I felt a hand being placed on my shoulder. They are all dead, my darling. It's time to come home. I heard Keys tell me as he wrapped his arms around me. Isabella, are you all right? Arthur asked as he walked up to Keys and me. At that moment, I only wanted my father to hold me and tell me I was loved. Keys let go of his hold of me, letting me make my way to my father. Keys walked into my office with a look I do not recall seeing on his typically angry face in a while. Arrow, do you remember the location of Victor Coven? Keys asked me. Of course, why? I told him. She found out, didn't she? Sulpicia asked from behind Keys in the doorway. Yes, and she has gone to talk to him, Keys told her. She ran out of the room yelling for Dimitri and Felix, screaming for them to assemble a large army immediately, and when they had to find her immediately. What is going on, Keys? I asked my brother, looking back down at the paperwork that I was attempting to get through. I did not like the possibility. But clearly, Pisha had already put the pieces together. Bella has gone to find and talk to Victor. Apparently, she discovered that a witch resurrected him, and he is now back in charge of his coven. Keys told me. I felt the beast rise once more. Rising from my chair, I ran to find my mate to help her organize the army we would need to go up against that madman. Thankfully, it did not take long for us to put together a force large enough to fight against him or reach our destination. I had to wonder about the mentality of my daughter. Why would she go and confront Victor? Not only was he dangerously unstable, but he was insanely ego-driven. He still believed in the old ways, and to my knowledge, he still kept werewolves as slaves. Once we landed at our destination, on the outskirts of Budapest, we ran to the location of Victor's coven. I listened to see if I could hear my daughter. I heard her asking about her mother. I walked in, not bothering to wait, and formed a plan with Keys and Marcus. I needed Isabella safe, and being here in this place, she was not. Let her go, Victor. I shouted toward my one-time owner. Lucian, I thought you to be dead after all this time. Victor spat out towards me. Yes, well, not many can kill me, especially now that I have been turned. I said, baiting him to ignore Isabella. I knew that the fact that I was now a vampire would irk him greatly, as he believed that only the best would be given a second life, and slaves were never worthy of that second chance. If I want you dead, Lucian, I will have you dead. I gave you life. You were nothing but a beast that fought for the scraps that I chose to throw down, and you threw my generosity back at me by defiling my beloved Sonia. I should have you killed right here forever, daring to show yourself in my presence again. Victor sneered. And yet I am still standing here with my coven, the same one you now have to answer to. As we are the ones that rule over all vampires that roam this earth. I said to Victor. I could see the hatred and fear on his face, and I knew I was now one of his equals, not just some lowly beast he once possessed. I knew exactly what I was doing as I riled up Victor, and the best part was that I knew exactly how to do it. I watched as Isabella questioned Victor about condemning her mother. She asked him why her mother was the way that she was. And Victor denied that Sonia was ever pregnant. That did not surprise me at all. He always denied what he did not accept. Those in his coven just accepted the way he was, or they ended up dead. Isabella would need to tread carefully. We all watched as Isabella pounced on Victor and did something that I had not realized that she knew about. I had only ever seen those in Victor's coven do this to get information. None in the Volterra used this method of information retrieval, most seeing it as barbaric. Once she had what she needed, it happened fast. Isabella took the HEAD of her grandfather before tearing him to shreds and setting him alight. His coven made to attack, and the Volterra made short work of them all. I watched as Keys went to check on Isabella and make sure that she was all right. They are all dead, my darling, it's time to come home. I heard Keys tell Isabella as he wrapped his arms around her comfortably. Isabella, are you all right? I asked as I approached both of them. I was surprised when, instead of an answer, Isabella approached me and hugged me, letting me know that she was far from all right. I listened to her cry. Picking her up, I informed Keys that I would take her home. I will be following soon. I want to make sure that everything here is taken care of, Keys told me. Nodding, I turned and left, running back to the airport, my daughter in my arms, crying into my chest, and my maid running next to me. As we made it to the jet to wait for Keys's arrival, I sat with Pisha, and we comforted our daughter. Pisha just sat next to us, rubbing Isabella's back and soothing her. She let her know that she is loved by both of us and Marcus and adored by Keys. We let her know she has a loving family that only wishes her happiness. I could understand why she was so upset. She had only had her mother for over 2.5 millennia, and her mother's love was nothing but a lie. In the face of honest love, she didn't know how to deal with that. She didn't know how to accept it without conditions. Isabella, we love you, and we know that you are hurt, but the revelations that you have discovered, but nothing about Hanges how your father and I feel about you. Marcus, your father and I love you unconditionally, and that will never change. Keys loves and adores you and the fact that he has found you after all this time. But know this, my darling girl, those who hurt you are not worth the blood that sustains them. Any that wish you harm will meet their end, as none hurts our family. So please, my darling, try to cease the crying, and let us love you and show you what it means to be loved. Pisha told our daughter. I smiled at my beloved, knowing that Isabella had made my mate feel complete after all these years of wishing for her own family that she could love in this second life. CPOV. I stayed behind and made sure that everything was ash before I went back to take Bella home. With luck, she would let this go and allow herself to finally feel love. I knew that she had been scared by the actions of her mother. I knew what that felt like, maybe all too well, and I knew that she needed this to be able to finally be free from her mother's family and their pain. I knew that this would take a while, as Didim had let this go on for 2,600 years, and not once had she come to the aid of her daughter, not once had she stopped to think how her actions truly affected Bella. I never really understood why Didim would treat her daughter the way she had and why she never wanted Arrow to know his daughter. And I had to wonder, did she know that Bella and I were destined? If she had, that would have made her betrayal all the worse. As all these things rushed through my head, all I thought of was my Bella. Ensuring she had the security she desperately desired and needed. I prayed to the modern Lord that I don't fuck it this time. Once all the ash had been taken care of, I searched the entire compound for anyone lurking in the shadows and found several vampires and even more werewolves. Sighing, I pulled out my phone and called Arrow. Unfortunately, I needed him for this. I'm sorry to pull you away, brother. But I need your assistance back at Victor's compound, I said as he answered. I will see you shortly, Arrow answered. I could hear my love still crying in the background, the sound tearing at my dead heart. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait long for Arrow to arrive. Brother, you needed me, Arrow said as he walked up to me. Yes, I found a dungeon full of werewolves, some of whom felt they would be similar in age to you. I hoped that you would possibly be able to help free these beasts. I said, all right then. Arrow nodded and walked towards the dungeon's location. I followed, just watching as he started to talk to the beasts that had been kept prisoner for too long. Even if I despised the beasts, I felt no one needed to be kept like this, and I had to wonder, would Victor have kept my Bella caged up like this? All because of what she was. Keys, I know you would rather not talk about this, but do you know whom you descend from? Arrow asked me out of the blue as we walked back to the airport and back to our mates. Yes, you are correct. I would rather not. I am aware of whom I am descended from. Why do you ask? I asked my brother, feeling a little on edge at the question. Do you know the name? Arrow asked me. I stopped in my tracks, getting rather annoyed by this line of questioning. Why do you need to know suddenly, Arrow? I asked, snapping at him. One of the wares told me that Victor was after the descendant of William Corvinus. They had since discovered that he had been turned vampire, and Victor wanted this being to control the species. As it turns out, this vamp can control the beasts that cannot turn back humans, which seemed to be very valuable to Victor, Arrow told me. I knew someone was hunting me. I had known this for centuries. I know this already. What is your point? I snapped again. I watched as Arrow's eyes widened, and a look of shock and realization dawned on his features. You're the descendant, aren't you? I heard Arrow whisper. My family line means nothing. It is nothing but a curse. And it would pay you to never speak of it again. I growled at him. I took off towards the airport again, needing to see my mate and comfort her. Once I arrived at the plane, I could hear Bella crying still. Going up to her, I picked her up and took her to my private suite on the plane so that we could have some privacy, hoping at this time that she would choose to talk to me. I'm here now, my darling. I will never leave you, I whispered to her. She never wanted me. It was all a rouse in order to call out the heir of William Corvinus, Victor Khan. Vinked my mother to let my father get her pregnant so that he could draw in William's descendant. Bella cried. I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry, I said, as the total weight of Victor's actions fell upon me. Victor was after me. I am William's descendant. If what you say is true, then you were conceived to lure me in. I told her honestly. Bella went silent as my omission set in. And she realized that she was nothing but a lure for me. I knew this would react badly to her, and I felt she would leave me. But this time, it would be permanent. You're the heir. My whole life has been some sick joke because of you. I was nothing but a puppet. Bella looked like she would be physically sick, and I couldn't blame her for her reaction. We had already been in the air for a while when I told her this news. So until we reached our destination, she had nowhere to go to escape me. But once we landed, she left. Bella ran, demanding that we all leave her alone, never to contact her again. BPOV. It had been almost 150 years since I had seen Keys. He had called me and left hundreds of voicemails over the years, all of them saying how sorry he was and that he never knew that Victor would resort to that. Telling me how much he missed me and how much he loved me. I had done a lot of thinking over the years. I had come to terms with the fact that I was nothing but a pawn so that my grandfather could gain control of my mate. But each time I had tried to contact Keys, I became too nervous and ended up not doing so. Lately, though, I have felt like I have lost my chance. 2 days ago, I felt an excruciating pain rip through me, worse than I had ever experienced before. An hour later, I got 3 phone calls, one from my father, then my stepmother, then from my stepfather, all within 2 hours. So now I was outside the city my family and mate ruled, looking in and willing myself to step into the castle. As I went to open the door, it opened, and I saw my father standing in front of me, looking completely heartbroken. "Isabella, I'm so sorry, my child," my father said to me. "What's going on?" I asked. He pulled me into the castle, taking me to his ambitious suite. I heard he are crying and kept asking my father to tell me what was happening. I even asked to see keys. But as I asked, he looked even more heartbroken. "Sit, please," father said once he had closed the door of his private lounge. Pisha saw me then and rushed, holding me tightly as we sat in the lounge. "We tried to call you, but you didn't answer your phone. It was about keys. Please know that we did all we could to stop him. He set up a diversion for us all, making sure that we would not stop him from what he was going to do. There was nothing we could do by the time his plan was discovered," my father told me. "What are you saying? Where is Keys?" I asked again. It sounded like they were telling me that he was dead, that he had killed himself. "Keys walked into a pyre 4 days ago," father told me. No, you're lying. Why would you lie to me like that? Keys wouldn't do that. He was strong. He would never do anything like that. He wouldn't kill himself. I was coming home. I said to them. I scoured the castle for him, for my keys, yet I didn't find him. Going to his suite, I found a letter addressed to me on the bed. "My darling Bella, I have loved you so much that I let you walk out of my life. And not once did I fight to get you to return. I have spent many days thinking about what I could have done better, thinking about what you were doing, how your life was better without me. And also cursing your very name. I wanted you to be happy, and I wanted you to hurt just as much as you hurt me, but at the end of the day, all I wanted was for you to be happy, whether I was in your life or not. Over the last 150 years, I have realized that you were my best gift. My Bella, you were the only love I ever needed, but knowing you were happy was all that mattered. Over the years, I heard that you traveled the globe once again, a soothing experience that I wish I could have shared with you. Before you get angry that I was keeping tabs on you, I was not. Saint happened to hear things from vampires who had met you in passing. I now know that the damage created was something that I couldn't help you conquer. There were times when I wished I had been enough for you. And times when I would scream and wish you were next to me so that I could share something that I had discovered with you. I have come to terms with your leaving, knowing that one day you will come back for your parents. I have loved you with every fiber of my being. For as long as I have known you, you have been the center of my world. I walk into my pyre knowing there was a time when you loved me. And I walk knowing I will meet you again. Be happy, my Bella, my darling, my mate, with all my love, your Keys. I screamed out. I would have lost everything if only I had called him and told him I loved him and that he was enough for me. He would still be here, and maybe we would have been happy. I saw my father run in, looking scared, picking me up. My father cradled me, he tried to calm me. Knowing I would need to let him do so, I would not rest until I had my Kai back. I knew that there was a witch that could bring back the dead. I would seek her out and get her to bring my mate back to me. No matter the cost, I will get him back. I would bring him back to me. I would make this up to my mate. As I said to my parents, I was on my way home. I was coming home, and but I was coming back for my mate, not for my parents. Once I had calmed enough, I made my father promise me that none would enter this wing, made him promise that, on the promise of death, my mate's rooms would be untouched by touch or smell. Of course, Isabella, but you must promise me that you will not do anything stupid. Make sure that you live for him. Please. Father begged me. I made a show of thinking it over. Before agreeing. Fine. I promise I will live for my Keys. Can I have some time, please? I just need to be alone right now. I said to my father. I could hear Pisha and Marcus out in the hall and they asked the same. I not do anything stupid and live for my mate. Again I agreed. Once they all left, I walked around this room, taking in all of the little things. Realizing that I really took notice of how much Keys loved the little things in life. As well as how much he really loved me. I let him down so much. I knew that the plan that I had started to form would hurt my parents, but it had to be done that way. On my travels, I had found the witch that claimed to be able to raise vampires from their death, and I planned to get her to raise Keys from the ashes so I could right this wrong. I sent her an email asking what she needed for this ritual. I had a feeling that she would need his ashes. So I would need to get my hands on them. Leaving the room, I went in search of my parents. Once found, I asked where Key's ashes were. Thankful when they handed me the ashes. I had a feeling that you would want them. They still have his scent, my stepmother told me. Rode my father and stepfather grinding their teeth together. They didn't think it appropriate that I collected your mate's ashes. But I knew that if the roles were reversed, I would have wanted your father's ashes. To be able to say my last goodbyes to him. Pisha told me. I rushed up to her and thanked her. Thank you for understanding, Mom. It still doesn't feel real. Like he's going to come out at any moment and get annoyed at everyone for being sentimental. I smiled. I can see that happening. You understood him far better than you think. Pisha hugged me again, whispering softly enough that only I heard her. That I should make my move tonight. While she had my father's preoccupied with business. I nodded, but thankful that she understood that I had a plan. I thanked her once again, and made my way back to my mate's quarters. The hours passed, and I opened the urn that Pisha gave me with Key's ashes in it and was pleased to know that she was right. His scent was still in the ashes. Having received confirmation that it was the ashes that were needed to bring him back, I set forth and put my plan in motion. Jumping from the window, I ran towards the forest and the meeting place I had organized with the witch. Did you bring the ingredients? She asked me. Before I even answered, I checked to see if there were any others around. We are alone. I can sympathize that you want your mate back. I want to be able to have mine back as well, she told me, looking in the direction I had just come from. What happened to your mate? I asked the witch in front of me. He was stolen from me by your mother. She told me. My mother is dead. If you want Marcus, he is free of her spell. I told the woman in front of me. The look of delight that came over her warmed my dead heart. My stepfather deserved to have some happiness in his life. She took the ashes, spilling them on the ground and saying a few words. I watched as the impossible happened. My keys started to reform. It too. Okay, a few hours for the process to be fully complete, but all I wanted to do was cry and hug this woman in front of me. I felt the venom sting my eyes and I wanted to be able to cry. I thanked her profusely for bringing my love back to me, and even suggesting that she make her way to the castle and finally be happy with her own mate. She left Keys and me standing in the forest, staring at each other. Bella, Keys whispered. What happened? I walked into a pyre over you, Keys asked. He honestly looked angry about being brought back. I found a witch and brought you back. I was coming home, I told him. He scoffed. Coming back? Just to make sure that I was miserable, no doubt. I said my piece. I no longer wanted to be miserable. I wanted to be at peace finally. Why couldn't you stay gone? It was clear that you didn't want to be with me, that the love I wanted to share with you meant not. I stopped his rant and prayed that my actions would make him question what he was saying. I kissed him and hoped I could make him stop for long enough to let me explain and explain enough to let me make it up to him. Bella, please, don't give me hope. I heard Keys whisper. I was coming back to you. I know I fucked up. I needed to grow up before I came back to you. I needed to be able to prove myself to you. I hope that I can be a good enough mate for you. I missed you as well. I was telling you the truth. I was coming home. I told Keys the first expected him to ask me to leave and let him die in peace. He didn't speak for the longest time, he just stared at me. I got the feeling that he wanted me to leave. But I couldn't. I needed to stay, and I needed to be close to him. Leave, Isabella. You made your feelings clear when you left, when you learned about my connection to your precious family. So leave. Go find someone your family would have approved for the child that none wanted. He sneered at me, his voice getting louder. I'm sorry I left like that. I'm sorry that I didn't give you the chance to explain. I'm sorry for it all. But what about the letter you left for me? I whispered to him. I don't care. I wrote that in a moment of weakness, wishing for something that. Wishing for someone that never existed. He growled. I nodded. Then you can be the one to kill me. Set me on fire. And then you can honestly be done with me and walk back into the pyre. I'll even give you the matches, I said, getting the pack from my back pocket and throwing them at him. He picked them up and lit a match. APOV. We held court for a while. Pisha looked rather smug about something, and I had to wonder what it was. Masters, we have one last woman who wishes to see you both, Felix said to Marcus and me. Bring her in, Marcus instructed. We watched a woman walk in and heard the quiet gasp from the woman and Marcus. Hello, I know who you are, and I thought it best to inform you about what your daughter is up to, the woman said to Pisha and me. Who are you to begin with, and what are you talking about? I asked her. Has her request been completed? Pisha asked the woman. Yes, it has. Thank you, the woman said, smiling at my mate. What is your name? What brings you here to see us today? Marcus asked. My name is Maggie. I am a vampire with a gift for regeneration, and I hide my nature. I have finally come to be with the mate who denied me. My mate was stolen from me by a woman who wanted to deceive the Volturi and use those who trust in what you all have built. Maggie said to us, looking at Marcus. May I please? I asked as I stood from my throne. I want Ed to find out what this woman knew and to know about that little conversation she shared with my mate. Of course, I knew that you wouldn't want to accept what I told you without seeing it for yourself, Maggie told me. Holding her hand to me, I looked over at Marcus, waiting for him to accept. Once I received my brother's okay, I took her hand and delved into her memories. I stepped back once I had seen everything, not quite believing what I had seen. Thank you for that, Maggie, I said to her, excusing myself and leaving her with her new mate. Sulpisha, let us leave the newly mated couple to get acquainted, I told my mate. I need to have a word with my lovely mate. I know that you saw that I contacted her. I had heard what she could do, so I asked her to find Isabella and offer her services. I knew what Keys was going to do. They had been apart too long, and both needed each other. The fact that her mother and mother's family orchestrated everything surrounding our daughter Shish. Old have told you that Isabella would react badly when she found out what she had when she found out that she was born to lure in who is now her mate. What do you think she would do? Thank everyone or the chance to be a lure and ensure she never had any feelings. Didim used you, and her father used her. Again, what do you think would happen when Isabella found out after nearly 2,800 years? Pisha asked me. She had a point there. I knew we needed to get to where Keys and Isabella were. I knew Keys would not be too happy about his reversed decision. We had all seen the change in him. We all knew that this would happen in the end. That he would walk into the pyre. One would have to be blind not to see that he had made that choice. APOV. Pisha and I arrived at the location where Keys was brought back. As we approached, we could hear the couple arguing. I was coming back to you. I know I fucked up. I needed to grow up before I came back to you. I needed to be able to prove myself to you. I hope that I can be a good enough mate for you. I missed you as well. I was telling you the truth. I was coming home. Isabella told Keys. Leave Isabella. You made your feelings clear when you left when you learned about my connection to your precious family. So leave. Go find someone your family would have approved for the child that none wanted. Keys sneered at her, his voice getting louder. I don't care. I wrote that in a moment of weakness, wishing for someone that never existed. He growled. Isabella must have said something to him so that Keys could react in that manner. Then you can be the one to kill me. Set me alight, and then you can honestly be done with me and walk back into the pyre. I'll even give you the matches, Isabella said, getting a pack from her back pocket and throwing them at him. He picked them up and lit a match. I growled out my anger. Wait, look, Pisha said to me, pulling me back. Keys had lit the match, but he hesitated. CPOV. She was finally here before me. After 150 years, she was here, which only made me angry. It took my death for her to come home. Even if she said that she was coming home and coming back to me. It took me dying for her to come home. But she was here in front of me. Finally, I know what I had told her. I wanted her to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to do what she asked me. I couldn't bring myself to kill my mate. I had wanted to hurt her as she had hurt me by leaving, but at the same time, I never wanted to be the one to hurt her. I understood why she needed space. I could understand. And that finding out she was born to lure me in would do a number on anyone. I dropped the match, pulled her to me, and kissed her. Showing her how much I missed her over all of these years. We dropped to the ground. My hand stayed in her hair, lips on her, tongue exploring hers, tasting her like she was the very blood I needed to survive. Feeling her hands also pull me close to her. I felt her cry while she kissed me in return. I love you. I'm sorry I was away for so long. I'm sorry about that. But I needed time to come to terms with everything, and I realized that I needed to grow up to be the mate you deserved. Not the one that you were unfortunate enough to get. I was being an ungrateful child who didn't deserve you. But I hope to be able to earn your trust again and earn your love. Bella told me, I just wanted to have you next to me and nothing more. I am angry that it took all this time and my death for you to come back, but I missed you each second of the day. I cried and blamed myself for your departure. I blamed your parents and your grandfather for searching for me, and I blamed him for wanting to control the wares so much that he would convince your mother to use your father in that manner. I wanted to be able to talk to you about all of these things, but you were nowhere to be seen. I tried to call you but only ever got your voicemail. So I called as often as I could to hear your voice. I told her, not once letting her go. I beg of you, do not leave me again. If you are here to stay, then stay. But please don't leave me again. I would not be able to live without you like that again. I told her, my voice nearly a whisper. I won't leave. I told you that I was coming home anyway. And I was when my fathers and mother called me and let me know you had died. I had felt your death as I made my way here. I was close to the city when I felt you die. I knew what it was, but I couldn't accept it. Bella told me, she was so close when I walked into the pyre. Who knows that you brought me back? I asked her, just the witch that I know of. No one else. She whispered, good, let's leave. We can sneak back into the castle to get some things and then leave and live our lives just for us. Arrow and Marcus can make the announcement and put another in my place. What do you say? I asked, smiling at the idea. Dad knows that I'm there. I will have to make a show of letting him and Mom know that I'm going to leave, Bella told me. Okay, we go back to the castle, and you go and tell your parents that you will be leaving. I'll wait for you in my quarters, and then we can leave. Just us. I smiled. This was the first time that I felt hopeful about my own life. Okay, let's do it, Bella told me, with a smile on her own. APOV. Pisha and I heard their plan. And I knew that it was going to be the best option for both of them. As good as Keys was at ruling with Marcus and me, he was no longer the ruthless and cutthroat ruler that he once was before he met Isabella. Pisha pulled me back, and we ran back to the castle and waited for Isabella to come and tell us that she was going to be leaving. Once we arrived, we went directly to my office, where I found Marcus and Maggie waiting for us. I know that Keys is back, that Bella had him resurrected. Maggie informed me, it will be good to have him back. To help rule once again. Marcus told Pisha and me, no, he will not be coming back. We are going to appoint someone else. And we will let Isabella and Keys believe that no one knows that he is back from the dead. We will let them have their lives away from all of this, I told Marcus. We can give this to them. Isabella is not set out for this life, Marcus. Keys may be one of the best rulers with the two of you, but Isabella is not cut out to be a ruler. And you know he would give her anything she wanted, but so would she. Pisha told our brother, Bella is better suited to ruling than either of you give her credit for. She is cut out foe. Are this life and will do well ruling by her mate's side, Marcus said, getting rather angry that we wanted to give Keys and Isabella their freedom from the ruling and that we wanted to let the world think that Keys was, in fact, dead. I am honestly surprised by you, Marcus. Of all people, you have seen the damage done to our daughter and Keys and the toll that his ruling has had on their mating. After everything they have been through, I think they can be afforded this. They can go and live their lives away from all of this. We can choose another to take his place, and we could even offer the position to Major Whitlock. Keys and Isabella need this. They need to be able to heal their relationship. They have not been able to have a single moment alone since they first met. There was Alwa. YS a vampire or requests that Keys needed to attend, trials that he needed to help pass judgment on. At least you had time with Didim before we started to rule, just like I had with Arrow. The least we could do is let them have this. If they come back to us, that will be their choice. We can declare him resurrected, which is a miracle. But we can give them this. Give them both time to bond and get To know one another without her 3 parents hanging around. Why is it so hard for you to accept and let them both have this? Pisha said, annoyed, but she had given Marcus something to consider. Pisha walked out after her speech. No matter how much I wanted to go after her, I left her to calm down. She is right, my mate, they need this time. I have not seen their relationship blossom, but from what I know, they have not been able to grow as other couples would. Isabella, from what I have heard from other vampires, had been created to be a tool, to be a weapon to get the true weapon that our birth mother and family wanted her to be. And she had been manipulated into doing all their bidding her entire life, no matter if she knew this was happening. Did you know that she was getting manipulated like that? You were with her birth mother for the majority of Isabella's life, did you know? We could argue that you had a part in that manipulation. Because you were with her mother while it was happening. Maggie told Marcus. I saw him stop then and think about it. I had only just learned that Isabella was used as a weapon, just as I was, but my daughter was the one who was the most affected by this. I will give them this and play along, Marcus said after a while. He had sat there for close to an hour before giving his answer, and it was just in time, as I could hear Isabella walking the hall towards my office. She was coming to tell us that she was leaving. Not long before, I heard her knock on the door and called her in. Isabella, you're just the person I wanted to see. Marcus here has fantastic news, I said, smiling. Yes, I have found my true mate, Bella. This is Maggie. Maggie, this is my stepdaughter Isabella. Marcus smiled and gave Isabella the news. Oh, hi, nice to meet you. I'm so happy for you, Dad. Isabella said, smiling, but she looked pained. Sorry to do this, but Dad, I have come to let you and Mom know that I will be leaving. I can't stay here, there are too many memories here of my Kai. Do you know where Mom is so I can let her know? Isabella asked me. It is completely understandable that you would want time away now. Come back home when you feel you can. This will always be your home, Isabella. And your mom, she is more than likely either in our quarters or in the gardens. I said, walking over to her, giving her a hug and letting her know that I would miss her. We understood, and we hope to hear from her often. I will call as much as I can. I love you, Dad, Isabella told me. I watched her leave, knowing that I would not hear from her for quite some time. But this was something that she needed. Both she and Keys needed this. Isabella gave Marcus a hug goodbye and did the same with Maggie, letting her know that she was happy to meet her and that she hoped Maggie and Marcus would be happy together. Dad deserves to be happy after all he went through with my mother, Isabella said, kissing Marcus on the cheek and letting him know she was happy for him. Before she left the office, I was sure that would be the last time I saw my daughter. She will return, but it will be at least a few decades. They will both come back and be ready to be back in your lives. Maggie told me as she touched my shoulder. Yes, thank you. I smiled at my new sister. I think I will go and find my mate, I told Marcus and Maggie. Walking out, I went to find Pisha. I found her talking to Isabella in the garden. Both of them looked clearly upset, so I walked up to both of them. I'm going to miss you so much, and I know your fathers will miss you as well. But please make sure that you're happy. We want you to be happy, Pisha said to Isabella, pulling our daughter in for a hug as she saw me. Arrow, has Bella told you she is leaving us for a time? Pisha asked me. I nodded and smiled sadly. Yes, a few moments ago. The same time that Marcus and Maggie were informed about the departure. I said I could hear the sorrow in my voice, so I knew they would also be able to. I will call as much as I can, and I will be coming home, I just don't know when that will be. Isabella smiled, but there was a glint in her eyes that I had not seen in some time. It did seem like she was trying to hide it as well. I will go and get some things to remember my Kai before I leave so that I will say goodbye now. I love you both, Isabella said to us, as I felt Pisha's arm wrapping around my waist. Isabella left then, and we knew she was going off to meet with Keys. He has gone from your father to your brother, now he is your son. I am sad that we do not get to see them both once again before they truly leave, but I am happy that they will finally be able to be happy together. I truly feel that it was his position that stopped them both in a lot of ways. Isabella was never meant to rule, she is too free. Pisha told me as we watched Isabella and Keys jump from their window and leave the castle to live a life of their choosing. I knew that they would come back. Keys loved administering justice a little too much. So it would just be a matter of time. They will be back. Let's give it a couple of centuries. Before we drop the bomb, we know he's alive. You never know, they may come back before that. I told my mate. I hope that they are happy. They have spent so much time apart, and so much of that was spent fighting over such trivial things, and Isabella coming to terms with what Victor and Didymu had done to her. She needed time to grow up and deal with her family's betrayal. Pisha told me. I had to agree. There were things had been done by them that I had to come to terms with as well. None of that was easy, so I cannot imagine what it would have been like for my daughter to be able to deal with any of it as well. The news of their betrayal would have been unbearable to her, then just to find out of Keys' unintentional part in it all. It would have been more so. Pisha guided me back to your quarters, and we laid on our bed and just held each other, talking about both Isabella and Keys and our shared wish that they were both finally happy. Hours later, after I had made my way back to my study to take care of some of the paperwork that Keys had constantly ignored, I received a knock on the door. I called them to enter. Master, I have picked up something rather confusing over the last few hours, and I felt that I must bring it to your attention, Dmitri said to me. I could only guess what he had picked up. All right, what is it? I asked him. Just before Master Marcus's new mate came into the castle, I picked up Master Keys. Though I knew that could not be, as he is no longer with us, Dmitri said to me, rather confused. You are correct. Marcus's new mate, Maggie, seems to have a gift. She can resurrect vampires. She brought back my brother. I ask that you do not share this information, not of your new mistress's gift or that your master is back. Keys and Isabella are taking some time for themselves, much deserved time. I ask, though, if you ever sense them returning this way, please inform me immediately. CPOV. I waited for Bella to return from saying goodbye to her parents. I couldn't believe she had found a way to bring me back from the dead. I packed up a few things that I knew we would need and made sure that I had enough money to be comfortable, and not once would she want anything. I needed to ensure that my mate wouldn't need anything in this life I was planning for her. I didn't pack many clothes for either of us, as we could buy what we needed as we traveled. And again, I waited for her to come back. While we were in the forest, I had a feeling that we were being watched, but I never thought to take stock of who it could have been. I was too enthralled with the beauty that was in front of me. Asking me to kill her. I couldn't do it. I knew that I had said some hurtful things, and we both had over the years, and we had paid for it, too. Bella said she had grown up and come to terms with things that had happened, and she was coming back. To prevent myself from dwelling too much on the past, I started to plan again where I would be taking my mate first. I thought about taking her to travel through England before taking her to Paris and Spain, two of the countries that she had once wanted me to take her to. I couldn't help the smile still plastered on my face. I had her back finally. I wouldn't give her up any time soon, if at all. I didn't have to wait long before she returned to me. I had heard Dmitri approaching the door, questioning himself and his gift. Questioning if it was me. He suddenly picked up again with his gift after he knew I had walked into my pyre. I wanted to laugh, but I knew that would give me away, and Bella and I wanted to be able to get away and live our own lives after all. Once my Bella returned, she quickly grabbed a couple of things before we both jumped out the window. Looking towards the gardens, I saw Arrow and Sulpicia, both looking in our direction and smiling. They knew that I had been brought back. Bella and I ran. I led her to the first place that I wanted to go, getting us a vehicle so that we could travel a little more comfortably. After that was done, we made our way towards France. I was going to take her to Paris. I wanted to marry this woman. Where are we going first? Bella asked me. I'm taking you to Paris. I know that you have more than likely been, but I want us to go there together. I smiled. I have, but I wanted it to be with you, so this will be perfect, Bella said, smiling and taking my hand as we drove. BPOV. Kai and I had spent a few decades in Paris, and he asked me to marry him 2 months after we arrived, and I said yes. Kai and I married 6 months after he proposed. He ended up taking on his human surname, Caesar. So now we were Mr. and Mrs. He's Caesar. We made a home there, and he even got a job in the police force. He couldn't stay away from administering justice, it was just who he was. He made sure that he only worked the night shift, and I had to admit, my Kai in a police uniform was the sexiest thing I had ever seen. There were many nights that he came home, and I ended up jumping him. The first night he came home in the uniform I asked him to get a few more, as I knew then that he would be going through them. Kai loved it here. He loved being able to punish criminals. He told me that with all the free time that he and his brothers had, he had gotten several degrees over the years. The most recent one was a law degree, and he was thinking about using it and becoming a lawyer. I encouraged him to do whatever he wanted to. I just wanted him to be happy, and he wanted the same for me. I was able to get a job proofreading novels, and I made sure that I was sent a dozen books every month, as they thought I was human. Reading them all in a couple of days, picking up on all the mistakes, and fixing everything was easy for me to do. These are the perks of being immortal. After leaving Paris, Kai took me on a trip around Spain, another place I wanted to see with him. Again, we spent some time there and again worked for a while. We did this with each place we stayed in so we would not be drawing too much attention to ourselves. I thought it was rather funny. I always heard Kai complaining about Carlisle being too involved in humans, and here we are. Interacting and getting work alongside humans. When I brought that up with Kai, thinking that he would find it funny, he started yelling at me and telling me that we needed to ensure that we remained inconspicuous. As that was the law. Once he finished yelling, Kai told me he was going out to feed. I heard him come home hours later. I honestly had no idea what I had done, after all. It was just something that I found funny, considering the similarities that we were now sharing with the coven that he disliked so much. Bella, I'm so sorry I yelled at you like that. I had no right to do that. Please, can you find it in you to forgive me? Kai said as he knelt down in front of me. I was sitting in the corner of our closet crying. We hadn't had a fight like this since before I had brought him back to life. What did I do though? I whispered, trying not to anger him again. You didn't do anything at all. It was all me. What you said to me made me realize that we are spending too much time around humans and that we shouldn't be doing so. We really should leave and find somewhere remote. I never should have taken my anger out on you. I am extremely sorry for doing that. I know that I hurt you. Kai told me, sitting down in front of me, but not once did he look at me. I could see then that he wasn't happy. You're not happy, are you? I asked him. I was afraid of his response, but I wanted it anyway. I am happy. I am happy with you. I am happy with our life. But I don't know what I want. I have spent too many centuries punishing vampires for breaking the law, and now I am punishing humans. Similar, yes, but nothing like I have done all these centuries. I love you, Bella, and I would continue this life we have if that is what you truly want, and it would be enough for me as long as you are by my side. But I do miss what I did. I know it is more than likely not what you want to hear and I'm sorry for that. I know that you don't want to go back to Volterra. Kai said to me, he missed the life that he led back in Italy. I knew I was no leader, but could I do this for him? After all, he has lived this life for me. Do I have to be queen? I'm not cut out to lead, but maybe I could continue my work. And you could return to doing what you love. But maybe we should move into a separate wing of the castle so I don't have to see my parents all the time, I said to him. He looked up at me and then surprised at my suggestion. You would go back for me? Kai asked. Of course, I would. Your happiness means the world to me as well, Kai. I can proofread books anywhere but you. It would be best if you handed down justice on those who have broken the law in the vampire world. So, let's pack up and go home. But seriously, can we move into another wing of the castle? I asked him. Of course, Kai said, grabbing me. Pulled me in and kissed me. Kai, I love kissing you, but you scared me, I told him, pulling away. I did not want to, but I felt like I needed to. I am never going to apologize enough to you for what I have done to you tonight, but if you would please let me try, I would be eternally grateful to you for the opportunity, Kai told me in all seriousness. Okay, but it better be good. And better be worth it. I said to him. I knew that he didn't mean it, and now I knew why it happened. But it would have been better if he talked to me before it even got to that. And I told him just that. I know, and I will talk to you more from this second on, but only if you also talk to me. I know that there are things that you haven't told me in the past. And I want you to be able to talk to me as well. Deal? Kai asked me. I laughed a little, even though I still felt upset, and agreed to his terms. In times like these I was sure that we were just as bad as each other. And that would be the end of us. It took us a few days to close up everything, and I called my mom and let her know that I was coming home for a visit and bringing someone with me whom I had met recently. I knew that took her back. Kai told me a couple of decades ago that he suspected my mom and dad of knowing that he was alive, but he thought it might be an idea that we toyed with them a little. So we have been doing as such. We had asked a random vampire that we came across who thought he recognized Kai, and we convinced him to take many pictures with us in random places. And we have been sending these pictures to my parents all these years telling them that this was my new partner. Kai was sure that we had been able to convince them, but I wasn't too sure about that. We would soon find out if our ruse had been successful. Once we arrived, I made an appointment to have an audience with my parents under an assumed name. I said that I had a problem with a vampire who was pretending to be a cop in Paris, taking the law into his own hands and punishing humans like they were vampires, making my parents believe that there was an exposure issue in Paris. Once we arrived at the castle, Kai suggested that we take the secret tunnels under the castle to surprise our family. They would be in the throne room waiting on this person, and we would come up behind them. The guards would see us first. But I'm sure that we can get them to be quiet, Kai said, looking rather mischievous. I had liked this side of him since we left here decades before. Once we were in the tunnels, we listened to the commotions. I told Kai that I texted Dmitri and asked him not to tell my parents I was coming as I wanted to surprise them all. He said that he was all right about keeping it a secret, along with the identity of my beau. So that confirms that he knew that I have been alive all this time, Kai said to me in a whisper. As we made our way to the throne room, we heard my parents talking, wondering where this person was and what evidence they had about this lawbreaker. Kai and I quietly walked up behind their thrones, and he told the guard they needed to be quiet. Ey all seemed to straighten up their posture subtly. My mother was the first to notice the guard standing up a little straighter. She looked around for why. I put my finger to my lips, and asked her to be quiet. She smiled and nodded her head in compliance. Felix, go to reception and see if anyone has arrived. Find out what this person's name is that we are meant to be meeting. This is rather silly. We do not wait for anyone after all. My father said I wanted to laugh at that, and my mother nearly did. I just rolled my eyes at that. Dmitri smiled at me, shaking his head at my antics. Kai stepped behind me and kissed my neck behind my father's back. I wanted to slap him, but that would draw attention to the fact that we were here, so I ducked away a little to stop him. My mother was trying her best not to laugh at this. Felix returned and told my parents that there was no one but another who wanted to have an audience with them. Dad scoffed at this, clearly annoyed, but agreed to the newcomer. Once this vampire was in front of them, there was a dispute over a human that two vampires claimed to be the mate of. You would be able to feel the pull of the mate bond if you truly had a bond with this woman. So far, what you have told me is that there is no pull at all. Also, you have all exposed yourselves to humans, which you know is prohibited. Brother, what do you say about this matter? Dad asked Marcus. There is no mating bond between any of these three. I call for death for exposure, Marcus said. Mom looked at us both subtly, indicating that we should say something. Kai took her literally. I agree, brother, but death is too good for these three. Maybe a stay in our dungeons would do them all well, Kai said, making my father jump with fright, a feat that was not easy to do. Trial, remember, I said, pointing towards the three before them. Yes, well, I call for death, as that is the punishment for exposure. Felix, Dmitri, if you would please. Dad asked of the two guards, one of which helped us keep this little secret. Our family welcomed us home once the punishment was given, and the vampires were nothing but ash. They were asking Kai how he was alive. I know you all knew I was alive, but thank you for giving Bella and me this time together away from here for a while. It turns out we really needed that time away, Kai said to them. I'm sure that my Parents did not keep keys. Resurrection a secret from all you guards for the hell of it, and I'm sure that all three of them have a perfect reason to have kept this from you. They're loyal guards, I said, addressing the guards directly. When the three of them turned around, Kai and I left, and he threw me over his shoulder and took off running. I have an idea of where our new quarters can be, and I wanted to show you before we became caught up with your parents, Kai said as he ran with me. All I could do was laugh the entire time he ran with me this way until he placed me down again. This time in a completely new suite. I looked around, and I had to admit, it was beautiful. It looked like it had hints of my Kai as well as hints of my own style. I loved it. What do you think? Kai asked me. I love it. It looks like there are hints of both of us in here already, I told him, smiling. That's because there are. I designed it for you when you left for 150 years. I wanted to give you something that was just us. Not just me and you, but the both of us, Kai said. I smiled, jumped up, wrapped myself around him, and kissed him. I loved what he had done for me, and I couldn't wait for us to make this place our own some more. I love it, Kai. But one thing, I think we need to replace the bed. I told him, and he just laughed and nodded before kissing me again. Moving me over and pressing me up against the wall. I felt him starting to remove my clothes while I began to remove his. It was a good feeling being home again. And this truly did feel like home. Finally, we were where we belonged. We were home. So that's for today. Thanks for watching and please subscribe our channel for further videos.